great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity.
Good morning and welcome to bdtv Breakfast Show. I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Now let's see what's making the headlines. World Bank places Nigeria behind Libya, Gabon in incoming ranking. Nigeria's FX reserves to hit $41 billion as Naira seen sustaining gains. UAE slams TOEFL visa conditions on Nigerians, bans transit visa applications. Trump hosts 5 West African leaders to discuss trade and development. Carlo Ancelotti gets jail sentence for tax fraud. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the World Bank has again ranked Nigeria among lower middle income economies, placing Africa's top oil producer behind conflict-ridden Libya and Gabon, which were categorized as upper middle income economies. This ranking reportedly comes as the country recently embarked on key reforms that have shrunk disposable income, triggering the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. Nigeria, however, recorded its fastest annual growth in more than a decade in 2024, which stood at 3.4%, with analysts predicting a sustained trajectory this year. According to the World Bank, Nigeria's gross national income per capita remained below the $1,136 threshold, qualifying it as a lower middle income economy, while per capita income remains tepid at about $900. And moving on, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves is expected to rise to $41 billion by year-end, marginally higher than what was recorded in 2024, with the Naira sustaining its gains. Reports attributed the rise in the FX reserves to plans by the federal government to raise a combined $3.2 billion in the second half of the year to meet some of its fiscal priorities. Cardinal Stone, in its report, revealed that larger external reserve bodies bodes well for the naira, as the research firm sees the local currency maintaining the 1,550 naira to 1,635 naira 00 kobo per dollar bandwidth through the end of 2025. The country's FX reserves has shed more than 3.5 billion US dollars year to date, as the central bank paid the 2 billion US dollars in external borrowings while regularly selling dollars to the market to ensure liquidity and naira stability amid global tensions. Still on, the United Arab Emirates has imposed tougher entry conditions for Nigerian travelers, banning transit visa applications entirely. Travel agents confirmed on Tuesday the new directives from Dubai Immigration insist the Nigerians aged 18 to 45 will no longer be eligible for tourist visas unless accompanied. The directive also instructed that visa applicants above 45 and above must present a personal 6-month bank statement showing a minimum monthly balance of $10,000 or its naira equivalent. The travel agent also warned that the new policy is expected to drastically reduce travel from Nigeria to Dubai, a top destination for business and tourism. And to end the local news, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Wednesday, 9th of July, assumed office as the chairman of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, days after quitting his position as national chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress. President Bola Tinubu had appointed him as chairman of FAN on January 24th, about 6 months ago, alongside 42 other Nigerians heading boards of federal government parastatals. According to reports, the former governor assumed the office following inauguration of the FAN board on Wednesday. The president also appointed board chairperson for 42 federal organizations and a secretary to the board of the Civil Defense, Immigration, and Prison Service. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has hosted presidents of Gabon, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mauritania, and Senegal at the White House in Washington, D.C. According to reports, the meeting focused on business opportunities as the African leaders sought partnerships to develop their resources. Trump revealed that the leaders hail from very vibrant places with very valuable land, great minerals, great oil deposits, and wonderful people, noting that the 5 countries were unlikely to face U.S. tariffs. Gabon President Brice Nguema told Trump during the meeting that his country was open to investment and wanted to see its raw material resources processed locally, which will require more investment. Also, President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine has been hit by the biggest ever aerial attack from Russia after 728 drones and 13 ballistic missiles struck cities around the country in multiple waves. Zelensky condemned the telling attack, adding that it comes precisely at a time when so many efforts have been made to achieve peace and establish a ceasefire, while Russia continues to rebuff them all. The overnight strike came after President Donald Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Kyiv, a reversal of last week's suspension, which U.S. media insist that Trump had not known about. The U.S. leader on Tuesday expressed growing frustration at Russian President Vladimir Putin, lamenting that the Russian leader has thrown a lot of bullshit. And now to sports. A Spanish court has sentenced Brazil coach Carlo Ancelotti to a 1-year suspended prison term for tax fraud when he was Real Madrid manager in 2014. The Madrid court also fined Ancelotti €386,000 during Wednesday's proceedings, accusing him of defrauding the state of €1 million in 2014 and 2015. According to the report, state prosecutors sought a prison sentence of up to 4 years and 9 months on 2 counts of tax fraud. The former Chelsea, Bayern Munich, and Paris Saint-Germain boss, who no longer lives in Spain, will not serve jail term because the sentence is less than 2 years with no criminal record. And to end the news, Victor Osimhen has reportedly informed Napoli of his desire to complete a permanent move to Galatasaray as soon as possible. Football journalist Fabrizio Romano revealed that the Nigerian striker is pushing for the deal to be sealed quickly. Galatasaray will pay €75 million as the release clause value, but is negotiating payment term for 5 years. The 26-year-old who spent a loan spell at Galatasaray last season, scoring 37 goals and providing 8 assists in 41 matches, has already agreed to personnel term with the Turkish giants. And that does it this morning on BDT Breakfast Show. My name is Deborah Eze. Up next is Newspaper Review. Stay with us.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July,
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review, of course, of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. My name is Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insight this morning, of course, is
Onyeka Valentine. Debbie, what do we have?
Say it the way you usually would say it.
If I say it that way, then we have to analyze it with more energy. You know.
All right, good to have you here. So let's start off with the Business Day. The big story on the Business Day today says, from scarcity to surplus, of course, fixing Nigeria's food crisis. And it says, low crop yields expose Nigeria to hunger risks.
Are we surprised?
This sounds like a warning. Low crop yields expose Nigeria to hunger risks. What do you think about this?
So first and foremost, it's like we're saying we are throwing dirt in the wind, hoping to blind our enemies.
Right.
Meanwhile, the wind is blowing towards our direction.
Yeah.
Of course, if you look at it without even talking too much, so many factors are already pointing towards the angle that we're even crying foul too late. Low crops yield expose Nigeria to hunger, risk.
Yeah.
We're already experiencing hunger risk. I think the question now is, to what extent? In my more than 4 decades on this planet, I've realized one funny thing, which is this. The sooner we hit the nail on the head, the better. In this case, we just been tapping the nail on the side. Because those who are in the helm of affairs are not feeling it yet, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not as bad as it is.
Yeah.
Because we in the studio can come to the studio, and smile and talk about the studio, doesn't necessarily mean that we are doing, 1-1-1.
Are you sure I've eaten?
That's my point. So right now, everyone is experiencing what we call a retrospect of, hunger adjustment. So in the stable Nigerian family, when you skip breakfast, it's now 0-1-1.
Okay.
So right now, we are in a dire situation of 0-1-1. Now, those at home, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't even think it's 0-1-1. I think it's more of 0-1-0 now.
At this point,
once you're able to eat
Right.
once a day, you're good.
Now, if that is the case, then I think this headline
Yeah.
is not doing justice to the situation.
For me, it's like a warning. Low crop yields expose Nigeria to hunger, meaning, okay, we are in a dire situation. Brace up.
Brace up.
There's no food.
But okay, so good enough we can add some, some flair to it so
Yeah.
that people can see that even in the midst of all this, we can water it down. But
Yeah.
on a serious note, right? There are a lot of factors that we might see because of this hunger issue that they're anticipating. One, when you have a people who have not eaten properly, they are bound to be angry. And so you can't even tell a joke for them to even find their, sense of humor. And of course, a hungry man is an angry man. If an angry man goes to work and comes back still hungry, what do you expect?
Yeah.
His reaction will be, to his wife, his family, his children. He will pour that anger and frustration on them. Even if he's being paid his salary on time, can the salary actually take him home to the market?
Yeah.
Food cost of food commodities and food prices is skyrocketing because farmers cannot go to farm any longer in our so-called food basket of the nation.
Yeah.
Right now, we can afford to almost say, not even afford, we can almost say, which I pray we can't, or we shouldn't, that our food basket has been ripped open on one side. So by the time you raise the basket and you want to move to the next state, before you get the half of it is what?
Gone.
It's gone. I'm just being sarcastic here.
One of the reporters actually went out yesterday for like a market round, and she said she interviewed a woman, and she said the business, I think 25 years ago or 15 years ago, and she bought 1 yam for 25 kobo thereabout. But now a tuber of yam costs 4,500 naira, and it got me wondering, if she buys for 4,500 for a tuber, how much will she then sell to we, the end users? Because we are obviously the end users. So you're very correct. Our food basket has gone down the drain.
Totally.
Let's just put it that way.
And another thing I would say is there are a lot of factors that are, like I did say, that are pointing towards this.
Yeah.
Now let us approach it from the area of the government itself. Insecurity is a big issue. You don't expect you and I, who are broadcasters, to go out there and carry guns and go secure our fellow Nigerians who are in the farm. It is the job of security personnel. Our own job is to report the news and come in front of the TV and tell people what's going on. But we cannot lie about it. We cannot say because we're trying to give the right narrative and we hide away the true nature of the economy and how bad it's hitting families, right? I think that if the government does what they need to do on time, if they put in place those security personnel on time, I know they're trying their best, but is it sufficient? Is it enough? The answer is no. No. Because if farmers can't go to farm to cultivate,
there's no food for you and I.
So we are now left with importing food at high costs.
All right, let's move on to the second headline on the Business Day. It says Dangote Edu Aswani lead dialogue at Business Day CEO Forum.
Most definitely. That's I'll call it our thing. You know, and then so in case they don't know, you guys should stick around. So there's gonna be bumper back to back from the venue where Dangote will be speaking and every other person who will be at our CEO forum. They will be able to get real time what is happening. But let's just dig deep into what we expect at that event. When you have powerhouse like Dangote, you have people like who again is there?
Wale Edu,
most definitely.
And Aswani.
You know that business is in the midst of Mongols who understand how it is done. So anyone who knows about entrepreneurship should not miss out. But what is the take home from that? It shows you that even in the midst of our economic downtown back and forth, inconsistency, we still believe in this country. We believe that businessmen can still come together, right? CEOs can come together and then create some form of right platform for young people to say, you know what, I want to network with this person so that my small businesses or small business can be supported. So it's a good thing that we can still bring CEOs together, have that proper conversation, paneled conversation, and talk about the issues in Nigeria and use that opportunity to network. So it's a welcome idea, and
I think one of the things I'm looking forward to is the whole removal of petrol subsidy and the issue of regulation for the prices. That's what I'm looking forward to. And also Wale Edu, let us really understand what the economy is saying in a sit down and not from a tweet or from a video where we are trying to like understand what he's trying to say. So I think it's a really big one for Business Day. You want to say something?
I was going to say, I don't think whatever they will say today will change.
I think it would give us a proper understanding of
where we are going to.
Yes.
We understand indices, we understand the outcomes and everything.
Yes.
But I think the highlights will be, because Nigerians like pictures a lot. More than 80% of people who will go there today.
Do I really think Nigerians like pictures?
But of course, I'll tell you. So we are more of a theoretical nation than we are of an action nation. It doesn't make us bad. It just simply means that if countries were to be given rankings based on theory, based on talk, based on, we'll probably be the number one. That's my point. Because every now and then we have this conference, that conference. We don't lack conference in this country. We don't lack the communication skill. We have in this nation. Nigeria is blessed with bright and solid brains. The problem we have is our institutions are weak. And when your institutions are weak, there is a trickle down effect, which is this: weak institution, rule of law is not implemented on time. Weak institution, corruption sees a loophole.
Yeah.
Weak institution, I bet you, it will lead to frustration, which will lead to hunger. Because if you keep hitting at one thing over and over again, and it's not changing it, right? The status quo still remains the same.
Yeah.
At some point, those who are professional psychologists will say, if you keep doing one thing over and over again with the same result, that's insanity.
That's insanity.
You know? But we pray and we hope, as much as I don't want to use the word pray, but we pray, we hope that let our talk begin to move from theoretical to action.
Yeah, into action.
Talk about insecurity, work on it. Let those who are in charge of our security personnel, our service chiefs.
But they came out to say yesterday, I'm not going to mention names, that Nigeria, everywhere in Nigeria is secure now. We are not going through insecurity.
I don't want to be the one to spill the beans, but let's assume everywhere is secure now, which means I can afford to get on the plane, get in the bus, and go all the way to the north with my eyes closed, and not worry about banditry, not worry about kidnapping, not worry about things. You know what I'm saying? So if they can guarantee that, I'm good to go. Look, I don't have to get embarrassed in embassies, them asking you, so what are you going to do in that country? Do you know how embarrassing it is when you go to some...
Speaking about embassies, one of the headline actually carried that.
I can't wait for that story.
Let's take the final headline on the BusinessDay newspaper, the bottom left. We have why Nigeria posts surprise gains despite falling reserves. Why Nigeria posts surprise gains despite falling reserves. So what do you have to say about this?
I wish we had our economists in the building.
Yeah, for them to really
but then again, it is what we ask, how we look at the story, from what angle. That's what makes us journalists in our own way. But even as broadcasters, let us approach it from the broadcast angle. If something's going on with our reserve, it boils down to the same thing. Where is the accountability? Where is the fact that we can say this person can be held, liable for some certain things, the person is responsible for this. And so, if you look at it closely, I'm sure in the full story, we'll pick out some certain areas that is hiding and creating gray areas. And those gray areas is the reason why we take 10 steps forward, 15 steps back.
And the reason why we say our Naira is actually gaining, but reserves are falling. All right.
Before we jump away, how will our Naira gain?
Why our reserves?
When we keep on going and borrowing. Look, I said it before and I'll say it again. It's no story. Nothing to hide here. The day Nigeria wakes up, my dear nation, wonderful republic of Nigeria, green, white, green. The day we wake up and say, look, enough is enough. We want to make sure that our internally generated funds is generated properly. The day we wake up, we'll be able to muster enough money, pay up our debt finally and not pay and go and borrow again, and then work with our heads high.
I don't think there's any problem with borrowing.
Hold on. I'll tell you the problem. The problem is not in the borrowing. The problem is in the misinformation. So inform us that we have borrowed, the money is used for this, and we are paid back, and we have gotten value from the money we borrow. So we keep borrowing, and then we are paying the interest, not the main borrowing. Then what are we? We are slaves to IMF. That's what the West wants. The West wants that.
So the Punch newspaper, and the big story on the Punch newspaper this morning says diplomatic tensions. Federal government pushes back as US, UAE tighten visa rules. And the writer there says ministry begins high-stakes negotiation as officials fault US over reciprocity claim. So yesterday was the US at first that reduced the number of time to 3 months. And then UAE now, they've tightened their visa rule. You cannot get visa transits anymore. You have to have as high as $10,000 in your account before you are allowed into their country. Also yesterday, it's not here. Yesterday too, Canada actually said you have to have the sum of $17,000 dollars in your account before you are allowed to travel.
So U.S. citizens and U.S. And Canadian citizens, and of course, those who are quote and unquote in the business of the government, when they want to come to Nigeria too, They need to show us what they're coming to invest in Nigeria. They need to show us exactly how they can make Nigeria better.
Okay.
They need to give us a 20 years, estimation on, look, if we invest today, this is what's going to come out of it.
I think what they're trying to say is, if you don't have anything to offer, don't come into the country.
And having said so, I'm just trying to be sarcastic here.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that it might come to you as a shock, but that's good for us. I will tell you. Let's call a spade and address the elephant in the room. Okay. It is good for us. How? You see, the day we understand that it is high time that our local content can make us become again the giant of Africa, the better.
Again?
Because I don't think we're the giant any longer.
Okay.
Haven't you heard that the Ghana cities is doing very well?
Yeah. You know, we are the giants of Africa. Just like saying, my name is Valentine Norieka, and I'm like, is your name really Valentine Norieka?
Well, theory-wise, we're the giants of Africa. I don't know about our GDP.
Okay.
But to do justice to that, right? If the United States, Canada, and other Western countries are slamming us with stiff visa, rules and every other thing, it just goes to show you that our institutions are not working well. Because if they don't come to Nigeria, it's easy peasy.
Yeah. Right.
And so the question is, I'm not saying we should do tit for tat, but those who are in those areas, the diplomatic corps in Nigeria, those who run institutions that look into these things, I'm saying look into it and look into it well. Understand that every move they make, right, is going to have the effect on Nigerians. But I'm not saying that we should sit back and receive everything they slam at us. We will talk about this story. But remember, we're also powerful in our own way.
Yeah.
Our voice is powerful too. So let us say things that kind of make sense and are rational and not irrational. And to be rational in this matter, the point is we saw this coming. And don't forget that Donald Trump, as the president of the United States, he's very good at playing this game. Trade war. He's very good at playing diplomatic, confusion. We've seen it played over back and forth.
I don't really think this is a Donald Trump issue, because
there is something.
Okay.
There's something now. Understand this. You see, when a nation has strong institution and they want something from you, or they want you to conform to something, and you refuse to conform to that, this is where you have this kind of headlines.
True that.
So let's think of what's happening behind closed doors. What Tinubu is refusing to conform to. And they say, if he's not going to conform to this, then we slam him with this. Guess what? Tinubu went to attend the BRICS conference. I don't think Donald Trump likes that. So one of the ways to say, you're trying to boycott the dollar, because it's a big deal. If BRICS succeeds and they unseat the dollar as the world reserve currency, do you know what that is? Yeah. America's economy will
go down,
plummet.
Yep.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. He left that there. So let's move to the Vanguard. Of course, the big story on the Vanguard says 2027. Don't underestimate Tinubu. Ribadu wants opposition. And the riders there, the first rider says ADC slams presidency over alleged plot to overthrow Tinubu, says it's ploy to repress opposition. The second rider says governors, APC leaders secretly supporting coalition. Babachir ex-SGF. He said that. Now, another rider says LP can't win the election. Will contest on ADC ticket, Kinigbe. Another rider says, or the final rider says, don't write us off yet. PDP says it's not losing ground to ADC.
So,
the confusion, the ADC confusion and the LP confusion, I really hope they really come to an agreement so we can really understand what the opposition party is going to be. Because here we are seeing PDP, we are seeing LP, and we are seeing ADC. But what do you think about it?
Again, we are a multi-party system.
True.
Right, in Nigeria. We run a multi-party system.
Yeah.
And because of that, it is allowed.
Yeah, I know it's allowed, but it's nice for us to have like a strong opposition.
Which is why we always say, what makes the party a party? It is the people in the party and the kind of modus operandi that they do have. So my question is this, right? What new modus operandi, what new strategy does ADC have?
Yeah.
It will boil down to one thing. Look for one way or the other to create some form of, stifle and muscle the ruling party to one corner. And so that way they will call them to the table for conversation, call them to the table for negotiation, as the case may be. That whatever they'll discuss, I will not be there. We won't be there. But one thing for sure, I could keep saying, in the game of politics, right? If it doesn't heat up like this, those who are the ruling party will not have it turning out to be a proper run. You need solid opposition party. Is PDP still strong? Is APC still strong? Will LP be the one to follow through?
I think they're all coming together to actually...
that's the thing. So why are they all coming together? To do what, really? To unseat
to make
Tinubu?
the opposition, no?
Look, the people who make up these parties are going behind to seek for contract from the same President Tinubu.
I know, right?
And so how is that going to change anything?
Right. And well, another story on the Vanguard, the same story.
We're taking from Paul and paying
and
Peter.
Giving to Peter. Well, I think they should just come to a conclusion. Let us know who are going to be the running people who run for for the position. Let me ask you first.
It came together.
Who do you think? Now, this is your opinion. Right. Who do you think they would actually conclude on? Do you think it's Atiku with Peter Obi as vice, or Peter Obi Atiku?
So I won't say it's a tight one. I will simply say the end is inevitable.
Right.
Having said so, okay, if Peter Obi emerges the party bearer, ADC, which is more or less unlikely.
Okay.
Reasons given is this: one, Atiku still believes that it is his God-given right,
birthright,
to actually become president of this country and not just be second to somebody else. So even if that happens, what deal will they have agreed to?
Yeah.
Understand this thing. Okay, Peter Obi, you be the flag bearer. But what deal are they going to agree to? Is he going to say, okay, go there, when you win, after 6 or 7 months, maybe just resign and let the other person follow through? These are deals. Or, you know what, Peter Obi, step down, let Atiku move, get it. After first, then Peter Obi can follow through. These are deals. Or better still, they will say, say, Atiku, Peter Obi, let us all act as if we disagree, we need the ADC, and then finally give APC.
What you're saying takes us to the cartoon. So let's just have the cartoon displayed. Yes. We have Tinubu, and we have the back of the formidable coalition.
So we have an image. Let our viewers decide who's in the image.
Okay, let them decide.
Now, so we have an image.
Yeah, the Asuquo, called them the formidable coalition squad. So, who are the formidable coalition squad? Our viewers, Valentine has said you should
use your discretion.
You should use your discretion. Definitely. But what do you think this is? I think this is should I go?
Okay, so let me help.
This is Atiku. This is Peter Obi, and this will be
So the thing is, we have their backs to the viewers.
Yeah.
So we don't need to see their faces, and you have to be able to identify, be able to
so
recognize.
You know the way they do this Power Rangers thingy when they want to go fight and they're all formidable. I think that's what this picture is trying to project.
For what is worth,
3 of us against Tinubu.
Yes, for what is worth, right? If 3 of them believe that they can do better, it is no person's God-given right to say, I am the monarch of Nigeria.
Right.
No. Nigeria is a multi-party system. Nigeria is a big republic, and everyone has the right to go and try. My question is, if they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, how long and how far would that go? I leave it at that.
Let's leave it like that. If you say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, how long
would that last? I leave it at that.
That was a very good landing, Mr. Valentine.
Isn't that why we do what we do?
Yeah, that's why. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Of course, this is all we can take for today. Keep watching BdTv. We're not done. We'll be back to give analysis on what's going on.
CEO Forum.
Yeah, CEO Forum.
We'll give them live.
Our flagship programs. Of course, my name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
watching Business Day Television.
All eyes, of course, are on Lagos today, if I say so myself, where Business Day Nigeria, leading business and financial daily, is hosting its flagship event, the CEO Summit. Now, this is arguably one of the biggest gathering of industry leaders, policymakers, and innovators on the Nigerian business calendar. The summit has brought together top minds from across sectors to address pressing questions about leadership, the economy, digital transformation, and the future of business in Nigeria. And of course, we are seeing the theme, which is leadership under pressure and reform. And reforms also. I'm not doing this alone. I'm here in the studio. With me is Mohammed Akonji. We are going to be dissecting the happenings and the breakdown of the event. It's
Good
good to have
morning,
you
Deborah.
again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good
A very important day when it comes to Business Day.
Yes.
At least 13th to the edition. I mean, kudos to us.
Yeah.
And it's always quite topical, strategic insight. You're seeing the who's and the who's in, across sectoral juggernauts who are actually coming there. Yeah, the who's and who's coming around, trying to be able to prefer directions, economic directions, restore business confidence, discuss around the economic trajectory of Nigeria and the global scale at large. And it has actually been, just like I said, it's been a very insightful. If you have been able to attend, previous sessions, you see how insightful they are, how impactful, and how resourceful as well, in terms of charting policy directions, providing strategic guidelines, and also be able to help with thought leadership, in critical sectors that drive the economy. So I think it's all good, and it's another very important today as well. Let's see how
it's going to go.
Happen today.
We're still going to connect with Destiny. She's at the venue.
Okay.
Yeah, once we are able to get a hold of her, we'll be able to understand the mood over there and what is going on over there and what to expect there. But looking at the breakdown of today's summit now, we're going to be having 3 sections, but 2 key sections that actually caught my attention is the oil and gas sector and also the recovery across key sectors. Now let's move to the oil and gas sector first of all. What do you think we are going to get from this? Let me get your thoughts. What do you think we're going to get from the 13th edition
So today? I think you mentioned that first. The theme of today's discussion is centered around Nigeria's economic landscape and the business environment, with the central theme of Nigeria from reform to recovery. Reform, that's become a buzzword that we heard now. Oh, the government coming up with policies. Nigeria is trying to be able to reform in critical areas, exchange rates. We talk about oil sector, electricity, these, and government is actually be able to come up with those. And then what people have actually been waiting for is to be able to hear the good news. When we will start, reaping the fruit of all these reforms. And I think that is what the discussion today will actually be able to. I'm going to come back to your question. We're able to center on how those reforms will definitely start trickling down. At the 2 years now into the administration of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and 2 years also into the annals of those reforms. The trajectory of the reforms that we've seen, the unification of the exchange rate, the removal of the subsidy, those 2 dual reforms, and subsequent reforms that the government has actually tried to be able to come up with. A lot of analysts, social affair commentators, economists, industry workers, started having the idea that maybe the economy is turning the corner at the beginning of this year. That can we really say that the economy is turning the corner? When we look at international Bretton Woods institutions, national institutions as well, are trying to be able to see, okay, what are those gains? What are those momentums that will actually be able to sustain? So I think it is very important that to have that discussion today as to the nation's journey, through this thick and thin, through these rough patches of reform, and how people can actually be able to see in clear terms that we are really turning the corner. We are actually trying to be able to recover from those economic debacles, and how it's likely going to actually be able to impact the people. Now, if I'm able to take it from there, I think that is actually able to impact Nigeria. And then we're trying to be able to choose it down to sector by sector focus.
Okay.
Oil and gas.
Oil and
as
gas.
I mean, the very first one that you actually be able to talk about there. We've seen, you know,
major
interesting
deals,
major transactions. Yeah. One of them, maybe one important one that at least can actually be able to, a lot of people can relate with, is the Dangote 250,000 barrel refinery, the petrochemical refinery that he has in Ibejuleki over there, which is actually be able to move us away from a net oil importing country, right, to more of a net oil exporting country. I mean, today now, before now, we've actually been able to see a situation where we tend to be able to import most of our fuels.
Yeah.
But now we are now a net oil exporter, you know, when it comes to that. In addition to that, I think the other transactions that we've seen, Seplat deals recently, the $1.2 billion acquisition of the Mobile that they recently be able to acquire. We see the Ohandos acquiring a Jeep as well, you know, one to about $783 million. These are important deals that is actually be able to restore confidence in the Nigeria oil and gas space, because those two big head transactions, in addition to other ones that we've seen, the last 2 years have actually been able to show on the level of scale, on the level of strategic implications, those two separate acquisition of Mobile, Ohando's acquisition of Ajip as well, you know, these two deals alone want to about close to about $2 billion, $2 to $3 billion, you know, that we actually be able to see in the space. And Dangote actually be able to open that floodgates for a lot of people to be able to see that there is still a window of opportunity. Windows of opportunities. There are still strategic benefits that you can actually be able to derive from our oil and gas sector. So I think it opens that up to actually a whole lot of investors. I'm sure we'll be able to see, sorry about that, we'll actually be able to have a separate person coming there as well, who will actually be able to explain how important, throw more light as to how these deals are actually
in all of these deals that you've mentioned now, which do you think is most significant and why?
Okay, I mean, these are just few ones. There are several ones.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so I'm sure if you were to ask a typical average Nigerian on the street, maybe the Seplat, because most of all these, remember, they actually be able to play in the upstream. The one that maybe typical Nigerian, typical average or common man on the street to be able to relate with, may actually be the Dangote refinery, the petrochemical plants, you know, that actually be able to come fully on stream in the last 2 years. And we've seen how that has allowed us to actually be able to insulate a little bit away from international oil price dynamics. Maybe we'll be able to see some stability maybe in oil prices. In fact, in the last 2 weeks now, in the last 1 week, we've seen him actually be able to reduce ex-depot price to as low as about 820 naira. Despite the Iran-US war, we'll be able to see oil prices have actually not been able to hit the level that we wanted to be able to hit. So I think that does that. But if you look at investors, you know, the institutional investors, the venture capitalists, the core investors actually be able to invest in oil and gas. This Seplat deal, the Ohando's deal, you know, in the upstream, goes a very long way, you know, in actually be able to repose a lot of confidence, you know, in people, and a lot of IOCs as well, you know, as to the trajectory, as to what the future of the Nigeria oil and gas will likely going to be able to be. So I think it does, you know, and we've seen other transactions that are still being negotiated by, in fact, international oil companies as well, who are actually trying to be able to see how they can actually be able to have a bite of the cherry. You know, when I say bite of the cherry, the cherry is oil and gas here. How can we actually be able to have a bite of it? So we've seen IOCs as well coming in. Shell recently as well is actually, I think, just able to announce that about 2 months ago, trying to be able to bring about final investment decisions on Bonga, the Bonga plant that Shell, that's about $5 billion as well, that they wanted to also be able to invest, you know, into the Bonga, not deep water project. So we are seeing a lot of onshores at the Seplat, you know, I mean, right on shores. The Bonga's deal is actually okay. So the Bonga's deal is an offshore deal from Shell, and they are willing to actually be able to put in about $5 billion into it. The Bonga deal, I mean, it has a whole lot of things because there are a lot of histories around the Bonga deal. But now we are seeing that a lot of them are actually more interested in it. At the time, it was declared force majeure, but now, in fact, most of all these IOCs, international oil companies, where they won't tell the Nigerian government, please, there's still a lot of oil deposits that are available here that we know we can actually be able to get. So the government is trying as much as possible to achieve $3 million barrel 3 million barrels per day. So in terms of oil production, even though we are still struggling with that, but most of all these, onshore and offshore activities will definitely be able to open up more oil production to be able to achieve the target. Yes, we are not able to get that here, but you can see that the government is quite deliberate and intentional to ensure that most of all these oil fields start actually be able to produce, as much as possible to hit that target. At the same time, UPRC was actually mentioning about oil rigs. Oil rigs now has actually be able to increase close to like about, I think, 27, off of like about, is it 42 or thereabouts that was actually 46, sorry, that NUPRC mentioned in terms of oil rigs that are now operational, right from maybe, I think like from mega 16 or thereabouts to like 46 oil rigs. So all these are actually be able to mention maybe some of those reforms in the oil and gas sector is trying to be able to instill those confidence. Yeah, there are still
So you believe that this reform is actually instilling investor confidence?
A lot of investors' confidence. There are still concerns, no doubt. There are still concerns. It is not totally El Dorado, or it's not totally woo that everything.
What are these concerns?
Oh, of course, maybe insecurity is one particular important factor that you can see. The fragility of the economy as well. Because it's not like the economy is totally out of the woods, Yes, we've seen foreign exchange stability. We've seen the Naira, for example, 2 days ago, in fact, I think appreciated. The Naira gained substantially 2 days ago, even though yesterday it depreciated again. But 2 days ago was about 1,400, despite the oil movement. Oil price at international level fall, but you still be able to see that the exchange rate stabilized. So you see that Naira is decoupling itself in one way or the other. Naira breaking itself away from oil price volatility, oil price changes. Don't forget that this government projected that the oil price, the budget assumption is $75. And in the last 3 months, oil prices have struggled to reach $70. So it's affecting government revenue. And on a typical day prior to now, that would have affected exchange rate stability, because don't forget 75 to 80% of our revenue, or foreign exchange earnings, is actually tied to oil. But because we are doing some local productions now, we are more of net oil exporter. That is bringing some level of stability to the Naira. I'm sure you.
Yeah, I think Destiny is trying to join us.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me just finish my thought.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm sure last year you are very much aware. In fact, there was a time a lot of us were actually speculating, a lot of us were actually concerned that Naira could reach 5,000 Naira to $1. But now, I think that worry is a bit quashed now, where that is less of a worry.
Is it really squashed?
But you can see people are still, you don't see people, even analysts, you don't see common man on the streets, analysts themselves, industry watchers, trying to be able to say that Naira will be able to go to 2,000.
Right.
Are you having any of that discussion?
No.
Because what you'll be able to see in the last 6 months is it still be able to flatline around 1.5, 1.6. Just like I said, other than 2 days ago on Tuesday, when at least it reached about 1,400.
Yeah.
But yesterday it was about 1,531. And then you see that element of, so it is still some level of stability that is flatlining. It's not like spikes where it just jump up, you have from one amount just be able to jump by to 2,000 and then come down again. You tend to be able to see some level of steady growth, some level of stability. Maybe not stability like stable, but you see some level of steadiness, in the movement of the exchange rate. So but those are concerns, investors are still look at that. Government policies as well, that sometimes might be flip-flop, government saying that this is what we're going to do today, then waking up tomorrow to quickly be able to say, no, we're not going that as well. So I'm sure those concerns are still there. But I think on the balance of it, there are expectations, there are promise of good fun. There are promises, of better days ahead when actually be able to come to the oil and gas sector. So I think investors in that regard, yes, there is renewed hope. Maybe I can use that. Renewed optimism.
Or confidence.
They are quite conscious confidence.
Okay.
But I say renewed hope because renewed confidence. But at the same time, they are quite cautious.
Okay, now let's look at the regulatory system.
Okay.
Now, we all know that plays a big role in energy investment. So would you say these deals actually reflect an improvement in that area?
Because one of the regulations is another... yes, there's been notable progress when it comes to regulation in the oil and gas space. Even though most of the players there feel like they are being subject to over-regulation. Multiple regulatory bodies trying to be able to come with disparate regulatory guidelines, regulatory rules, and things like that. But one important piece of legislation that have actually been able to open up that space considerably is the Petroleum Industry Act, you know, of course. And we actually see that it's actually be able to create that openness, as well as certain executive orders that the president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for example, actually be able to pass on. For example, when Dangote at the time came up with those bottlenecks that was actually facing with the NNPC, we saw executive orders trying to come in to be able to clear those pathways to allow that we can actually be able to reap the benefits from that refinery. So, I mean, things around decarbonization template as well, you know, creating a carbon market from NUPRC, has also been able to open up the oil rig, just like I said. The oil rig now, in the last 1 year, have actually grown by more than 3 times, from 16 oil rigs that are functioning, and we have like about 46 of them that we said. So, but all said, maybe PIA, executive orders, the carbonization template that was actually released in terms of carbon emissions, in terms of how much gas you can flare, have helped. But I think consistency in those enforcement and contract security as well. You now see that government is actually giving out certain contracts to private contractors. I'm sure you heard about Antita. Maybe that remains an area to watch, because this is the major revenue earner for the nation that cannot just be given out to private individuals to be managed. Yes, there have been notable. We've seen that public-private partnership has actually worked in terms of, you know, I'm talking about surveillance of oil pipelines and things like that. But IOCs are more concerned about that. The government should be the entity that should be able to instill that confidence in them, rather than actually be able to get it from, you know, private security contractors. So then I think consistency in enforcement, maybe in terms of regulatory requirements, is actually the major challenge that particular space, you know, actually need a bit more of work on. And finally on that as well, I think the regulation around ESG, you know, environment, social governance indicators, especially when it comes to issue about climate change, it's also very important for us to work on. Yeah, we see that NUPRC, NNPC themselves, they're trying to be able to come up with those templates, you know, ESG framework, to ensure that the space is, we actually be able to also consider about the environment, you know, not just about taking, but also to be able to give back. So as companies actually be able to make profit. So the ESG template, I don't think has actually been clearly spelled out, you know, by the regulatory authorities, and that is actually needed, you know, when it comes to, we are signatories to most of the climate accord, you know, and most of all these players is, if the government is not actually able to come in with standard templates, you know, standard regulatory framework to ensure that this is actually the level that we can be able to emit. Just like the decarbonization template is fine, but how far has enforcement been? You understand? I think have actually been some of the challenge that we've had in that particular space.
Okay, so now in the beginning we mentioned some firms that are actually coming up. Now, do you see mergers happening, acquisition happening, and if yes,
of
why?
Course, okay. I mean, that would definitely be.
Okay.
You're talking about oil and gas sector across other sectors. Across other sectors as well.
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas, okay. Yeah. So because I think just like I said, Seplat acquire, Cinnamon acquired a very important chunk, you know, in they acquired a very important chunk in Mobile. We saw as well Rwanda acquiring their Jeep oil from Eni, and then, you know, from the onshore. At the offshore, we've seen Shell, we've seen Shell, we've seen Chevron as well. I think actually being able to engage in a whole lot of mergers and acquisition strategy. So I think we'll actually be able to see a whole lot of these. Also, we have seen indigenous firms as well, you know, going into those partnerships. So they just felt like Seplat, like I said, Oando, in addition to the IOCs, we've seen a lot of mergers coming up. We've seen a lot of joint ventures. NNPC is also entering into joint ventures with IOCs, entering with Seplat, with across the value chain anyway, you know, the upstream, the midstream, and even the downstream. Dangote as well is actually partnering with NNPC as well, and there are discussions around to ensure that there is consistent feedstock. I'm talking about the crude oil that can actually be converted to maybe for petrol for that particular usage. So I think that is something that we are seeing on a very large scale. So the space is actually very open up to a whole lot of joint ventures, a whole lot of mergers and acquisition, a whole lot of collaborations and partnerships are things that we actually be able to see.
Very well said. Well said. All right, now let's move on. What kind of deal and partnership should we expect from your own point of view?
Okay, so for the deals now, maybe I think it is from the downstream.
Okay.
Which is where upstream a lot of deals are going on there.
Yeah.
I mean, quite a whole lot. Sizable deals that are actually be able to go on. But it's in the downstream that I think, because that's exactly what we'll be able to trickle down, maybe to average Nigerians to be able to benefit, from the activities deals that actually be able to go on here. So I think I would say expect more private players, more refineries anyway, more private sector-driven refineries to still be able to come up. Yes, we've seen players, we'll actually be able to see indigenous players that actually be able to apply for licenses. So I think we've seen a whole lot in that particular regard that have actually been able to come on. The government energy transition plan as well. The other deals that I think I see is moving away from non-renewable fossil fuel, because that is where the world is moving into. So I think we need to be able to strike a whole lot of deals in the renewable segment. Renewable. Because there are fears that, okay, this is what we're even talking about, the deposit that we have in terms of, the amount of oil that we have. When will it likely be able to dry up? If it dries up, where is the world going into? You are seeing world is actually going, a lot of activities going on into gas, which is actually an important renewable energy source. World is actually be able to go into other renewable energy sources that I think we needed to actually be able to have a master plan on. Yeah, the government claimed that there's a national gas master plan. There are renewable energy master plan that the government have actually tried to be able to pull out there. But I think most of the deals now should actually be able to focus on that as the excess of fossil fuel. Some energy experts predicted that maybe the next 30-50 years this oil will even dry up. Even though some are saying no, exactly, it's a natural gift and then it will still be there. There have been a lot of naysayers who have predicted it's going to dry up. But I feel like most of the deals now, just like you said, should actually be tilted more towards renewable.
Okay.
As opposed to fossil fuel, oil and gas. In fact, the world is trying to be able to move away from there. We'll go to COP30, climate conference of parties conference, climate conference in Brazil in November. And I'm sure the discussion there will still be around climate change, decarbonization. We have to decarbonize. We have to be able to move towards renewable energy. Okay. So I think it is still another important issue that we need to look at. And I think just like the deal you're talking about there. So I think in the upstream, I expect a lot of IOCs, as I said, that will be maybe the next 12 months, perhaps. Gas infrastructure deals is also very important. Gas is what the government should be able to definitely be able to look vehemently into, as I've mentioned. And then downstream, consolidations will actually be very important as well.
You should be part of the panelists, because you've done justice.
Thank you very much.
You've done justice. Well, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we still have the second part of the conversation that is going to happen at the summit today, which is we're going to be looking at driving recovery across several sectors. After this break, we still have Mohammed Akanji. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions,
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching BDTV, but let's go live now to our correspondent, Destiny Mohammed, who's at the venue. She's soaking in conversations and the atmosphere. Destiny, good morning.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. So what's happening over there? What's happening?
The event, the CEO's Forum.
Yes, please.
The theme this year is from reform to recovery. And don't forget that this is the 13th year of this event running. And also don't forget that this is the 24th year of the existence of Business Day. And right here, a lot is going to happen today because we have a lot of captains of industry, diplomats, policymakers here to make the difference. And then there are going to be like 3 panel sessions. A lot of discourse is going to come. handy here and giving us updates on how to go about our economic trajectory.
Okay, what's the mood like there? The speakers,
Wow.
the panelists, what's the mood like for all of them?
Amazing, amazing. They are very ready. A lot of CEOs, captains of industry have graced this occasion today. And trust me, so much is going to happen here.
Okay, have you spoken to anyone, any of the speakers? Have you met with any of them?
No, I thought it's wise to talk to the studio first. And after now, a whole lot will be happening. And then I will call out the very influential panelists so we can have a lot of discussions and come live to the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Destiny. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you to give us more reports on the happenings, of course, as the forum goes by.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, back to you, Mr. Akonji. Now, let's move to the second conversation for today. Like Destiny said, the mood there is amazing.
It's amazing.
And
amazing.
It's business day, of course. We're not to expect less.
Yes, definitely. I don't think you should.
Okay.
You shouldn't. And,
all right. So let's move to driving recovery across key sectors. And let's start with the basics. So when we talk about recovery across key sectors, what industry comes to your mind, first of all? Remember, key sectors.
Of course, across the sectors, there are 41 of them that we have in the Nigerian economic sector. And we know that a quite substantial number of them have actually been able to suffer economic quagmire in the past. But the recent growth rate that was actually released by the statistical body, about 3.46%, that was at Q4 last year. We've not gotten for the Q1 and Q2 of 2023 yet, but we've seen some sectoral recoveries, especially the financial sector. The service sector has actually did quite very well, most of the services, and I'm sure you'll be able to see them. So the service sector contributed around like about 57% of the total GDP as at 2024, which was quite good. And some of the key good drivers there were like telecommunication and ICT did quite very well. And we have seen substantial recovery in that particular space. We'll also be able to see spaces around the agric as well, the crop production and the agro-processing, and maybe trade and logistics, some of those sectors. Then the fintechs, we've seen that the financial and insurance industry also did quite well. And that was actually evident from their 2024 financial records that we'll actually be able to see. So most of those recoveries have actually been driven largely by some of the gains from the reform, as we've said, maybe adoption of technology, moving away from those, and maybe the resilience of the sector as well, because I think we should also be able to give it to some of those sectors, the never die spirit of some of these businesses, to ensure that they tend to actually be able to give in that strength, that effort, or that resilience, that grit, that determination to ensure that they'll actually be able to see through. So yeah, there are macroeconomic headwinds, which we are all very much familiar with. Inflation have actually been quite huge. Exchange rate has been unstable for a while. We've actually been able to see maybe exchange rate has been unstable. We've actually been able to have operating environment have actually been quite difficult and challenging. But despite that, we're seeing some sectors, just like I said, agric and telecom and ICT, the financial services, we're seeing some tangible recovery and tangible progress that should actually be able to happen across the sectors. So I think we've actually been able to see a little bit of some slight of it. And that's why I'm saying, so at the beginning of the year, that was what actually be able to point to a lot of watchers to say that maybe the economy is turning the corner in terms of what's
we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, Mr. Mohammed is going to be giving us more about the CEO forum and also opportunities that both the CEOs and people attending would get from this after this break.
I am, of course, the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content.
I'm solving. It is the reason why BusinessDay began a special section not long ago titled, Who is Thinking for Nigeria? Who is Thinking for Nigeria? Under that partnership, we intend to publish more than 300 well-researched articles and today, we are able to present more than 70 such articles that we have already published in BusinessDay. And at some point, my colleagues will be able to screen or put on the screen a QR code. If you scan it, will give you access to those 70 articles running over a bulletin of 160 pages. I hope you join with us. We need for more people to think for Nigeria. Today, we are being watched by a global audience via the broadcast of BusinessDay television on YouTube. And before I leave, let me just say one or two more things. Give me the book under that, under the two books. If you are willing to raise your leadership level, thank you, Lele. If you're willing to raise your leadership level from today, I recommend to you a groundbreaking book by Hal Gregersen, who has been a speaker at one of our CEO forums in the past. The book is titled, Questions Are the Answer. Questions are the answer. We have limited copies of this book being offered outside as you come into the hall. For me personally, I think it's arguably the best book I have read in the last 5 years. You need to get it. I also have pleasure in introducing to you great works from our cartoonist, Mike Asukwo, and I regard him as the best newspaper cartoonist in Africa. This is the second edition of his work. His first was titled Laughter in the Mirror. This one is titled A General Caught Napping. Limited copies are also offered at the registration desk as you come into the hall. And make sure you don't leave without a copy. Now, to the business I must do, unless I don't truly belong to the BusinessDay family. Make sure that if you are not a subscriber to BusinessDay digital service, that you take a paid digital subscription service before you leave here this morning. There will be questionnaires passed around, and be kind enough to fill those questionnaires before you go. Finally, this has been the most supported CEO forum ever. And we are grateful to our partners and our sponsors for the great show that we are able to put up here this morning. KPMG, our technical partners, have done a great job of choreographing the session that lies ahead of you today. But before I leave, let me kindly acknowledge the support of our sponsors and permit or indulge me to list them one by one. And as we do that, we would like to make a presentation to each and every one of them. Tolaram, please, if there's anyone from any of these companies, just indulge me by standing up, and our people will come around to present a gift to you. Inside this bag is a specially selected diffuser coming from outside, coming from all the way from Florence in Italy. You all acknowledge Florence is the origin of anything elegant about Italy. MTN. MTN. Is anyone here from MTN? Yes. Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank. Please, let's do this quickly so we can get started. Dangote Industries. Dangote Industries. British American Tobacco. British American Tobacco. NIDA. The National Health Insurance Agency. Taj Bank. Templars Law Firm. Templars. Seplat Oil. Seplat Oil. Tetraco. Dear Fatimi Lane. Dear Fatimi Lane. Coronation. Lutz Media. Lutz Media. KPMG. Oando. Renaissance. Let's do it quickly, please. Spiro. Spiro. Pernod Ricard. Nigerian Communications Commission. And then finally, Shapoji. 21 leading companies in Nigeria that have backed to this CEO forum. We are indeed very grateful for your support. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you formally to today's BusinessDay CEO Forum. Now, let the conversation begin. God bless you all.
Let's give it up one more time for Mr. Frank Agbogun, the CEO and publisher of BusinessDay Media.
That was a great presentation. I think I do agree that, yes, we have seen some reforms, notable reforms, bold, even laudable reforms, but there's still much more to be done. During his speech, the publisher did mention how we're still not able to convert our assets into more cash, and we're going on taking extra debt. That's something to chew on, really. Even despite the progress that's been made so far, there's still some way to go. Okay, so next on our lineup would be a presentation, right, Lily? By KPMG?
Absolutely. And before we announce our presentation by KPMG, allow us to warmly welcome our guest who just recently arrived, and allow us to stand on existing protocol. Thank you all for being with us. So to set the tone for today, we begin with a very interesting and insightful presentation, and it's going to be a very data-driven one, if I do say so myself, from our very established knowledge partner, KPMG. I think they're really known for turning complexity into clarity. And I believe that KPMG will unpack the macroeconomic realities that this publisher and CEO just outlined, and really figure out and highlight the critical reforms that are shaping Nigeria's business environment.
So to give that presentation will be Tola Adeyemi, Senior Partner, KPMG Nigeria, and CEO, KPMG West Africa.
Let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage for what I know is going to be a very insightful presentation.
I can't wait.
Thank you very much. You have your, right? Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You'll permit me to stand on existing protocol. Let me start by also congratulating BusinessDay on your 24 years of existence. BusinessDay has indeed made an impact on the business environment in Nigeria, so congratulations. I would say that as KPMG, we're proud to be here this morning working with BusinessDay as technical partners for this event. For me, it's important that we contribute to the discourse on Nigeria's economic trajectory as we journey from economic restructuring to sustainable growth. This morning, I aim to do three things. One, assess the broad impacts of the ongoing reforms. Two, present a framework for translating reforms to sustainable growth and recovery. And thirdly, to distill recommendations for government and businesses. So let's get started. I always like to start with why. Why? Why do countries implement reforms? I see this from our research. We categorize it under 5 broad headings. The first is for stability. The second, for growth. The third, efficiency. The fourth, inclusion. And the fifth, access. When we speak of stability, so a country pursues reforms usually to recover from or prevent impending macroeconomic crises. It's all about restoring confidence. When you talk about growth, it's about making economies more productive. Efficiency is about seeking to reduce waste and make public spending more effective. Inclusion is about reducing inequality and promoting a shared sense of prosperity to ensure that the economy benefits all rather than a few. And then access you usually see countries implementing reforms because they want to access perhaps multilateral funding. So Nigeria is no exception. Nigeria has gone on a path of reforms for, I would dare say, all of the reasons I highlighted earlier. And there have been a whole plethora of reforms: fiscal reforms, sectoral reforms, monetary reforms, trade reforms. Almost everywhere you look, there have been reforms. This administration has been widely acclaimed for the boldness of its reforms. And, you know, indeed, those reforms are all geared at strengthening diversification and improving domestic resource mobilization. If you followed the recent articles by IMF or Financial Times, you know, they use terms such as the reforms have been encouraging and fundamental, or that the reforms have stabilized the economy and have clearly laid the groundwork for a broader recovery. So the reforms, lots of reforms, and the reforms have been great. But while those reforms have been great, there's also no doubt that they have been painful for the populace. And when I speak of the populace here, I'm speaking both individuals as well as for corporates. And we know where the pain points have been. It's in terms of inflation, in terms of currency rates, in terms of just what I will describe as, you know, the general uncertainty that individuals and corporates have faced as they try to grapple with the reforms. So I thought that in framing our discussion this morning, we should seek to answer certain questions or just throw further light on them, which is to say, when we look at the whole plethora of reforms, are these the right reforms? The second question, are the reforms yielding the right results? And the third question, have we done enough to make the reforms sustainable? So let's examine each of these questions very quickly. In answering them, I like to look at them through three lenses. The first lens is looking at the comprehensiveness of the reforms. The second is looking at the responsiveness of the reforms. And then the third lens is to look at the sustainability of the reforms. So let's start by asking, are these the right reforms? And in answering that question, I would say, how comprehensive are the reforms that have been introduced? Now, at KPMG, from our extensive research and working with governments around the world, we've developed a framework. We call it the Growth Accelerator Framework. And it offers a lens to assess the comprehensiveness of Nigeria's economic reforms. In assessing the comprehensiveness, we look at it through 5 key lenses. The first is business enabling environment. The second has to do with entrepreneurship and the whole development of the ecosystem for the young population. The third is in terms of industrial development. The fourth, investment attraction. And the fifth, trade competitiveness. So we look at the reforms under each of these headings. And the conclusion we come to when we say, are these the right reforms? I think the answer to that has got to be yes, that we are pursuing the right reforms. I don't think Nigeria is short of ideas in terms of the things that need to be done. And indeed, when we look at the reforms Nigeria is implementing, using our growth accelerator framework, I would say that everything here, there's been discussions around it. All the ideas here have been put on the table at various times to government, and there have been discussions around it. So what then is the issue? To my mind, I see three issues. Number one is an implementation issue, where I would say we've discussed a whole range of reforms, but there's clearly further work to be done in terms of implementation of certain reforms. You could almost go through this list and, draw circles and say, well, this one we need to do better, this one we need to do better, this one we need to get started, etc. I don't want to go through the detail of that in this presentation, but suffice to say, as a country, I think we are implementing comprehensive reforms. I think we have put all the ideas on the table in terms of what needs to be done. And I believe the challenge now is to just get it done and get it done in a structured manner. The other challenge when you think about the comprehensiveness is the issue of inclusiveness, which is where you then say, are the reforms driving inclusiveness in the economy? And I'll talk a bit about that later on. And some have said, oh, there's also an issue of phasing of the reforms. That do we try and do everything at once? Do we attempt to boil the ocean? Or do we try and ease the reforms in? So I would just put these posers on the table, but I would say in answering that first question, are these the right reforms? The answer would be yes, but we need to work on implementation, we need to work on inclusiveness, and we need to be very careful regarding the phasing. Let's go to the second question. Are the reforms yielding the right results? So the data is there on the table that from a responsiveness standpoint, the economy is showing early signs of recovery. So you could argue that the economy is certainly moving in the right direction. Economic growth is up, trade balances are up, foreign currency rates seem to have stabilized. There's availability of foreign currency for those who seek it. Investor confidence in the economy is improving, and we also see some improvement in the ratings, the sovereign ratings of the country. But then, if you were to ask this question, are the reforms yielding the right results? I think the answer would be yes and no. And it will kind of depend on the segment of the population you're speaking to. Maybe for the investment community and for the business community, the answer might be yes. But clearly, for the general population, the answer one invariably hears is no. And so we must ask the question, why do we still have yes and no? To my mind, when you ask the questions of the segment that will say, no, the reforms are not yielding the right results, it's simply because they're yet to feel the impact of those reforms. How do you address that? How do you address what some have started to refer to as reform fatigue, i.e. a feeling that there are lots of reforms going on, but we're not seeing the benefits or the outcome of it, 2 years into the process. I think that to prevent reform fatigue, we've got to do a couple of things. The first is to improve communication, because in this reform journey, it's important that we build public trust and patience. And you can only build public trust and patience by explaining and re-explaining and re-explaining in great detail the benefits that are expected to accrue. So for me is improving communication. The second way in which we're going to prevent reform fatigue is clearly leading by example. That's a known tenet of any leadership change. You lead by example in terms of the behaviors that you want to see. Words must match actions. And then the third area is that in implementing any reform program, you've got to have quick wins that can impact the generality of the population as quickly as possible. So to get away from this yes and no, to my mind, to address the no, it's those three things: communication, leading by example, and then looking at the question of quick wins to address the more vulnerable. As we talk about building patience, I would add that building patience is important in the journey we're on, because no reforms don't happen overnight. So building patience is key. The other point to realize here is that reform is not a one-time intervention. Reform is a continuous process of change. And no matter the economy you look at, they're still undergoing reforms. When President Trump speaks about his big, beautiful bill, it is a package of reforms that he's talking about of the Nigerian economy. When you listen to the news in the UK, it's about reforms. So there's a recognition that the reforms, going about reforms is a process. It's a cycle that starts with diagnosis, defining the problem, consultation and mobilization around the solutions, implementing solutions, monitoring them, obtaining feedback, tweaking the solutions, and the cycle starts all over again. So the populace needs to be patient, and it's important in our reform journey that we build that patience. Let me touch on the third question very quickly. Have we done enough to make the reforms sustainable? You know, in answering this question, I like to do peer comparisons. And I know some people will criticize peer comparisons and say, oh, but the context of those nations are different. I accept that because I also believe that reforms to work must reflect the realities of the country. But at the same time, I do think there are lessons to be learned from other economies that have implemented reforms and where we are seeing more sustainable change. So in doing a quick peer comparison, I'll look at Indonesia and Vietnam. But you could add any other countries. You could add South Korea, you could add Chile, you could add Rwanda. When you look at the two countries I'm comparing Nigeria with, you'll see similarities in terms of population, in terms of the starting points of our GDP in 1985 and the current GDPs. And what you see here is a marked difference in terms of the trajectory each country has gone on over what is essentially like a 30 to 40-year period. What lessons do we learn from those reforms? What have those countries done? So let's talk about what are the cross-cutting insights. The first thing that comes out is that to make reforms sustainable, it's a combination of institutional, political, social, and economic strategies. I'll repeat that. To make reforms sustainable, it's a combination of institutional, political, social, and economic strategies. It's not just one thing. The other thing that comes out strongly from this is that for reforms to be sustainable, it must be institutions, not personalities, that drive reforms. And I say this with a sense of caution and responsibility, because we often hear of how this one individual is so reform-oriented, and therefore, we're grateful that we're on this path. It's not a sustainable path if all the reforms are dependent on one individual. Because when that individual goes, things may change. So it's institutions that must drive reforms. And that's one of the big lessons. We've got to build strong institutions and anchor our reforms on institutions. How do you do that? It's by codifying reforms into law. That's how you anchor the reforms, through institutions. The other lesson that we learn from countries that seem to be doing this well is that there's an agreement amongst the political elite as to the direction of the country, so that no matter which party comes into power, the direction of the country is clear. We've talked about this before in Nigeria. We refer to it as the elite consensus. It's very important because to prevent flip-flops, we've got to all agree on what the long-term vision for Nigeria is. That's what we've seen helps to drive sustainability. The third thing is about the planning framework. So we have master plans, we have development plans, we have budgets, etc., ensuring these things are all integrated. The other day I was looking at the sectoral plans that we've developed for different sectors over the years. They're great plans. They're comprehensive, but everything has got to link together. The plan, the budget, the 3-year development plan, it must all be coordinated. The fourth thing is around decentralization and a real focus on where is our comparative advantage as a nation. So subnational governments are empowered to manage their resources, and this is all in coordination with the direction at the federal level. The other thing we see in successful reform programs from a sustainability perspective is that strong investment in human capital and technology. But you don't get away from the fact that behind all of this is committed and accountable leadership. So in answering that question, have we done enough to make the reforms sustainable? My answer would be no. I think we need to do more. So that brings me to really, what are the recommendations around what we need to do in answering those questions? Are these the right reforms? Are they having the right impact? Have we done enough to make them sustainable? We have a number of recommendations here, and I won't go through all of them. But suffice to say that when it comes to the comprehensiveness, I've said it already, it's about really doubling down on implementation, getting that right. But beyond that, there's some other factors. There's security, which remains a concern. No matter what business or sector you speak to, there's still nagging questions around addressing the security challenge. So I think that's something that's critical as well as we pursue reforms of our security architecture. The other thing I'd emphasize under comprehensiveness is the role of technology as a means of reducing leakages and improving the quality and efficiency of public procurement. I know steps are underway to utilize technology, but when we look at countries that seem to be getting this right, there's an increased emphasis on technology. What do they call it? E-citizen. Every citizen, having a portal in which you go in and all your interactions with government are managed through that one secure portal. On the issue of responsiveness, it's about inclusiveness of reforms, making sure that there's benefit to all, not just to a segment. Because it's not just the investor community that needs to be happy with the reforms, it's the whole population. So there I'd spoken about communication, I'd spoken about, to communicate, you've got to have a means of measuring, and that speaks to the metrics that you use to measure. On sustainability, it's about strong institutions, it's about reforming the legal system to ensure we embed reforms into law and policy. And then also empowering and partnering with the private sector. As I said, I've put on this slide lots of recommendations, but I don't want to go, because of time, I won't go into them one by one, but I think you get the general direction in terms of recommendations. So as we sit back, what does this mean for businesses as you think about the environment we're in with all the reforms taking place and the challenges ahead for us? For businesses, I think it's so important that businesses step forward and take the front seat in terms of the discussions around national economic development. Businesses must participate actively in public-private dialogues to influence decisions in this constantly evolving regulatory landscape. Each time we speak with government officials, we sense this welcoming attitude of saying, come and talk to us, tell us what you want and what you need. So businesses must step forward to do that. There are opportunities in this economy. Even in the environment we're in, there are opportunities opening up in various sectors. Businesses must align their interests with the nation's economic direction and, exploit the opportunities that exist. It requires agility. It requires proactive risk management in order to do so. And an investment in these areas is important. On the horizon, we have the artificial intelligence and technology disruption that are going to affect many industries. So for businesses, it's important as well within this evolving regulatory landscape to make sure that we're not caught with our pants down on the issue of technology and artificial intelligence. So investing there is critical as well. But we've got to balance those investments. There's a balance between technology and workforce upskilling. You've also got to invest in upskilling the existing workforce, because we also need to create and generate employment in Nigeria. The other thing I would talk about here for businesses is the whole issue of supply chains and the investments that must be done to secure supply chains. These are some of the messages and implications for businesses. There are a number of other implications, and these are well captured in our CEO Outlook report that was done for 2024, looking into 2025. I do commend participants to scan the QR code on the screen, and you'll access the report where you'll see lots more insights. So as I close, I just want to leave us with these closing thoughts. It's a quote by a gentleman, Peter Welch, who emphasizes what we know, that for an economic recovery program to be effective, it must not only create a short-term economic boost, but it must also generate lasting value. And that value must be from the perspective of all participants, not some participants. It must generate lasting value. And then, of course, I leave you with my own quote, which is that reforms succeed not just because they are the right reforms, but because they are responsive to the objectives and they are also sustainable, because that is what long-term value is all about. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeyemi, for that presentation. Are the reforms working? I guess, as he said, it depends on who you ask. I imagine that if you ask some of the bankers in the room, if they think the reforms are working, they'll say yes. Obviously, we know how much the banks have made in revaluation gains since the liberalization of the foreign exchange market, and as well as how much they've made in investing in government securities, given that interest rates have gone up so that we can deliver real return on investment for the first time in many years. But if you speak to the manufacturers on the other side, I mean, they've just seen the cost of production go up, especially given that, to import some of the critical inputs that they need or require for production, the cost of those inputs have more than tripled because of the huge movement in the currency. So yes, like he said, it depends on who you ask. But I think there was something he said that was quite instructive for me, Lily, and it was a point he made about how institutions must drive reforms and not just personalities, and that's a way to ensure that the reforms are sustainable.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said that better myself, Lolade. And I'm glad to see that all your work in the newsroom is paying off. What a fantastic analysis that was. And thank you once again for that wonderful, well-prepared presentation. So I'm very excited for this next segment in the agenda. We will be having a fireside chat with none other than Mr. Frank Aigbogun, who is the CEO and publisher of BusinessDay. Distinguished guests, some names carry gravity across every boardroom in Africa, and today we are welcoming one of them. As an industrialist, a visionary, a nation builder, he is working to redefine Africa's manufacturing future. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Frank Aigbogun, who will be moderating a fireside chat with the president and CEO of the Dangote Group, Mr. Aliko Dangote, who is ably represented by the group chief in corporate strategy at Dangote Industries. He serves on the board of Dangote Peugeot Automobile Nigeria since 2018, held positions at McKinsey and Company, Shell. He's an INSEAD graduate, as well as many, many other wonderful accomplishments. So we welcome Mr. Aliyu Suleiman and look forward to a wonderful fireside chat. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Before we go away, I would also like to recognize the presence of some key people who are here. Engineer Minu Usman Gumel, the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State. A round of applause, please. Thank you. We also have Alhaji Dr. Umaru Kwairanga, Chairman of the NGX Group. You're welcome, sir. I'd also like to let you know that this event is being streamed live on our BusinessDay television, on YouTube as well.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Over to you, Mr. Aigbogun.
Thank you very much. Up until last night, I had been very certain that the man who will be sitting on my left will be the president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Something happened, and he's unable to be here this morning, but he's now ably represented. And we are glad to have this fireside chat. I have tried to moderate my questions and to then focus on what the Dangote Group is doing rather than what Alhaji himself is doing. Of course, my guest has already been introduced, so let's get into it. It might, if we do a good job at it, still find resonance and satisfaction here. Now, we know that the refinery has not only been completed, is now in operations. And I'd like to just ask a quick question, which I think is very important and may, find acceptance with you as well. And that is the question around when you make an investment decision and you even go to site, the journey doesn't seem quite straightforward as you begin to go on. Many things begin to happen. Where in other countries they get 1 or 2 approvals to do the thing, in Nigeria, you probably need to get 20, 27 approvals. So I want to just ask Aliyu this question. How were those days as the refinery construction went on, and even when it completed? What were the uniquely Nigerian setbacks or delays or challenges faced to get the refinery on stream? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Frank. First of all, let me start by extending Mr. Dangote's apologies for being unable to make it, to both yourself and to the audience. So for the next couple of minutes, I think I will temporarily be Mr. Dangote, and how I wish my bank account will also temporarily reflect that. To answer your questions, I mean, you are also a businessman, right? You know how difficult it is setting up a business, not just in Nigeria, but also in Africa. It has always been challenging. Starting from the cement business, for example, across Africa, when we were rolling out, we faced various challenges. There was a country where we were held up in court for 2 years. All work was stopped. There was a country where trucks were delivered to the port, and the keys suddenly went missing, and the trucks will not be removed from the port. There was a place where our CEO was assassinated. So generally doing business in Africa is unfortunately challenging. With the refinery, any project of this size globally is challenging because it is in a class that you call a mega project. And if you look at all mega projects across the world, one thing that is 100% certain is that they will not come in on time and they will not come in on budget. I think on our own side, to be honest, we were lucky that largely it sort of came in on budget, but of course not within time. So inherently the project is challenging, and then you put that project in Nigeria where the infrastructure is not there, the skills were not there, and that multiplies the challenge. We've all heard stories about the complexity and the size. For example, having to pump 65 million cubic meters of sand, having to build and install 250,000 piles to stabilize the land. Typically, when you have any process that is clear, any business that is clear, you know what to do. You document, you say these are the processes, this is what we follow. But when you have things that are uncertain of this nature, what you need is the right team, because you don't know what will hit you. So you need to have a team that will be able to handle solutions as they come. And then you also need to have leadership, and that's what Mr. Dangote demonstrated. I remember one Salah, I called him to wish him happy Salah, and he told me he was already at the refinery. He did his Eid prayer on the way to the refinery. He stopped at one mosque, did his Eid, and continued. So essentially that's what it took to be able to handle this challenge. The leadership and drive of somebody like Alaji, and then having the team that will be able to address challenges as they come. And there were many, many challenges.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I want to go a bit deeper with a follow-up question. In January of 2019, just before COVID broke out, I was in a room, a hotel room, with the former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Shibanjo, Aliko Dangote, and a number of other people, including Tola's predecessor, Kunle Elebute. And we were just talking about the issue of project implementation in Nigeria. And Aliko suggested a critical role for government. In fact, his view was that once an investor makes an announcement of the intention to invest, government should set up a team to handhold him, work with that particular investor from when that announcement is made and when the investment is fully realized and the construction is completed. How do you think government can do this for investors in Nigeria to ensure that announcements are not just made, but that we actually see the materialization of that investment?
Thank you. I think that's a good point. I don't usually like using Singapore as an example because they're a special country, but I will still use them here. In places like Singapore, they have what's almost like a relationship manager that is attached to businesses that are coming in. And this is somebody that is quite senior and has clout to be able to make things. So when a company decides to come in and invest, that person is appointed and he is responsible to work across all the business departments to be sure that they are ready and they provide all the support that is required. If we look again at this project and the business, we needed a number of government agencies or services to be in step. We had to bring in a large amount of equipment, some of size and weight that have not been handled before in our ports, right? So if you have something like this, then it will be possible to sit down with the likes of MPA and say, this is what is coming. How do we build and be ready for it? Even during operation, I think that as we scale, we've seen sometimes a lag between our demand on port handling facilities like tugboats and the rest, and their ability. But of course, they always try to catch up, but there is sometimes some lag. And this kind of interface will have helped to streamline planning and to make it happen. Is also, aside from the government, sometimes when you look at sectors where you invest in a value chain, especially gas, right? If you were to look at the power sector, you have a value chain where various people have to coordinate their investment at the same time, otherwise it will be inefficient. In such cases as well, having this kind of relationship manager that will coordinate across all the value chain, not just within government, but also within businesses will be quite valuable.
Thank you very much. I'd ask perhaps one of my concluding questions. The truth is, you need big investors to make the impact that Nigeria deserves. You need a big investor in power. You need a big investor in agriculture. I'm aware, for instance, in Turkey, one company alone generates 15,000 megawatts of power that goes into the grid. We have investors in Nigeria, and we need to get them to be as big as the Dangote Group is. But let me ask this question. He's conquered cement. He's conquered petroleum refining. What next for Dangote Industries?
Well, I don't know about conquering. That wasn't the intention. What Alaji always does is he looks at areas that are impactful, that are large scale, and that are difficult. So that will require somebody with his energy and drive
and resources to be able to deliver. As a group, we are looking at our growth is going to come from 3 sectors. Foods and agriculture, that's the first one. Cement and building materials, which is our bread and butter, and then oil and gas. In the foods and agriculture, we are also driving local production. One advantage of the reforms that are coming, like the FX reforms, is that it now makes local production cheaper versus imports. When we started our sugar backward integration, we struggled with the economics because you can always get sugar from Brazil cheaper than producing it in Nigeria. But with the devaluation, now sugar produced locally is actually cheaper than sugar that is imported. So in the area of agriculture, we have projects that will still continue. So backward integration in sugar, rice mills, tomato, and so on, whatever is viable. Cement is a mature business, but we still continue to look for growth opportunities. As you know, in Nigeria, we are building a new plant at Itori that is targeted mainly at exports. A couple of years ago, our plant in Cameroon used to import 3 to 4 ships of clinker. But today, we supply all the clinker Cameroon needs, either from Nigeria or from Congo, within the group. We are supplying our plants in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire with clinker from Nigeria. And we now want to go beyond and begin to supply third parties that import clinker from other parts of the world to get that supply from Nigeria. In the area of oil and gas, which of course will be the largest and is an area of focus, we will expand the refinery as the economics dictates, and also continue to invest in petrochemicals. And then largely there's a plan to double or more than double the fertilizer production capacity. And to also invest in other areas of fertilizer so that all the fertilizer needs of Nigeria and other African countries can be met by the group.
Thank you very much, Ali. We won't have time to take questions from the audience, but I probably should end this conversation by asking you if there's any other thing that you think would be helpful in just providing context around the success of the refinery in such a short time, and the global refining situation and the leading role that the Dangote refinery is already beginning to take.
So the Dangote refinery is changing the global flow of petroleum products. If you just consider the fact that, for example, we take about 15 cargoes, which by next year will become 20 of petroleum, of crude oil every month. Historically, those cargoes will have left Nigeria, right? And then they'll go somewhere else, they'll be processed, and then they'll come back. But now those cargoes go from terminals in Nigeria to a refinery in Nigeria. So that is changing the flows of both crude oil and petroleum products and is disrupting the market. The competition of having this alternative supply also means that suppliers from abroad have to lower their margins. Margins or prices of petroleum products have come down by at least $50 per ton since the refinery started, and all that benefit has gone to consumers. Share has been taken by the refinery from refineries across the world, from shipping lines across the world, and a lot of that value is now accruing to Nigeria and Nigerians.
Thank you very much. I am sure that Aliyu has been able to stand in the place of Alhaji Aliko Dangote, except that I'm not sure about his wish of swapping bank account with him. But please, a round of applause for my guest, and thank you very much.
Another round of applause for them, please. That was a great fireside chat, if you ask me.
I think most of us would want to exchange bank accounts with Aliko Dangote.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's a shame that Alhaji himself couldn't be here, but I imagine that, yes, he's been very well represented by Mr. Suleiman there.
Definitely not easy shoes to fill. I think he did a fantastic job.
Not easy at all. I think we also owe Alhaji a debt of gratitude, if you ask me, because he has almost single-handedly moved Nigeria from being a net importer of refined petroleum products to a net exporter. I never thought that would happen in my lifetime, and I'm pretty young, you know.
Are you? No, definitely a very bold initiative that we definitely thank him for that, and we hope that others in that space will also follow suit.
Precisely.
Yeah, amazing.
So to the next. So let's move to the next item on the agenda, and it's a 10-minute presentation by Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, who's the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority, NHIA. Is he here?
Yes, he is. And while he makes his way on the stage, I'd like to tell the audience a little bit about him.
Please.
He has authored policy papers, peer-reviewed publications, and co-authored books on health systems. And he has also contributed to expert advisory committees for the Institute of Medicine, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control Prevention, the World Bank, the Global Fund, and the World Health Organization. Let's put our hands together for him. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol for today. And I'll also like to join everyone in congratulating BusinessDay on their 24th anniversary. And congratulations, and I wish you many more successful years ahead. I just want to, for the few minutes I have, write on the presentations that were made, but also bring a different perspective to the conversations we've had today. A lot has been said about reforms and recovery. I think recently it was the anniversary of Chinua Achebe's book, Things Fall Apart. Chinua Achebe is someone that we all know very well for his great work in fiction, but less well known are his interests in politics and in development. Politically, he was very involved in the progressive movement and was actually running mate to the late Malam Aminu Kano. But the part of his career and life I want to highlight is that of development, where when invited by one of my previous employers, the World Bank, to speak about Africa, he listened to macroeconomists talk, and they talked about GDP growth, they talked about the infrastructure needs and gaps, etc. And when he was in turn to make his presentation, he said something. He said, Africa is people. GDP, statistics, infrastructure, all important. But at the end of the day, Africa is people and Nigeria is people. So all the I'm not sure this is working very well. Okay, great. We know that Nigeria faces a lot of demographic and economic challenges. I won't belabor the fact. We have a broad-based population pyramid because we still have high mortality rates, particularly infant mortality rates, low human capital index, high poverty rates, not news to all of us. And these have resulted in poor health outcomes that we've seen. It's not all doom and gloom because Nigeria also has a positive working age to non-working age population. So what we characterize as the demographic dividend just means that those who are in the working age bracket outnumber those who are in the non-working age bracket. And that's important because all the studies have shown that this can be and can spur economic growth. And so a comparison was made between Nigeria and Indonesia. And so when one looks at this, in 1980, Indonesia, like Nigeria, had the same broad-based population pyramid. High infant mortality, so children born didn't make it, and so hence the pyramidal nature. But by 2025, the picture began to look a bit different. In countries like Indonesia, it became more rectangular because as cohorts of populations grew, it meant more people came into the working age population. But Nigeria has fairly remained stagnant in the sense that even though we have high fertility rates and more births, because of the high mortality rates, we're not getting as many people going into the working age group. And when you look at the health outcomes in the two countries, it also suggests that. So why aren't we investing a lot? One of the things to note is that when you look at health expenditure in Nigeria compared to other countries, most people pay for healthcare out of pocket. So that means if you don't have a pocket, you don't pay for healthcare. And there was a World Bank publication that shared that about 1 million people every year are pushed into poverty due to illness and significant out-of-pocket expenditure. These are your potential customers, these are our clients, these are people we know. And what that means is that the success we've had over the years in economic growth and creating a middle class is so fragile that you're one catastrophic illness away from selling all your assets, emptying your bank account, and being plunged back into financial vulnerability. Hence the need for out-of-pocket spending to reduce. So overall, when we look at what the challenge and the opportunities are, we know that there's a potential to strengthen the safety net in Nigeria. There's a potential to unlock the demographic dividend. And thirdly, there's an opportunity to accelerate industrialization. So how do we do this? So in terms of reforms, a lot of the reforms in the health sector that were launched by His Excellency Mr. President and anchored by the Coordinating Minister for Health and Economy, all geared towards saving lives, reducing both physical and financial pain, and producing health for all Nigerians across 4 pillars. The pillars include effective governance, an equitable and efficient quality health system, unlocking healthcare value chains, and of course, health security. We all lived through COVID. And different agencies are responsible for these. And the NHIE anchored on this, we focused on 4 main pillars: expanding access to financial protection, improving equity, improving quality of care, and market efficiency. And the reason for that is, first, when we take on coverage, we know about 70% of Nigerians still pay for healthcare out of pocket. And that vulnerability means except you have more people covered and provide that safety net, more people will encounter the vulnerabilities that come with poor access to healthcare. But secondly, even as we expand coverage, even if we embark on these reforms, it's not enough to wait for things to trickle down. And that's why equity can't be something we hope will happen eventually to people. It has to be targeted, it has to be focused. Economic growth doesn't always translate into poverty reduction. You have to target poverty reduction. Hence, we embarked on a few equity programs and ensuring that the poor are covered as part of the reforms. Thirdly, of course, improving quality of care. And lastly, looking at the payer market and trying to make it more efficient to serve Nigerians. I'll just give a nod to one of the other reforms in the PVAC initiative, which was established by Mr. President in 2023, with the aim of unlocking billions of dollars in investments so that we would increase healthcare jobs, reduce outbound medical tourism. It's estimated about $2 billion every year is spent in outbound medical tourism for things that could potentially be treated in Nigeria, saving foreign exchange and also building a healthcare industry. And then the third thing is about domestic manufacturing of drugs and commodities. One of the things we witnessed during COVID was the breakdown of the global supply chain, which meant that every country had to rely on what it could produce. Nigeria can't wait for that next major pandemic to realize that it has to be able to produce the drugs it consumes, the devices it uses, and other consumables and services that its citizens need. So these reforms will end up giving us these three outcomes. Next slide. Okay. So what have we done so far? And how have we built the momentum for recovery? So first, we'll look at 4 areas: coverage, market performance, equity, and the healthcare value chain. In terms of coverage, in the last year and a half, well, we came in and were given a target that by 2027, we need to hit about 20+ million Nigerians being covered with health insurance. It's Q2 2025, and we're already 97% there. And then we began to launch additional reforms. One was to establish a mandatory minimum of what a benefit package for healthcare is. Second was building on decentralization, working with states, so that every state in Nigeria now has a health insurance scheme. Then we also looked at tariffs, and this had to be done through actuarial studies and analysis so that we move from arbitrary policies to actually basing policies on evidence. And this resulted in a 93% increase in capitation payments to providers. This is how much we give to hospitals so that they cover people under them. And then fee for service, which meant the tariffs that we pay for people to get care was increased by 378%. And all this was to kickstart the system so it begins to provide good quality care, but also attract healthcare providers to come in knowing that their services will be properly and adequately reimbursed. On equity, we also launched a few programs targeted at maternal health, because Nigeria unfortunately still has some of the highest rates of maternal mortality. So 2 of them I'll just highlight. One is on ensuring that women with a debilitating condition who may not die in childbirth but have something called fistula are treated. So right now the government reforms are such that if any woman has this condition, you show up at any accredited facility, the government pays, and then you get enrolled in health insurance. In less than a year, about 3,000 women have benefited from that. Same thing applies for women who die during childbirth. So we're working with about 250 hospitals in Nigeria to ensure that if a woman has an obstetric emergency, the days where you'll be told, go and look for money and come back, we're saying that we need to put those behind us. So across over 250 accredited hospitals in Nigeria, in every state, and those numbers are increasing as long as they meet quality thresholds. The woman is in labor and can't afford it and shows up, that care will be taken care of, NHIA will be built, and that payment will be made. So far, about 5,000 women as at May have benefited from this program that started in October. Then the government in the National Health Act passed a law that at least 1% of consolidated government revenue goes into primary care. Half of that covers insurance for the poor. And right now, about 2.7 million Nigerians are covered by that. And that is law. So again, for sustainability, we see that. In terms of the value chain work that is being led by my colleague, Dr. Abdul, We know that over $1 billion has been mobilized from the European Investment Bank mechanism, another billion through Afrexim Bank. Certain value chains have been prioritized, and this work is to catalyze that reform and transformation in the private sector so that we begin to unlock its potential and be more self-dependent. Given time, I'll just land on this. A lot of reforms have been put in place in the health sector, and there are certain themes that have emerged. One is there's a need to strengthen the social safety net for the country, because economic growth, or whatever we do without a strong social safety net, brings a level of vulnerability that creates fragility in all the reforms we're doing and in all the growth we have. Secondly, it's important to understand that Nigeria is at an inflection point where investing in human capital is not just does not just have intrinsic value, but also it's a precursor and a determinant of economic growth, as seen in Asia and countries like Indonesia. And thirdly, we need to begin to construe the health sector not just as something charitable, but as a key contributor to economic growth and to the growth of our GDP. And this we will achieve through industrialization, unlocking the healthcare value chain, and catalyzing investments to a public-private collaboration in the health sector. So my time is limited. Well, I'll stop here, and thank you for the opportunity to share a more human perspective to this. And I think my parting words will be those of Chinua Achebe, that in everything we do, and as chief executives, and as we fight for and look for economic growth and all the indices, always understand that at the center of it are people, human capital development, because ultimately Nigeria is people, and they have to feel the impact of all the reforms and all the transformation that is going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Another round of applause for him, please. It was a great presentation. I mean, truth be told, no matter how brilliant our reforms might be, without human capital, we're really going nowhere, right? So it's quite important to pay attention to the health sector. So now I'll move quickly to the very first panel session. It's on oil and gas. The theme is oil and gas in transition, reforms, recovery, and deals that matter. The panel moderator is Mr. Adewale Ajayi, Partner, Energy, and Head of Tax, KPMG Africa. Mr. Ajayi. A round of applause as he makes his way up stage, please. A round of applause. So this panel session explores the ongoing reforms and emerging signs of recovery in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, spotlighting major transactions and strategic deals concluded over the past 12 months. It will unpack key trends, uncover new opportunities, and examine the evolving trajectory of the industry. To join Mr. Adewale Ajayi this morning are Mr. Tony Atta, Managing Director, CEO, Renaissance Africa Energy Holdings. A round of applause as he makes his way up stage, please. Ainoje Alex Irune, Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, Managing Director and Group Executive Director of Oando PLC. A round of applause, please. We also have Adegbite Falade, who's the Managing Director, CEO of Aradel Holdings PLC. A round of applause. We have Mr. Roger Brown, CEO, Executive Director, Seplat Energy PLC. Is he here? There. All right. Over to you, Mr. Adewale.
This is Black Roger, huh? Black Roger. One for the box. One for the yellow end. This is black. Okay, yeah, that's level. You want us to move one? Yeah. Let's move one. Thank you. Go on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Can I get some vibes in the room? Good morning. Okay. First and foremost, let me add my warm congratulations to this day for the 24th anniversary. So congratulations this day. We're going to be speaking business. Oh, sorry, did I say this day? Business Day. My apologies. Business Day. All right. So we're going to be speaking about oil and gas and industry from reform to recovery. And I think what is very important for us to bear in mind is that when you look at the oil and gas industry today, it's gone through so many significant developments. You know, and some of these developments range from price volatility. Just before I came up today, I checked the price of the Brent crude, and it's just under $70. And I'm mindful of the fact that when we set our budgets, you know, for this year, we set a benchmark of $75. So we've seen so many, you know, all sorts of volatilities in the industry. Not only that, we've seen regulatory changes, right? We've seen all sorts of geopolitical tensions in the industry. And above all, you know, we're seeing innovation, right? And when you look at the Nigerian oil and gas industry, one thing is clear, is that we're not immune from what we're seeing on the global scene. Currently, we're experiencing production decline. I took a look at the production figures from January to date. Apart from January, where we actually achieved about 1.7 million barrels, since then, we've struggled to keep up to 1.7 million barrels. In fact, we're barely meeting our OPEC quota if you strip out condensate. So those are the changes that we're seeing in the industry. But one thing is clear, is that for us to move from reform to recovery, we must have strategic planning. There must be innovation, and we must embrace change. So these are the issues that we're going to talk about. There is no doubt in my mind that we're currently on this journey from reform to recovery. So on that basis, we're going to dive right straight into the conversation. Let me start this conversation, you know, with well, the Black Roger.
I will introduce myself, don't worry.
Okay. From Seplat. What I would like you to do is to give us an assessment of what you think. You know, we've spoken about some of the changes that have taken place in the oil and gas industry today. You know, last year in February, the government introduced, you know, some incentives to reduce, you know, the issues we have in local content, contracting cycle, you know, turnover, and of course, approval threshold. We've also seen an attempt, right, to be able to incentivize, you know, non-associated gas for onshore and shallow water, and recently, deep water. And just about 2 months ago, the government came up with a framework, you know, to focus on reducing costs in the industry. So what I would like you to share with us is your assessment, you know, of those reforms that have taken place. You know, how will you describe the current state of the Nigeria oil and gas industry?
Thank you very much, and a very good morning, everybody. My real name is Samson Ezugworie. My other name is Roger Brown, but today I chose to be black and Nigerian. When I change color, I will be Roger Brown. I will not talk about either sharing or transferring account numbers like we have heard earlier. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Seplat Energy. First of all, congratulations this day on your milestone achievement. Business Day. On your milestone achievement. And I bring you apologies from Roger Brown, who had also had to travel on a very short notice out of country for some other business exigencies. And then back to your question. So next time when you call me Samson today. Back to your question. You have very carefully outlined the reforms and the steps being taken by the current government to reposition the oil and gas sector, the energy industry in Nigeria. And you are now asking me about the assessment. So early days, I will say, We started up with the presidential mandate, but if you look at the trajectory, I would personally say that the outlook is very excellent, and we are all positioned for a very transformative oil and gas industry. Why do I say so? First is that the country is rich in both oil and gas resources, so there's no doubt about that. With over 200 TCF of gas resources, then we are in the right place. Secondly, we will see that the oil and gas industry is also being faced with a big transformation whereby the IOCs, the international oil companies, are exiting the onshore shallow water area and transferring them to us. If you look across, you will see us. If it was like a decade plus ago, possibly the color on the table here would have been different. So the Nigerian indigenous companies, another IOC, if you really see, now is IOC to IOC, we have also demonstrated sufficient capacity and financial capability to take on these assets and run with them. But coming back to the reform itself, there is something that is happening now, and I would say there is the lining up of all the stars. So the outlook is very good, excellent, and better than it had ever been before. So reforms can be good and as good as a piece of paper. It can also be good because, given the lecture we've just listened to, there are indications for sustainability. There are indications for it to be truly implemented in an effective manner. Now, if you go back a few years ago, people will be standing here and quoting for you what is happening in the other parts of the world, in the globe. But I can give you Nigerian statistics. Based on the outlook today, there is, if you listen to Benga Komolafe recently, there is the pronouncement that we have attracted over $16 billion of investment for oil growth in the near term. That is a clear statement. But then let me break it down to one other small thing that will give you another indication. Recount in Nigeria in 2021 was 8. Recount as we speak today is about 46. So again, that tells you and gives you an indication of the level of activity that is actually ramping up here. And what does that tell you? There is great investor confidence, and people are now bringing money back into the country, and we are now investing. Last but not the least is that the new change we have in the NNPC today is better than we have ever seen it in the industry. In the past, we could fly from Lagos to Abuja to go and see the industry chief executive, and 5 minutes to the meeting time, they will tell you that he had to attend to other serious business issues and meeting is rescheduled. Today, the GCEO of NNPC comes down to the industry players, and there are bi-weekly meetings where we track performance and we look forward to removing blockers that are holding the industry back. I can go on and on and on. Okay, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You painted a positive outlook for the oil industry. Let me come to you, Tony, right? I mean, your company is still young, so to speak, right? But, you know, given what's just been discussed, what will you consider as the operating challenges that you face, you know, doing business in Nigeria today?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank my brother and friend, Mr. Frank Kaibogu. Business Day. I really must invite a round of applause for Business Day this morning. Beyond this forum, it's not obvious, but over the 3 years that we battled as Renaissance to be able to take over the assets of Shell, SPDC, we met a lot of obstacles. A lot of times we were knocked down, but not knocked out. But I must confess that it took very strong voices like those of Frank and Business Day who stood up to authority to say, what is wrong remains wrong, and what is right can only be right. And I really must thank you, because now for me that is part of the reform. When one of the prior speakers talked about the elite consensus, it looked as if the elites are individuals. The elites can be institutions like BusinessDay, because they stood up. And that is the only reason why I am here today as Renaissance. Really, really happy to be here. We are Renaissance, and as the name connotes, it's a new beginning. It's a rebirth, an absolute new opportunity, and from where I sit, perhaps the greatest opportunity for Nigeria. So it took 3 years for us to come alive in a bilateral deal between a willing seller and a willing buyer. Why did it take 3 years? It was all around the regulatory obstacles and everything we've had to jump through. That is unnecessary. If you just imagine that we are barely 120 days in business as Renaissance, we have increased production by 40%, both in oil and in gas. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine if that was from 3 years ago, where we will be today? So we are talking about production that we need for this country to survive. And it's very important when we talk about reform. You cannot reform what you don't control. Where is the control sitting? And I really invite you to look at this panel. And as my brother Sam just said, if this panel was 5 years ago, you have 4 Igbo men and maybe 1 Alex to join them. But today we're all here as Nigerians, which is a signal that the reform itself is already working. Nigerians are taking over. More than 50% of Nigeria's oil production today is associated with Nigerian companies. And I think that's not something you should take for lightly. But we must confirm that while the reform is on, while Nigerians are taking over, there's a lot more that needs to be done. First and foremost, I think the 3 executive orders that have been signed have been very, very helpful, and I'll speak to one of them. One critical one, which held down the industry for the 30 years of my career, was to the extent that whatever business or contract you want to sign that is higher than $500,000 or 20 million naira, you must go to government to secure approval. At the time, 20 million naira was much higher than $500,000. But with a fluxion of time, devaluation, and all the evolutions that happened to naira and our economy, it became more important to do business at $500,000. But this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And for 30 years, this industry was held down that you couldn't do a deal to procure service above 20 million naira or 500,000 without going to seek help from a regulator. But that is one of the reforms that the executive order has dealt to say, we raise that threshold to $10 million. And I think for me, that brings flexibility, and it speaks to one of the agility that is possible. That's where we see it as Renaissance. And it speaks to our core vision of being Afrocentric. So in partnership with government, we want to move Nigeria to that center stage where we truly become the African giant. Our vision as Renaissance is to be the African leader, enabling energy security in Africa and the industrialization of Nigeria in a sustainable manner. That's what we're about. That's what Renaissance is. And I dare say the Renaissance has begun both for company and for country. Thank you very much.
Tony, let me stay with you. If there is one thing that you can change in the regulatory operating environment in Nigeria, what would that one thing be? Just one thing.
Well, to be fair, the regulatory environment is improved, which is why we can have a picture like this. The PIA that has been passed into law was a bill for 20 years. And over the 20 years while we were romancing the bill, the rest of the world moved on. But when we passed the bill, we didn't quite take cognizance of the transition that has happened over the 20 years we were dilly-dallying. But for whatever it's worth, we now have an act. And I think that act today should be reviewed for current reality. That act doesn't take cognizance of digitalization. That act doesn't recognize AI. And today, as we are sitting here, you can't survive without AI. that act is a bit outdated on arrival. So for me, the revision of that act is the first thing. But in terms of regulatory support, you need to enable the industry. One of the biggest challenges we all face today is not the production, but is how to get the production to point of sale. And that is production versus point of sale is something in between we call pipeline. And that is all about security. Today, the regulators need to do a better job of defining what it takes to secure our pipelines and ensure that whatever we produce can get to points of sale and become value for our country, Nigeria, way ahead of the companies.
Thank you. Let me go to Bite now. Bite, Nigeria is one of the highest cost producers when it comes to hydrocarbon. And one of the things that the government has just done is that they've introduced this incentive framework, just desire to to reduce cost. One thing that I like about the framework is that it not only helps to incentivize operators to reduce cost, but also help to preserve government revenue. But there are some concerns that I have, that have been expressed, with the cost incentive framework. One of them is that it is not tiered. In other words, it does not differentiate between various levels of performance. If I exceed my target by 10% and someone exceeds his own target by 20%, we get the same thing. There is no differentiation in the level of performance. The second concern that has been expressed is the fact that it does not promote capital efficiency because it only focuses on operating cost. So that is a concern. And of course, the third issue really has to do with the fact that there is no linkage to any environmental metrics. So I would like to hear your thoughts about the effectiveness or the wise of the cost incentive framework.
All right. Thank you, Wale, for that question. And I think I'll join my other panelists to congratulate BusinessDay. Congratulations. There has been a series of implementations coming out of the Petroleum Industry Act that is being augmented by various regulations and also more recently some executive orders. Both Tony and Sam have spoken to some of those. I think the one in question you just asked me about now, which is the most recent one, is focused on cost efficiency. Unfortunately, our cost of production in Nigeria is very high because beyond normal industry cost variables, we have our Nigeria-specific imposed variables that just raise up the cost. When others are producing at low cost thresholds, we have to think of the burden of having security in order to just get our production to the point of sale. The plethora of regulatory fees and charges we have to pay, they all add up to make the cost higher. And in recent times, as we have the Trump effect, another effect that I've seen us with lower realized prices, it just stands to reason that government's initiative for a cost efficiency target is the right thing to do. Otherwise, you find out that practically all the revenue you generate is just swallowed up in cost. So it's a fantastic idea. It's a step in the right direction. And it's one that we as operators really want to support. But I hear you very well, loud and clear, about is that the best way to go? I think the first thing is to celebrate the fact that there is a cost efficiency target and it's already driving behaviors. Those behaviors, for example, now are making us to explore more efficient ways of collaborating, sharing infrastructure, just to make sure we continue to drive down costs. As great as cost is, there are some other variables that need to be drawn into the net of that target. And for us, and for me in particular, it's around value. Because there's a way you can be lowering your cost of operation and you may be damaging value. A value focus will help us more. And when we then look at a value focus, we will then be finding out how do we leverage the serious underutilization of existing capacity we have today. On the average, operators today on the aggregate are operating at barely 60% of installed capacity. A value metric will drive us to find out how do we fill up that haulage in the installed infrastructure, so that as you are driving costs, you're also looking at how do I boost production, how do I increase all the things that just make sure what percolates to the bottom becomes a whole lot more than it would have been. And you're right, it's not a one straight bullet for everybody. It has to be assessed for costs. So there are indigenous operators today that are operating in areas where their water cost is very high. If you are just saying everybody reduce cost and you're not factoring in the peculiarities from one operator to the other, you may be incentivizing a behavior that makes us on the short term want to target the benefits of the cost metrics, but on the aggregate we are losing value. So maybe a tweaking of that executive order to recognize the exigencies and the peculiarities of each operator will help us on the whole to extract more value. But clearly, without gainsaying it, cost efficiency is a target that is worth pursuing, but not at the expense of overall value delivery. And overall value delivery is about efficiency, it's about raising up installed capacity, and it's also about looking at capital efficiency for CapEx. It's reviewing the entire ecosystem from what to pay for regulators, what to pay for security, what to pay for freedom and access to operate in your communities. All that put together is what will help us. There are some of them that are within our control as operators, but there are some of them that also have to be enabled by the ecosystem of regulators, government security agents, in order to achieve the objective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Alex. We've seen some deals that have taken place in the oil industry. We've seen Oando acquire Hajip assets. We've seen Chapa Energy acquire Equinor assets. Of course, Tony just spoke about Renaissance, acquisition of Shell assets. Right? Of course, there is Seplat, acquisition of Bobo. I guess my question is this: how have those divestments changed the ownership dynamics in the Nigeria oil and gas industry today? And what kind of responsibility do we expect of Nigerian operators?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. See, Tony gave me this mic and it's not working. But when he used it, it was working. Take Renaissance. Good morning, everyone. I think we can all acknowledge that to run a business in this country for 24 years, not grow, just run the business, is a miracle in itself. But then to become the standard of global QC, quality check, for business activity in Nigeria, and I've experienced this personally. When companies want to do DD on you, they go and bring business day reports. They say, see what business they wrote about you. To attain that level of global recognition, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for the CEO of BusinessDay, my other brother Frank. Thank you very much for all you do. It is easy to be a voice in a small room amongst friends. It is not easy to be a voice across a nation, a continent, or the world. You must always be criticized. Thank you for that. We're missing someone from this panel, Olu Vahen, who for me would have really brought a slightly different perspective perhaps, because we all speak from the same sort of perspective. I think everyone has said everything that we all think and we've discussed. But to your specific question about the deals that have happened, we've been led over the last 2 decades by what I call the fortunate child, where you give birth to a child in surplus. He perhaps does not understand the meaning of prudence, hard work, or indeed the effect of their behavior on the future generations. Oil was a blessing to the country. It came in, created a lot of petrodollars, and very quickly we became negligent in our responsibility in developing the sector. I think, I would say 5 or 6 years ago, we reached rock bottom where our production dropped to circa 600,000-700,000 barrels. We had 3 of our major trunk lines all force majeured. And as operators, we could not go one day without recording at least 5 or 6 incidences on our pipelines. We had to take stock and imagine a world in which this continues. The industry would be dead in less than 5 years, apart from the offshore producers, who are largely international. So all of that value will leave the country. This presented 2 things, a blessing and a curse. The blessing being the fact that those that were looking for contracts and inflating contracts, well, there was no more development, so there was no contract to inflate, there was no contract to run after anymore. Those that were the naysayers in the industry and wanted to do other things other than develop the industry found that there was nothing to pilfer. So that was a blessing. We all had to turn our behaviors into additive or productive behaviors. And we saw the NNPC prior to now start to make a few changes around personnel, try to enforce some decency around contracting, etc. Now, the blessing was that it created the opportunities for the companies you see here. The international players were clear in their minds that this operating environment was not one they would tolerate, they could justify, or will pass any investment metric in their global portfolios. So they decided they will focus on the onshore and leave offshore and leave the onshore. And there was the blessing. They say local problems typically have local solutions. And these are the local solutions here. We were able to acquire these assets, and as you've listed, whether it's Seplat, whether it's ourselves, Owando, Renaissance, with the singular aim of turning around this story. We were also fortunate to have a president that is bold. If we start with the removal of subsidy to where we are today with the passing of the executive orders, he's made certain declarations that have changed the ecosystem for good. And we've seen an NNPC now that has been brought to the future, or at least its present day, with the right people in the right places. We have the leadership of Biojulari, who is a seasoned professional, and an exco of truly talented people that understand what business efficiency and productivity is about. And we're feeling those effects. Bitte spoke about them, and the other panel spoke about them. I said this at the last panel I was in. My concern is if we don't get it right now, I worry that we may never get it right, because all the stars have aligned for us. A competent national oil company, because you must have an example, a leader in the industry. They are by far the largest producers amongst all of us. They are now cost-focused, they are value-driven, and they have a workforce that truly can change the direction and fortunes of this country. The local companies who have stepped up to take over ownerships of the land assets of the IOC, at least, or the shallow water. But we are not as buoyant as the international companies. So a lot of what we do is hinged on value. Every step we take, what is the value? Whether short-term, medium-term, or long-term. But around that value conversation is the fact that everything we do comes back to us. So when I sit with NMPC today, I'm fighting for value on the Owando side, but as a citizen of Nigeria, I'm fighting for value on the NMPC side, because every barrel of oil they sell is for everyone in this room. So there is a huge shift in the mental posture of the players in the industry. The regulators have come to understand that as an industry, we all stand as one. You name it. So we see a lot more collaboration between ourselves and the regulators now. Understanding what's required to move forward as a country, but as a sector or an industry, how we create value, not just for the country, but for every company here. So those transactions you've seen have changed the landscape, in my view, for the foreseeable future, but most importantly, we've seen a doubling of production and Renaissance. We've seen a doubling of production since we took over in September with the Owando JV, and I can tell you for a fact, Seplat is going to be announcing very soon, potentially, the same sort of strides. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Alex. Let me go back to Bite. Bite, obviously, for us to be able to move from reform to recovery, it requires some degree of collaboration. Now, my question is this. What do you think, or how do you think the stakeholders in the industry can better leverage partnership, innovation, and technology, to unlock value in the value chain in the industry?
Okay, thank you. If we go back 20 years ago, in our industry, we had probably about 7, 8 operators. Today, we're speaking about nothing less than 40 or more operators. And a lot of those additional operators have emerged off the back of already installed infrastructure that used to be one single integrated infrastructure. I think the first place where we can achieve those collaborations is to begin to recombine assets and operations in terms of how we use them. And the great thing is that even though those assets and mining leases have changed hands, there has been a constant factor. NMPC had remained constant. And so rather than each new operator proliferating assets, and NMPC can leverage its presence across multiple operators to force the usage of what used to be one single integrated infrastructure. I think that's one way where we can see that collaboration. Today, one of the greatest challenges we are facing in the industry is shortage of manpower. Today, if we don't take care, people like us who are sitting here will struggle to retire. Because when we look back, we don't see the funnel. And one key area of collaboration is us coming back to fund and sponsor training institutions that continue to produce the talent for the future, that continue to invest in R&D in partnership with universities whose outcomes will benefit the entire industry. So there are quite a lot of areas where we can leverage. And indeed, that is already happening. So for example, in our operations in Aradel, there are at least 2 marginal field operators we just started that funnel their production through our production infrastructure and take it to the point of sale. So it's us continue to find those areas. And I think one other area where we've done well as an industry is the umbrella bodies that we have, the OPTS and the IPPG, where we come together to continue to find those pockets of synergies that we can collaborate and just make our operations more seamless, more efficient, and share resources. There are also initiatives going on within the regulator today on certain asset sharing. So NUPLC today is looking at sponsoring rigs that a club of operators can come and share. Similar infrastructure also being roped into that construct that can allow collaboration and sharing of infrastructure. And the more of that we continue to initiate, not only as a government-led or regulated-led initiative, but as bilateral initiative, is one area where we can continue to create more value as an industry.
Thank you. Let me move to you, Tony. Right. We know that we've spoken about some of the reforms that have taken place in the industry today. And as we move from reform to recovery, there are opportunities to be unlocked, right? And there are challenges also. And my question to you is, how is Renaissance adapting its strategy and business model, to stay competitive and remain resilient?
Thank you very much. I've not gone to business school like my brother Alex, so I don't talk strategy. As you can expect, we've just taken over from Shell, mid-cycle. Shell came to Nigeria to do business, to look after its countries in Europe. I'm defining in my head, what am I about? And that is why, for where we are today, we are all about our vision more than strategy. And I actually talked about the vision earlier. It's very Afrocentric, it's very bullish. We want to be the African leader in energy. We want to enable energy security, and I will speak to energy security, and be the catalyst for industrialization in Nigeria. Would that be calling for one strategy to do that vision? No, there will be multiple strategies. But for where we are is even understanding first and foremost, what is our purpose? Now, when we talk energy security across Africa, there's the unfortunate data that of the 1.23 billion Africans there are, more than half, over 600 million people, do not have access to direct electricity in Africa. So we're asking ourselves questions as Renaissance, that new beginning, that new hope, renewed hope that we represent. What can we do about that? Think about it. What is energy security? In Nigeria today, there is a most unfortunate data of 100,000 people dying every year. This is half year now. If you're linear in thinking, 50,000 people have already died because they do not have access to clean energy. And I speak to it very passionately. Think about it. 100,000 people, mostly women and children. So painful. Think about that woman. Some people say to me, oh, I like Mama Put. I like Amala. I like this. Have you gone to the back room where this is made and see the amount of smoke that these people inhale? Think about that woman with one baby on her back, one on her left, one on her right, and they will walk into that kitchen and inhale that smoke. Their lungs are gone. That is one of the key narratives that as Renaissance, we want to change. My brother Sam just said we have 210 TCF of gas. What does it matter, even if you have 500 TCF of gas for that woman? That's what Renaissance is about. Industrialization is key to us, it's prime. Today, we are delivering 1.9 billion standard cubic feet of gas every day to NLNG. Fantastic. And I used to know a thing or two about NLNG. But that gas is for export. Yes, it brings revenue. But the gas that is required to industrialize Nigeria is not export gas. So we've got to start to reset our minds around what will it take to industrialize Nigeria, and that is what Renaissance is working towards. So when you ask me about strategy, it is the strategy to deliver this vision that we're working on, and in 100 days, I'm focusing more on transition than strategy.
Thank you so much, Tony. Sam, let me come back to you. I mean, obviously, there is no way, when Tola was speaking, he spoke about some of the things that businesses need to do. And one of them that came out clearly from his presentation is technology. Technology is an enabler. We need to reduce the cost of doing business, especially operating cost per barrel in the oil and gas industry. So my question to you is, how has Seplat leveraged technology to improve operational efficiency?
Thank you very much for that. And I think I would really like to pivot from where Tony stopped. I would like to first of all say that since 2009, 2010, when Seplat Energy started its operations in Nigeria, we have seen technology as a key business enabler and a key driver. And we have actually leveraged that in a number of ways. At the moment, Tony talked about export gas. Seplat Energy today produces about 30% of the domestic gas needs of this country. Again, powering progress, powering the country, powering the industry, but it's not enough. And that is why I think with Renaissance also coming on board, then you see the partnership there. But let me leave that and then speak specifically to technology. In the domestic gas space, for instance, when Seplat took over one of the facilities in Auburn, it was a 90 million scopes per day capacity. We moved quickly and transformed that to 465 million standard cubic million scopes per day capacity. Today, producing at export capacities, dry gas into the domestic market. And now this is what some of the key industries in the country are leveraging to grow. But let me then step back and speak to how we do this, because the how, that is the most important thing. And then again, we are here on the panel today, but it's about what do we learn, what do we share, so that we can grow organically. I start with the people. For us to make sure that we deliver the business, we devote a lot of the technology in people empowerment and people development and people training. So we have a virtual reality center where we have operator training simulators, whereby we can keep our operators in a room and take them through the plant, through the facilities, and train them on how to operate the plant in a very efficient manner. That way, we create an enabling environment for capacity building and capacity development using that technology that is in-house, and then managing logistics. And we're not taking these people out to the Europe or to other parts of the world to go and train them, but then this is an in-house technology that we have installed. Then on the running the assets in itself, we have also at the moment predictive analytics for our major equipment. Critical equipment like compressors, pumps, and all the mechanical equipment, we have predictive analytic tools on them. And what these tools will do for us is to help us tell us ahead of time when we need to carry out maintenance activities on them. This way, we proactively respond in a proactive manner instead of in a corrective manner, because if you wait and run the equipment to failure, then you come back and then you suffer some downtime. So with that alone, you can then see why we receive less calls from Abuja because of either lack of gas supply into the domestic grid and then causing the country not to function. I would possibly say one more and then I'll leave it there, because there are quite a lot of technologies that we deploy, which again, there is one that I can look up on my phone at the moment. We call it Seplat Virtual Asset Monitoring System. I can look up all my wells on my phone and then monitor the effectiveness and the efficiency of those wells. And then I can tune the wells and actually monitor the performance of the wells and ensure that the well is operating within a set envelope. So with that, what we have done in Seplat is we deploy technology to manage 4 things. Is either do things safely, do things in a more cost-effective manner, or do things faster, all for productive and efficiency. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We don't have that much time. We've got about 2 minutes and 20-something seconds. So what I'm going to do with the rest of the panel is that I'm going to ask you a series of rapid-fire questions. You don't need to think about it. It's a yes or no question, right? So I'm going to start with Alex. Well, Tony has already. Alex.
Testing.
Okay. Is yes or no? Will Nigeria achieve its net zero ambition by 2060? Yes or no?
I defer to Tony.
The question is, why does she have to achieve?
No, it's yes or no, so that we can. Okay, we don't have that much time. Okay, let me go on to the next fire. Okay, so Tony, this is for you. Do you have his own? Okay, you want to take it now? Okay, so I mean, yes or no? Do you agree with OPEC strategy? You know, focusing on reclaiming market share rather than focusing on profitability, on higher prices? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Vita, so this question is to you. All right. Should Nigeria, yes or no, should Nigeria prioritize domestic demand of crude oil rather than export? Yes or no?
The answer should be both. We should prioritize both.
Okay. Okay. Samuel, okay. In the budget 2025, they estimated the production benchmark is about 2.1 million barrels per day, right? We're currently struggling with 1.7 million barrels per day. So yes or no, for the rest of the year, will Nigeria achieve the 2.1 million target?
For this year?
For this year.
Realistically, no.
No. Okay, so I want you guys to answer this question, just yes or no, right? Oil price is just currently below $70. What is your outlook? Will it fall below $70 by the end of the year? Yes or no? Let me start with Samuel.
No.
Vita?
I'm not sure.
Tony?
No, it's going to recover.
Alex?
We see a recovery, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Please, can you show your appreciation to my panelists? I think if there is one key takeaway from this session, is that definitely Nigeria is on the way, from reform to recovery. But we've also agreed that it needs a strategic planning, it requires innovation, and it requires collaboration. That is the only way we can get to the destination. And companies need to embrace change. They need to embrace technology for us to get to where we are. Thank you so much, everyone. Please show your appreciation to my panelists.
Thank you very much.
Okay, while the picture session is going on, I'd like to say quickly that we have an exciting discount for whichever firm will be interested in taking our premium subscription for at least 5 of their members of staff. So speak to any business representative to make the most of that huge discount that we have on offer for you. Thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together for that panel one more time. I think the moderator was trying to put them on the spot with those last questions, Olade.
The yes or no questions.
I think we have some very diplomatic people on that panel. Thank you so very much. Okay, great. So before we go on to the next agenda item, I would love for everyone to please kindly take out their phones and scan QR codes on, yes, it's fine. Thank you. Scan the QR codes on the screen. Please kindly take your phones and scan the QR code on your screen in order to stay informed with Business Day. Thank you very much for doing so. Next up, Lolade, we have a very, very exciting presentation by none other than Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is the DG CEO of NITA, which is the National Information Technology Development Agency. And he will be presenting on how technology and talent are shaping Nigeria's transformation. Please welcome Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, the DG Director General of NITA, which is the National Information Technology Development Agency. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Please permit me to recognize the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State. That's my state. His Excellency Engineer Amin Usman, and the CEO of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank. Thank you for organizing this event and having us. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The theme of this conference is exciting, from reforms to recovery. But when I reflect deeply, it resonates to me. It means, or it sends a message like this is a journey with a clear beginning and an end. And to me, when we talk about economic growth and also linking it to what Mr. President is saying, reforming the economy to deliver sustained, inclusive growth. So it shouldn't be something with like a finish line. It should be something that we can use the finish line as a new starting line. So we need to look at it as an infinite game, something that you can constantly improve. So looking at that and looking at it as a journey, in 2001, Nigeria developed the national IT policy, and in the same year, Nigeria established the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, to implement that national IT policy. In 2001, less than 500,000 Nigerians had access to computer, and ICT was contributing less than 0.5% to our GDP. But today, more than 130 million Nigerians have access to internet, not just computer. And ICT is contributing more than 17% to our GDP. So it is about constantly, it is about thriving continuously, not about reaching a finish line where we can dust ourselves off and declare victory. So reforms is about always improving from where we are, not about just recovering and say we have reached our goal. So it's a continuous journey. Then in 2007, the NIDA Act was passed into law. In 2012, a new policy was created on how can we use not just people to use computers, but using computers for our day-to-day activities. In 2019, a new policy was also developed, which was a paradigm shift from just using technology to using technology for economic activities. That's when digital economy was added to our mandate. And in 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed office, he made it clear that economic diversification and inclusivity are paramount to his administration's renewed hope agenda. And the president outlined 8 key priority areas to achieve this vision, with priority number 7 specifically focused on accelerating economic diversification through industrialization, digitization, creative arts, manufacturing, and innovation. So you can see the wisdom. It's not just about reforming one sector and celebrate victory, but it's about constantly identifying new things to do and using that reform as a new line to do more. Then the Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, also crafted a blueprint for the ministry, and at NIDA we developed our strategic roadmap and action plan. So these are, Mr. President, 8 points agenda, the renewed hope agenda, starting from reforming the economy to enhancing national security, boosting agriculture, unlocking energy and natural resources, enhancing infrastructure and transportation, to focusing on education, health, and social investment, to improving governance. If you look at all these 8 areas, technology can make them easy and can accelerate the achievement of these priority areas. So the minister developed a blueprint for the ministry. Sorry, it seems like okay. The ministry's blueprint has 5 pillars, starting with knowledge, because knowledge is the foundation upon which countries build a robust and sustainable economy. Then policy, you need to create the enabling environment. Then we have a pillar on infrastructure, and we have a pillar on innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital, and we have a pillar on trade. Seems like we have some technology. The clicker is not working. Can you maybe use the computer to move to the next slide? So based on that, at NIDA, we came up with our strategic roadmap and action plan with a vision of making Nigeria a digitally empowered nation, fostering on inclusive economic growth through technological innovation. Because technology today is a source of inspiration. Before, we used to say technology is an enabler or a tool, and we move and start saying technology is a strategic partner in the way we do things. But today is a source of inspiration. With technology, you can, or we can say, your limitation is your imagination. Whatever you imagine, technology can make it possible today, because we have ubiquitous data. Anything you want to know, the data exists. All our activities today is captured, stored, and processed. And we have unlimited connectivity. You can connect to anything you can think of. You can connect to animal, you can connect to your house, your car, everything. And you can use technology to control it. Then we have a massive processing power today. You can process any data, make sense of it, and that can help you to make decisions quickly and an intelligent decision. Because mostly we take time to make decisions because we need to have the information, we need to process it, we need to understand it. With technology today, you can make everything simple and quickly. Then we also look at it as we need to always use technology as something that permeates across all critical sectors. Technology today is not a vertical sector on its own, because you can use technology in agri, oil and gas, any sector you can think of. So looking at that, we have a pillar. The first one is to foster digital literacy and cultivate talent. Because we are in a knowledge-based economy, our human capital is our greatest resource. So if we want reform, we should start by reforming that human capital. We need to build our digital fluency as a nation so that our citizens can be able to contribute meaningfully to the digital economy. Then we need to build our digital proficiency so that we can build our digital offerings in country. Then we have a pillar. The second one is on building a robust technology research ecosystem, because the literacy and talents are quick wins, something we can create value quickly. But for the future, we need to invest in deep tech. How can we use AI, IoT, UAV, blockchain, robotics, and additive manufacturing to reform all our critical sectors, to reform agri, healthcare, education, finance, and so on. With technology, we can 10x productivity in any sector. We can cut operational costs as well as we can improve efficiency. Then we have a pillar on policy and legal framework because we need to enable the environment. For us, we look at regulation as anything you can do to influence the market, societal or economic behavior. It's not about putting a rule or commands for the business to follow. Therefore, we have two ways we deal with regulation. We have what we call a rule-based regulation and a non-rule-based regulation. We always give preference to the non-rule-based, where we allow people to innovate, to use technology, because it's like you are developing a new use case. It's something you don't know. It's like putting a traffic light in a traffic place. You need to understand the traffic pattern before you put the traffic light. Today, if you say you want to regulate AI, AI is something new. It's not something we can learn from the legal or previous history books. The generation before us never had to deal with this kind of situation. So we need to co-create and co-design that regulation. Then we have a pillar on promoting inclusive access to digital infrastructure and services, because we want every Nigerian to be digitally visible, to be digitally literate, to be part of the economy and contribute meaningfully. We are building systems, AI systems, that will make decisions on who gets what in a society. So that system needs to know everyone, need to understand our values and culture and so on. That's why we need to make everybody digitally visible. Then we have a pillar on strengthening cybersecurity and digital trust. As we digitize, we need to build confidence in our citizens to use the technology safely and responsibly. We have a pillar on nurturing an innovative and entrepreneurial ecosystem, because when we build the capacity, we have a digitally literate society. We need to encourage our startups to build our digital offerings in country. We have a pillar on strategic partnership and collaboration, because we need to work as an ecosystem. Government has a role to intervene in policy and infrastructure, but you, the business, the private sector, you are the one that knows what needs to be done. You are the change makers. The government will just do the policy, but we need to work as an ecosystem together. We have a framework where we normally have 5 critical stakeholders. We have the academia, who produce the human capitals. We have you, the corporate organizations, who absorb the human capitals or buy the locally made product. Then we have the entrepreneurs, we have the risk capitals, and we have government. Then lastly but not the least is about infusing the technology into our product. So next one. Okay, we can go to the next, maybe. Then on the human capital, because this is our greatest resource, we developed the National Digital Literacy Framework with an ambitious target of achieving 95% digital literacy by 2030. And we are implementing this framework in 3 buckets. Please, can you move to the next slide? Next slide. We have the digital literacy for all. Next slide. So we are implementing it for the informal sector, the formal sector, and workforce readiness. Our target is to achieve 95% digital literacy by 2030, and Mr. President wants us to achieve 70% by 2027. So we are implementing in 3 initiatives. The first one is, how can we train our people in the informal sector, the market women, the people in the motor parks and so on, so that they can all be part of the digital economy we are creating. We are partnering with NYSC to do this. Then we have a second one about infusing digital literacy and skills into our formal education. We are working with the Ministry of Education to do that. We've already developed curriculum. We have done pilot with some universities to make digital skills a general studies the same way we have English and mathematics. Then the last one is about workforce readiness. This one also we are working with head of civil service to ensure every civil servant in Nigeria is digitally literate. So these are the kind of reforms we implement at NIDA to make that sustainable growth, not just recovery, but how can we keep moving? How can we, when we reach this, how can we start playing a new game at all? Thank you for listening.
Another round of applause for him, please. We made a brief detour, but I assure you that we're back on course now, which means that the next item on the agenda would be the fireside chat, which will be handled, of course, by Mr. Frank Aigbogun, the publisher CEO of BusinessDay, and Harish Aswani, Managing Director, Toleram Africa, who I hear is represented by who now, Lily?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a very exciting fireside chat. Mr. Harish Aswani was supposed to be with us, but he is ably represented by Adesua Ladoja, who is the MD of the Lekki Free Trade Zone. It's going to be a special conversation with one of Africa's longest standing investors. So I'll tell you a little bit about Mrs. Ladoja as they make their way to the stage. Yeah. Thank you. Apologies. So Adesua Ladoja is the MD of the Lagos Free Trade Zone and not the Lekki Free Trade Zone. She's a seasoned infrastructure development expert who played a pivotal role in the Lekki Deep Sea Port project, from financial close in 2020 to construction completion in 2022, as well as commercial operation in 2023. She was appointed the MD of the Lagos Free Zone in 2024 and has a background in commercial practice and litigation. She spent 10 plus years as a KPMG professional. She worked in professional services specializing in tax, regulatory, and people services. She also holds an LLB honors from Obafemi Awolowo University and an LLM honors in international business law from King's College, University of London. She is also a member of the Nigerian Bar Association and a notary public of the Nigerian Supreme Court. Let's put our hands together for her. What an impressive profile that is. MD CEO of the Lagos Free Zone. Thank you. Come in.
Yesterday. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I should say that the person who would have been sitting on my left would have been Harish. But we are learning that when you get into these positions, even you yourself can't predict where you're going to have dinner or where you're going to sleep tonight. So that's the reality of life. And so I have the pleasure of speaking to a great sister of mine, Adesua, who is able to deal with as many questions as I'm sure I want to ask. You know, I mean, we hear of stories, of great stories, of how people come from outside of Nigeria to create great things. that become great not just in Nigeria, but also become great globally. And we all know the story of tolerance. I have had the opportunity to visit the Lekki Deep Sea Port, and I've also had the opportunity to go around some key companies in the Lagos Free Zone as well. And I am completely amazed by the achievement of tolerance. And I don't want to even talk about the other things until we get into the questions this afternoon. So my first question, Madam, would be, just help us. I mean, as I said earlier, we hear of these great stories of how companies are formed in Nigeria and they become great across the world. So what was the beginning of Toleram like in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. So before we go into the discussions, I just want to apologize on behalf of Mr. Haresh Aswani. He will have loved nothing more than to be here today because he really loves to talk about the story of Toleram and how Toleram and Nigeria are intertwined. But like Mr. Frank said, at that level, as chief executive, newly appointed for the group, his schedule has just become a bit unmanageable. So apologies, and please manage me as a poor replacement. Secondly, I want to congratulate BusinessDay on this incredible achievement of being in business for over 2 decades. Anybody who has worked in Nigeria or done anything anywhere in the world knows how difficult it is to carry on something in a sustainable manner. Business they do. So please give him a round of applause and all his team, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.
Yeah. So going to Toleram, Toleram is a family-owned. It started as a family-owned business, and is the 3rd generation of the family that is running the business now. And the relationship, the love affair with Nigeria started in, I think, 1977, when they were looking into Africa as the next frontier, and they looked at Nigeria, they looked at Ghana, and they looked at Ivory Coast. And it was Nigeria that felt like home. You know, Nigeria was what called to our chairman, Mohan Vaswani, to come and see what we can do here. So when the family came in here to business, initially it was trade, right? So business, selling, buying and selling essentially. And then part of what we were doing in Pakistan was textiles. So I don't know if any of you remember Aswani Textiles. So we started manufacturing textiles in Nigeria, but that went away after a while. So continued with trading, electronics, general goods basically, and that went on for a while with partners. And that went on to the 80s when, as you remember, Nigeria started having some economic difficulties. So some of the partners went away. But that was a time when Toleram really had to show, where do you stand? This new country that you've come to, that you've been successful in business, what does it mean to you? And they decided, you know what, we see a future here, and we're gonna stay here and weather the storms. And that was the beginning of the relationship. And of course, having such a big population is a no-brainer really for you to know that anything that we will eat, anything that we will use is going to be successful. So we started manufacturing, we went into business, and we are where we are now, moving from consumer products to infrastructure. And that's another interesting story. Most people told us, you are selling Indomie, and now you want to build the port. Why? But it's because we were selling Indomie, because we were distributing Indomie, because we were moving across the country, that we were able to know what the challenges of doing business are. And it's one thing to identify a problem. The most important thing is to put your feet in the game and find a solution to it, which is how come we found ourselves in the infrastructure space. We have Lagos Free Zone, which is an industrial park that essentially is like the culmination of all our experience in Nigeria. We've put together what we know that businesses need when they come to Nigeria to make a success of their businesses. And that's how we see ourselves, as a partner to the Nigerian government, always helping, always thinking, always one step ahead to figure out what is it that businesses need to thrive in Nigeria, and not just identify it and criticize, but to actually do something about it.
Thank you very much. It does appear as if for some people, especially for those who are friends who come from outside of Nigeria, they're just sitting down there and waiting for the next crisis to happen, because that catalyzes significant growth for them when the Nigerians are running to take cover. Maybe there is one or two things that we can learn from here. When there is a crisis, you need to open the window and look properly. Maybe there is an opportunity waiting for you to take an advantage of. From selling Indomie to building a deep sea port. What a wonderful journey. But I want to ask you, Nigeria has been through dislocations. You had indigenization, you had foreign exchange volatility, you have military coups. You just stayed there. Where is this strength from, and what can we learn that in all of this, Toleram just remains steadfast, displaying significant resilience? So tell us, what is the source of that strength for Toleram?
First of all, yes, Nigeria has gone through a lot, but I think practically every country has gone through a lot in the last decades or so. The world is changing, everything is shifting, and it's either you are part of how we shape the future or you are shaped. And we see ourselves as being one of those who shape the future. We have to be in that space. And how have we been resilient? In the words of Pastor Jerry Easy, what God cannot do does not exist. That is the Toleram mindset. Each and every one of us who works in Toleram has an owner's mindset, which essentially enables us to look at a situation, look at a problem, and say, this is what we see as our purpose, this is what we see as our vision, this is what will be best for the people around us, and for our profitability, and for the country. So it's about shared values and about shared visions, and about ensuring that anything that we do, we put our values front and center, our values of commitment, our values of respect, our values of integrity, right? So anything you do, you should be proud to tell your grandchild when you get home that this is what I did today, and not be ashamed of yourself. When you go to your maker, you should not be ashamed of how you've represented him in the world. So essentially, it's just having honorable values, time-tested and honored values that really guide how we do our things day in and day out.
I want to take two questions together. We talk about resilience, and I wanted to ask you, was there any time at all when the tolerant people look back and say, I think it's finished with us in Nigeria. We just have to, as we came, pack our things and go back? And also try and tie into this your experience dealing with government departments and government authorities when you were seeking to, of course, build the Lekki Deep Sea Port.
Yes. So Lekki Deep Sea Port is a very emotional story for all of us at Toleram, because it was one of those things that, you know, the timeline for the development of the project was so long. I mean, it is essentially the same age as my twin daughters, which is 23 years. Because we got the approval from the Presidential Committee in October 2002. My daughters were born in October 2002. So I call Lekki Port my third child, essentially. And, you know, you don't develop a port, at least the way the law is set up in Nigeria, without government involvement. And it was particularly unique because we had the involvement of Lagos State government and the federal government through the Nigerian Ports Authority. So this was going to be a test case for the real essence of PPP. You know, government at 2 levels, as well as private foreign promoters. Initially, it was just Tolaram, but then it became Tolaram and China Harbour Engineering Company, because they were the EPC contractor, and then they eventually became shareholder in the port. So just having to ensure that all these different strengths are enhanced in how we develop the project, and minimizing as much as possible any difficulties or challenges that could come from these large partners working together was really what the whole thing was about. In fact, that's how come I started working with, my role was with government relationships, because we realized that we could have all the law, we could have all the technical competence, we had all the designs, we had all the engineers, but if we couldn't get everyone to work together, we were wasting our time. You know, so we had to work together with integrity in a transparent manner, and we had to ensure that it was a win-win for everyone. And this was particularly important for the Tolaram shareholders who see themselves as Nigerians. It wasn't going to be a project where only the foreign investor benefits. Nigeria had to also benefit from the project as well. So it was very important to have all these on the table. Of course, because of the length of time that ensued, we now had a lot of changes in government regimes. We had changes in party, we had changes in ministers, MDs, DGs, you name it. So a lot of what we had to do was practically kickstart at the end of every 4 years to ensure that there was government buy-in and support and cooperation, so you didn't have to start all over again. And so it was a journey, I guess you would call it.
Left the port and we're already in the factory in the Lagos free zone. 24 hours. When we were in Apapa and we were importing newsprint, it would take us 2 weeks to see the newsprint. This one, you saw products from raw materials that arrived the port the next day. It was such a thrilling experience for me. But let's move to another conquest of Tolaram, and that is the acquisition of Guinness. What gave you such audacity?
It was indeed an audacious one. And I mean, it took the whole world by surprise. But what I would like to emphasize was that it wasn't a spur of the moment. There wasn't anything like that. I mean, Guinness is such an incredible brand. And as far as Tolaram was concerned, it was an honor to have it in our portfolio. So we just, took on the challenge and visited, made their due diligence, started the discussions with the AGO, because there's a long list agreements involved. So there had to be synergy between all of us. And one of the things that stood, as an advantage for us, even though we were in that sector before, is that we have long-standing collaborations with very, very reputable brands, international brands also. We're in partnership with Colgate, we're in partnership with Kellogg, Indomie is in partnership with Indo Foods, we're in partnership with Ala. So having these kind of companies as our collaborators made it easier for the Guinness deal to go through as well. Yes.
Well, I'm sure you are holding back a lot of things. I'm not going to push further. And by the way, Adesua is Benin and I am Benin, so you can imagine I'm not going to be harder than I have been already. But I think it's important for us to really learn that while many of us are scrambling looking for cover, there are those who are thriving in Nigeria. I mean, the Guinness acquisition, the building of the Lekki ports for me are two things that stand out. Not to talk about Indomie, without which even children who school abroad will not leave after holidays until they get their suitcases filled with Indomie. So, great stories. As a Nigerian journalist, one painful experience that I have is when I am writing about Nigeria, usually very painful. You write about it and its story is just going until you remember that you are a Nigerian and it becomes painful. But when you hear about companies like Toleram, I think it's all good. And I believe that government needs to do its best to bring more tolerance into Nigeria. You must agree with me that Adesua has stood her own, stood herself, with the responsibilities that Haresh has, thrown upon her or trusted upon her, and she has discharged and acquitted herself. Please, a round of applause for Adesua Ladoja.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening as well.
Please kindly take a picture together. Yeah.
So they might start dropping.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together one more time for them. That was a wonderful conversation and fireside chat. Thank you so very much to you both. So before Lolade introduces our first panel session of the day, allow me to recognize the presence of Rimini Makama, who is the Executive Commissioner, Stakeholder Management at NCC, who is representing the EVC CEO, NCC, Dr. Aminu Maida. Let's put our hands together for Rimini Makama, Executive Commissioner,
Looks like
Stakeholder.
people are tired already. Can we please put our hands together for her, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So what's happening next, Lolade?
Yes, it's the panel session I've been waiting for. That
Me
I'm really
too.
very excited about. The one where
Absolutely.
you will get to listen to CEOs talk about success stories. It's been a difficult 18 months. If you look at the reforms that we've had and the impact it's had on our cost of living, people say that right now we're in the middle of the worst cost of living crisis in a generation.
Absolutely, we are.
All I need to do is remind myself how much it costs to fill my tank these days compared to 2019 or 2020, and it's amazing. It's more than tripled. So we have the CEOs in conversation. Next, we would be talking about the builders of the new Nigeria, stories of scale, grit, and innovation. The session will showcase remarkable business stories and create a platform for entrepreneurs to share their journeys of resilience and innovation in Nigeria. It will underscore their enduring belief in the promise of Africa's most populous nation, featuring founders and business leaders who are boldly building and scaling businesses within the country. Now, the moderator for this panel session is no other than Dolakwa Adeosun, a partner, Transaction Services, KPMG West Africa. A round of applause for her. She makes her way upstage, please. I think we can do better. Now, joining... Is it? You can come immediately. Joining Dolakwa Adeosun are Afion Williams, founder, CEO, Real Fruits. Okay. Okay, apologies. We're just hearing now that actually what we have next is a keynote address from the Finance Minister, Adebayo Olawale Edun, who's ably represented by, who's he represented by now? Yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, what's her name? Is she here? Okay, that's it. Okay, so we'll be listening to that keynote address really briefly before we then have the panel session about the CEOs. So a round of applause for her, please, as she makes her way off stage.
I think you can. You can stay. Or do you prefer to? You don't even know my name. Can you give us your name so I can introduce you properly? There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soyade Okoli. I'm a special advisor to the Nigeria's president on finance and the economy, and I'm a resident in the office of the Minister of Finance.
You know, I'm sorry. We must learn at Business Day to do things properly. We were committed to have it to the finance minister delivering the keynote address. And everything for 2 months, it was on course. And then suddenly, he had to accompany the president to Brazil. I think he's probably coming back to Nigeria today, but he has graciously asked Madam to come and deliver the address. And I think I have a duty to ensure that she is properly introduced. Thank you for being gracious to permit my intrusion. So standing on my immediate left is Madame Sayande Okoli, who is the special advisor to the president on finance and the economy. So the person we have representing the finance minister is, as we have seen today, able to do the job. I've known her before she joined the government. So, Madam, it's our pleasure to welcome you to present and to represent the finance minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a complete honor to be here. And I do have to extend the minister's apologies. As Mr. Igbogun just said, he had committed months ago. It was his full intention to be here. But the BRICS summit in Rio, he had to accompany Mr. President. I think I will join others in congratulating Business Day and Mr. Igbogun, not just on the accomplishments of the number of years and the forum, but I've been sitting here today taking copious amounts of notes because it has been a really engaging and really insightful session. And for somebody who sits in a senior position in government, it's important that we attend such forums. We sit down and we listen to what the businesses have to say, what other policymakers have to say, what the media have to say. So again, a big thank you and congratulations to you. The theme of this year's summit is from reform to recovery. And for us, that aptly captures Nigerians' current economic journey. Over the past 2 years, we've been undertaking bold and necessary reforms, and the way we've been looking at it has been in phases. The first phase, which is what we're all familiar with on day one when Mr. President said subsidy is gone, was really about removing the significant distortions we had in the market. I, speaking as the minister now, in April 2023, as part of the transition team, I went to the World Bank IMF spring meetings. And we engaged with lots of different stakeholders, not just the World Bank and IMF themselves, but private sector investors, portfolio investors, other bilateral countries, and even US government officials. And the feedback was unanimous. Until you address the twin evils of the fuel subsidy and the foreign exchange subsidy, we're not going to engage. We're not going to invest. So when Mr. President on that 29th of May said subsidy is gone, it's not because there had been no thinking or no planning, but because he recognized the need and the expediency to do it and to do it immediately, but also recognizing that for so many things, it's not just the day you say something that it happens, that it would take a while to really come into place. And then the second phase was really about bringing macroeconomic stability, because as we all know, once we removed the fuel subsidy, once there was the FX liberalization, the Naira depreciated significantly, inflation increased, and it just made the economy that bit more unstable. And again, how do you attract investment without some level of stability? So that next phase was really about just driving down and trying to achieve that macroeconomic stability. And we're now in what we call the third phase of the reforms, and we'll talk about that more. But I want to leave you with 3 key messages, which will speak to where we are, how far we've come, and why now is indeed the time to really double down your commitment, not just your financial commitment, but your mental, your emotional, all your commitment towards Nigeria. The first one is that we are breaking the cycle of macroeconomic instability. Anybody who's been in Nigeria over any period of time knows that it has been, one day we seem to be getting there, and then we go down. And it's very difficult as businesses to make decisions when you can't plan, where everything is unstable. So for us, there is that need to just break that once and for all. Now, even in times of relative calm, we fail to build the foundations necessary for that long-term private sector-led growth, because if we are talking about sustainable and inclusive growth, it has to be private sector-led. And what we've seen is repeated external shocks, especially when it comes to oil prices, and now we're seeing another period of incredibly volatile oil prices. And it's just exposed our structural vulnerabilities. We've seen the impact it's had on our fiscal and external positions, on food prices, the war in Ukraine, before we knew it, our wheat price, therefore our bread, and so many other areas of food prices eroded the household purchasing power, and also elevated energy costs and the shortage of skilled, educated, and globally competitive labor, which is what any business will require to be able to drive returns from their investment. So we're restoring that macroeconomic stability, and we're using that as a launch pad for the inclusive growth. Apart from the removal of the distortions we've spoken about, this administration has stopped the recourse to ways and means. It is just not a window we have been accessing, and we're trying to bring greater fiscal discipline. We've been driving up revenues, using digitization. We all know about the Tax Act, which Mr. President has assented to, and really recognizing the fact that revenues have to come from that domestic revenue mobilization. We all as Nigerians, we want to see Nigeria move forward, but then we have to put more skin in that game, because apart from anything, when businesses are paying tax, when individuals are paying tax, they will hold the government more accountable. It really serves to strengthen the social compact. And We've seen the revenue per GDP increase, and what we're targeting is 18% by 2027. And so the expectation is that as we see, as the tax reforms are implemented, we will see it driving towards that level. And then from a GDP growth standpoint, we're targeting 7% growth again by 2027. And for, we see all the forecasts, right? The same forecast that you see that, put us at a little under 4%. And the question we're asking ourselves, what do we need to do to be able to bridge that gap? So we're not just sitting there and saying, IMF said it's 3 point this, World Bank said it's 3 point this. No, because that's barely above what our population growth is. So we need to be growing at a much faster rate. And so we're digging deeper. The economic management team, this for them is one of the core things they've been discussing this year. They started the year with prioritizing what are the most important things for this economy. We all know that food and food security, absolutely critical. Improving the fiscal condition, the energy security, making this, the Nigerian investment climate as the economy as attractive as possible. And then also, the social protection. So it's like prioritizing and really trying to push forward and move forward. And we're seeing the early signs. We're seeing that, for example, inflation is moderating. So not just, of course, we did the rebasing, but even if you take outside that effect, over the last few months, we see it trending down. There was a slight uptick during the Eid, the Ramadan season, but the general trend is downwards, and that's what we expect for it to continue to do. And as the inflation stabilizes, then interest rates will begin to decline, and which will just make it so much easier for businesses and essentially de-risks the operating here in Nigeria. We've seen the net reserves, the foreign exchange net reserves, increase significantly. So in 2023, it was about 3.9 billion. It's now, 2024, increased to 23.1 billion. And a lot of that is thanks to, the reforms which have taken place, which has just made the environment more attractive to investors, both locally and internationally, both FDI and FPI. And the KPMG presentation mentioned it. We're seeing investor confidence rising. We're seeing that, we've got the ratings upgrades, both from Fitch and Moody's, which I can say it might seem like it is easy, but it's a lot of work. And I see the ratings advisor, the CEO, it's a lot of work, both in government, and we know that these ratings agencies, they engage with you as well. They engage with businesses, and so we're pleased to see that it's being rewarded. The Financial Times, I think it was in May, in an article talking about Nigeria, it described our reforms as a vital reset to stop economic stagnation and attract investments. But the view we're taking is we don't just stop there. We have to keep going. We must stay this course. In the past, as we've said, we've seen reversals, we've seen ups and downs, but it's really about driving forward and driving forward at pace. The second key message I want to leave with you is that we are laying a new foundation for enterprise and industry. You can't get growth without enterprise and industry. So whilst removing the fuel subsidy was a critical reform, difficult but critical, it had some immediate fiscal implications. And it also had the broader economic issues that I've spoken about. But remember that between the fuel and FX subsidies, it was consuming about 5% of GDP. And we all know that not everybody, only a tiny slither of society was actually benefiting from these subsidies. So it really did have to, it had to go. And as we've been laying this new foundation, we're seeing some of our sectors becoming more competitive. We've just heard Ade Sua speak about what the Toleram group is doing. We also had somebody from the Dangote group speaking. And if I use the petrochemical industrial sector as an example, with what's been achieved there, we've created jobs, we've seen innovation, we've seen value addition. And it also just makes that entire value chain so much more attractive. And we want to see more of it. If we're talking about 7% growth, as I said, we recognize there's that gap. We recognize that it is not a business as usual trajectory. We know that the only way it is achievable is to be able to attract investments. But for you to attract investment, there's certain fundamentals you must put in place. Capital flows to where it is attractive, to where you can get positive risk-adjusted returns. It's not just about returns, but it's about the risk-adjusted returns where it makes sense for the investors. So there are 4 pillars that we're looking at to make the Nigerian economy more attractive to both local and foreign investors. First of all is the continued pursuit of macroeconomic stability. We need to see inflation come down further and further. You know, the early 20s is obviously is much better than where we were, but it needs to come down further, not least because of the impact it will have on interest rates and, you know, just even the quality of life and the cost of living. Maintain the level of stability for the foreign exchange rate, because that is, you know, absolutely critical as well. And then the second pillar is really about stable and effective policies. First of all, you need the governance structure, the policies, and the regulation. So even within the EMT that they've been tasked to, in your various areas, go and look at the policies that are impeding investment. And let's begin to attack them one by one by one, because that is the only way you're going to remove the roadblocks to investment. The third is the infrastructure piece, which we all know about the significant infrastructure gap. And this is one area we're really looking to partner with the private sector, because we cannot depend just on the government funding alone to bridge the infrastructure gap that we currently have. So we're looking at how to enter, you know, looking at different innovative structures as well to partner with the private sector to be able to address the infrastructure gap. And we're looking at roads, of course, there's the power, the digital infrastructure, laying the fiber, because we're aware, you know, I think it was Dr. Uhiri who was showing the structure of our demography, and we're incredibly young population in a digital world. So if you're talking about jobs, you've got to make sure you're looking not just at what is obtainable today, but also for the future. So laying that digital infrastructure. And last but by no means least, it's the pillar on access to capital. Because if businesses can't access capital, they cannot invest. And we're looking both from a debt standpoint and an equity standpoint. So with the central bank, again, looking at how to, you know, streamline the regulations in the banking sector to ensure that it's not just the big people who can access capital, but the MSMEs also can have greater access to capital. And then from the equity side, there's a new Investment and Securities Act that SEC has worked on and is now in the process of operationalizing. The third key message is, and it resonates with different comments that we've had today. For this administration, driving growth that is not only rapid, but inclusive, it's a must. It's not a nice to have, it is a need to have. There is a sense of responsibility and recognition that the necessary reforms that have been implemented has made life in the short term more difficult for individuals. And we need to very rapidly ensure that the benefits of these reforms go down to the individual citizens. On the agricultural side, because if you think about it, a lot of the pain has been to do with inflation, and a core part of the inflation is food inflation. So working on the agricultural side, providing the inputs to farmers and in a timely basis so that we can increase the production of food. On the energy security side, we're taking a dual track. There's the oil and gas. We had the panel that spoke about the different executive orders and how that whole sector is being streamlined so that we can increase production. And we're also looking at the electricity side, the power side. There are liquidity challenges that we're aware of, and there are plans in the immediate term, not mid to long term, to address some of the liquidity issues. Just this week, the M300 program, which is part of the World Bank AFDB partnership, they're looking to get power to 300 million more Africans. But as you can imagine, Nigeria is a large chunk of that. So addressing the power sector challenges in a holistic manner. On the infrastructure side, we recorded a major milestone in the last week, and that's the 747 million private sector financing of phase 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. This is from Victoria Island, where we are, to Eleko, and it's already about 70% completed, and it just opens that channel because, if there are things being produced at the Lagos Free Zone, it needs to get across the country because goods that are produced, it's great, it creates jobs, but if it doesn't get to the customers and the consumers, then we haven't achieved what we need to achieve. And then education and skills development. Dr. Ohiri spoke about building human capital, that the economic growth that we're looking to achieve, we're not going to achieve it if we don't build the human capital. So we're looking at education, the skills development. There's the NEL Fund, which provides funding now for tertiary education for those who are interested. We're shifting towards a knowledge-driven economy with a focus on STEM, the science, technology, engineering, maths, and medical sciences, and then also to the technical and vocational educational training, TVET. And then we're also partnering with states to reduce the number of out-of-school children. But we can't forget social protection, because there are many people who have been affected by not just the reforms in the last couple of years, but just the state of the Nigerian economy over several decades. So we're scaling up the direct cash transfers to the most vulnerable. When we started, we managed to reach a significant number, but we realized there were challenges with the accuracy, making sure we get the monies to the right people. So we had to slow down a bit, use digitization. We're now using the NIN to make sure that we're getting the money to the people who need it in a timely manner. We've got the MRIF program, which is making funding available across the housing value chain. So to the developers as they're looking to develop, but also the off-takers, the consumers, so that we address the housing value chain. And then also there's the MSME fund. We have several of these funds, but for example, this one, which is a 75 billion naira fund to empower entrepreneurs and small businesses. I have to speak about communications. We know that this is an area we have not been our best. But take it from me, this next half of the year, you will see a marked difference. You will see a marked difference. So let me reiterate Mr. President's message. We are staying the course. The foundations have been laid. The direction is clear. The early results, they're visible. But sustaining progress is a deliberate choice. It requires unity amongst us. It requires patience, but we recognize that we need to paint the picture for you to know what you're being patient about, and just continued investment in our shared future. We can't be short-termist in our approach. No resilient, sustainable economy was built by a short-term approach. Food security, reliable power, jobs and opportunities for everybody, for the youth, for the older people, jobs and opportunities. And when you synthesize it, dignity for every Nigeria. Yes, we still face challenges. Lifting millions out of poverty whilst navigating the global uncertainties that we're facing today, it's not easy. The global rules are shifting, but I just want to encourage everybody, now is not the time for despair. Now more than ever, we have more reasons to be optimistic than not to be optimistic. The fundamentals are in a much better position today than they have been for quite a while. It's a moment for action, for courage, and for confidence. So I just urge you, see this moment as a turning point. Invest in Nigerian solutions to Nigerian problems. Build long-term sustainable businesses. We'll invite our foreign partners to help us as we're shaping the new Nigeria. We as government, we remain open to constructive engagement with the private sector. We know we do not know it all. We know we cannot see it all. We know that it is together we're going to build the Nigeria that we need to see. It's not a them and us game. Them, the CEOs, we government. Now we. Therefore, let's continue to work together to make the progress and to make the progress that is irreversible and that is felt by every single Nigerian. Thank you.
Mrs. Sonia, right?
Could you take a picture?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Sonia Deokoli. Can we give her a round of applause again, please? We deeply apologize for the mix-up earlier.
You know, I think that women need full acknowledgement. In fact, let's have a female president for Nigeria. You know what I mean? Trump was meeting some African leaders yesterday, and the Liberian president was speaking. Have you listened to the... And the man said, where you learn English from? Where did our women learn all this from? Huh? Please, another round of applause for the special advisor to the president. I have just taken to negotiate for her to take 1 or 2 questions. And she said to me, okay. So if you have a question, it's, you know what they say at the wedding, you better speak now or keep quiet forever. Do you have a question? She can take 2 questions. She's been here all day with us. And so would like, I can see one hand up there. If I get the hand of a lady, yes. Otherwise, it will be 1 question. We can't take 2 men on a day that the women have shamed the men. You are asking a question? Great. So 1 man, 1 woman, that would be great. Thank you. Please start.
Oh, thank you very much.
Our lady, don't worry.
That's fine.
It will come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Harry Ewaneri. I'm the Special Advisor to the Bayelsa State Government on Trade and Investment. Fantastic
Sorry,
speech.
I can't
Didn't
hear you,
well.
unfortunately.
All right, I'll try. My name is Harry Ewaneri. I'm the SA to the Governor of Bayelsa State on Trade and Investment. The question is, you had a fantastic keynote address. I was just trying to figure out, where do the subnational come in? And who do we talk to in the Ministry of Finance? I mean, setting several issues, because you had talked about the feeding, the housing scheme and all that. So I'd like to know who is the contact person in the Ministry of Finance and who do we talk to as a subnational? Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your delivery. I don't have a question. My name is Bashir Are, the CEO of Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority. I just want to add something to what is going on already. The social intervention, because of the subsidy removal, the impact, the shock. So I think we should have hybrid social intervention instead of cash transfer only. We can also implement the food stamp system where people can actually have access directly to food through some form of vouchers, and that will also increase spending at the retail outlet. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. In terms of your question, you're absolutely right in terms of federal and subnational. So the Honorable Minister of Finance is the coordinating minister of the economy. He chairs the economic management team, but he also sits on the on NEC, which is with the subnationals. And we're deepening that engagement with the subnationals in that there's a subcommittee on the economy, and they've asked for a technical lead, which will be myself actually, who will be working with them to ensure that we do have that coordination both between federal and subnationals at the right forums and in the right manner. And thank you very much for the idea on food stamps. We will go and we will look at it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Sayande Okoli, who is the Special Advisor to the President on Finance and the Economy. We're going to ask you to please kindly stay on stage and also ask the CEOs in the first row to kindly join Mr. Aigbogun for a group picture. And make sure to check out the front page of Business Day tomorrow to see yourselves in this picture.
While the pictures are being taken, allow me to remind you that there is a discount on offer if you decide to take a premium subscription with Business Day while you're here. Please take advantage of that opportunity. It won't come around all the time. And I can assure you that you would not regret it, because we do our best to put out very exciting, engaging content that goes beyond just the news, but something that also gives deep insight into what the news is about and how you can profit from that. Thank you.
Yeah, if you come on the side. If you come to this man's side. Excuse me, sir. We may need to take 2 pictures. We may need to do it in groups of 2 so that everybody can fit. Yeah.
We would also like to invite representatives of the following companies who happen to be our headline partners: Tolaram, BAT West and Central Africa, MTN, Standard Chartered, Dangote, and KPMG. Thank you.
You might want to take. We asked the CEOs in the front row, but you can actually join if you'd like, sir. Please be our guest. I think that we should take another set of pictures to ensure that we captured everybody. Thank you so very much for being with us. I think we should take another picture. So we're going to take another picture. Yeah, please join them. We'll just take another group picture. And Lolade, what's happening next?
It's the panel session where we get to listen to the CEOs talk about their success stories.
Oh, how exciting. I think what's really exciting about the CEO Forum is that we get to hear CEO stories right from the CEOs.
Precisely, right from the horse's mouth.
Absolutely. All right, so while we are all just settling in, would you like to announce our next panel session?
So like I said earlier, it's the CEOs in conversation, success stories. The theme is Builders of the New Nigeria, Stories of Scale, Grit, and Innovation. And the moderator for this panel is Dolapo Adeosun, Partner Transaction Services, KPMG, West Africa. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her, please, as she makes her way up stage.
Thank you, Dolapo, for
We can do
moderating
better. A round of
this
applause,
panel.
please. Lunchtime is around the corner. I should also say that. Joining Mrs. Adeosun are Affion Williams, founder, CEO, Real Fruit. A round of applause for her, please. Kofo Akikugbe, founder, CEO, Secure ID Limited. A round of applause, please. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the applause going. We've also got Dalo Ajene, Chief Executive Officer, Standard Chartered Bank, Nigeria. A round of applause, please. Tayo Adoloju, CEO, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. A round of applause. And finally, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, the Director General, CEO of NIDA. A round of applause for them as they make their way up stage, please. Thank you.
Yeah, this is working. Good afternoon, everyone. And standing on all existing protocols, I'd like to also add my congratulations to Business Day on this important milestone. I dare say that your voice would have been a valuable addition to this panel session, where we'll be discussing about what it takes to run successful businesses in Nigeria. But notwithstanding, I have with me remarkable business leaders and entrepreneurs who will be sharing practical insights from the journeys of building and growing businesses in Nigeria's dynamic environment. We will be discussing the mindsets, the strategies, and the discipline that's required to grow and scale businesses in Nigeria. Without further ado, I'll just start, and I'll be starting with you, Affion. Real Fruit is a well-recognized and rapidly growing brand. What inspired you to start the business, and how did you identify the opportunity in Nigeria?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would say that I had a non-traditional journey into entrepreneurship. Most people go into business because they identify a problem. And I was actually, inspired to start a business because I was bothered by job creation and the lack of jobs in Africa. So while living in South Africa, I started researching what industries create the most jobs. And at the time, our Minister of Agriculture, Prof. Akinwumi Adesina, was very focused on, making agri sexy, really communicating the need for young people to get into agriculture. And I kind of was influenced by him to look at that sector. And then further went into what sectors create the most jobs in agriculture, and it was fruit. And I also got interested in value-added manufacturing. You know, there was also a lot of talk about how Nigeria imports all this food, and I thought, okay, I'll start a business where I can produce Nigerian fruit locally and sell it across the world. And that is the intersection of how I started with dried fruit. In South Africa, dried fruit is a very big product, but here I figured I'd be the first mover and I'll, you know, build the market, which was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. But, you know, 13 years down the line, I can say that that path to entrepreneurship, although not really very strategic and not focused on, you know, business per se, but more impact, has led me to a sector that is very impactful, but also has a lot of commercial opportunity. I don't want to brag too much about my business, but we you know, that staying power has really given us the chance to see the remarkable opportunity there is to produce and process fruit in Nigeria for customers. You know, we're in 1,000 stores across Nigeria. We are also now big into inputs, import substitution. We produce products for industry, and we're also very fortunate to be exporting our products across the world. So what started as impact has now, you know, led us to a land of opportunity, and we're really excited about what we've built and what's to come.
Awesome. It's always great to hear about how an idea is brought to reality. And staying with that theme of identifying opportunities where, you know, where they don't seem to exist. Kofo, I've heard you describe setting up Secure ID as plunging into uncharted waters. So my question, I guess, for the budding entrepreneurs or somebody who's looking to sort of chart new ground is, how did you, you know, decide to take up that opportunity, and how did you deal with the uncertainties that would have come, you know, with trying something new?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dolapo, and good morning, or I think it's still morning, everyone, and congratulations to Frank Aigogo of BusinessDay for setting this up. In terms of, I think the story of Secure ID started 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, yes, it was uncharted waters. I'm in the payment space and also tech manufacturing. And we manufacture smart cards for the banking sector, for the telecom sector, which is SIM cards. And for government sector, we're talking about high security government documents, i.e. driver's license, voter's card, passports, and national IDs, and the list goes on. But 20 years ago, what inspired was that I saw a clear gap in the banking sector in terms of how payments were made. Payments were largely dominated by cash, and also there were just a few cards in circulation, but those few cards were based on old technology, which is the magnetic stripe technology. Also, a lot of those cards were imported, so which means that when you walk to a bank to ask for a payment card, it could take you about 3 to 6 months. And at that time as well, the level of fraud was extremely high because magnetic stripe technology was very easy to hack in. So at the time that we saw, and I saw that clear gap, I felt like that gap needed to be closed. And I looked around me and there was no one to benchmark, so that's why I call it uncharted waters. And in terms of closing that gap, you know, we needed to add value to the gap that we had seen. And that gave rise to the what. What do we want to do? And what we wanted to do was to set up a world-class manufacturing plant, manufacturing these products in Nigeria for Africa and by Nigerians. And the other question was, why do we want to do that? You know, why do we need to close the gap? Those values would add benefit to each of the sectors we were talking about. And I guess what gave one the confidence was looking at the how. You know, how do we fulfill this? You know, obviously there were obstacles, there were challenges, and so on. But the how was then looking at capital, looking at alignment, and then how do we execute and how do you plan? You know, and once I realized that if we plan, because as far as I'm concerned, a good plan is as good as the assumptions that you make. With what I could control was the self-motivation, was the resilience, was the grit. But of course, you can't control the social economic environment at that time. And so what gave rise to the confidence was that the values far outweighed the risk, and the risks were clearly analyzed, and that is how we charted into this phase.
Thank you for highlighting again the importance of courage and grit with respect to taking advantage of opportunities. Dalu, the next question is for you. For banks, the stakes are even bigger. Your decisions, they impact businesses, industries, and the economy in general. My question for you is in two parts. The first one is Standard Chartered has been sort of realigning its focus in Africa. The institutions existed a few markets across Africa. What's the rationale for your continued presence in Nigeria, in the first hand? And the second hand is being a multinational, part of multinational business. How do you balance, you know, the realities of Nigeria and doing business in Nigeria, which we've heard a lot about today, and global priorities?
Okay, so thank you again, and thank you Business Day for this fantastic opportunity and conference. I think the first thing is to recognize that as Standard Chartered, we've been operating in Africa broadly for over 150 years. We have deep roots in the markets that we do serve. In Nigeria, we've been operating for over 25 years. So we really are deeply invested. We understand our markets. And as such, when reflecting on the decision to exit, I think the first thing I would like to say is that it's not necessarily an exit of key markets. It's more a refocusing of our strategy in the markets that we do serve due to the length of time that we've been in there. But more importantly, reflecting on what we bring to the market and ensuring that we bring focus to the value that we deliver to our clients. And the word value has been played up, several times, both in the oil and gas panel. Kofo just talked around value. And value is what underpins, our business, call it rationale. And when we think about, the areas of strength, what differentiates us in the market, we realize that we have a very strong corporate and investment bank where we leverage the network effect of our 56 markets to be able to deliver solutions to our corporate and investment banking clients. And in the retail segment, we're very strong in wealth and affluent, but not very strong in mass retail. So you would see that the markets that we did exit is not necessarily we exited totally the markets, but we exited, call it the mass retail segment in certain markets where we were subscale, we were not market leading, and we didn't have, call it the value orientation required to be market leading. So again, it's around focusing on key markets where we can be market leading and we can leverage the network of a global, call it franchise, to deliver solutions consistently to our clients. Now in Nigeria, the question always alludes to, we are here for good. We didn't exit any of our operations in Nigeria, and the question is why. Back to the comments around focus and really understanding our value proposition. In Nigeria, over 80% of our business is primarily corporate and investment banking. And on the wealth and retail banking, should I say proposition, most of that is skewed towards wealth and affluent. So you would see that across our global strategy, Nigeria fits squarely in terms of how we go to market and how we leverage our competitive advantage. So Nigeria is one of those markets where, it has, a lot of depth in terms of the requirements of our clients to tap into a global network bank like ours to be able to deliver solutions consistently. Now, when you think about, delivering solutions, it ties back to, linking to, call it, our global strategic objectives and how it actually fits into the Nigeria narrative. The Honorable talked around infrastructure. We are big players in terms of, call it, the infrastructure journey that's emerging in the Nigeria markets today. We partner with governments deeply in being able to think about, creative financing solutions for infrastructure projects. You would see, yet to be announced, but a lot of work going on the rail networks, and I wouldn't want to take the thunder. We're working with government on some of those initiatives. We're working with government on power initiatives, road initiatives, etc. And a lot of those are on the back of the renewed hope agenda around infrastructure. But even prior to that, we're also very active in other key sectors. Oil and gas, we are probably one of the most active international players in oil and gas currently. Out of all the 6 divestments that happened in the last, call it, 18 to 36 months, we advised on 5 of those. So a lot of the independents here on the back of our advisory mandates, but also we're deeply connected with NNPC and work deeply with NNPC on a range of projects, from advisory all the way to financing, etc. But I can go on and on and on around the types of deals that we do. The key takeaway is that we see ourselves as important partners and trusted partners to the sovereign. We see ourselves important partners to various MDAs, from Ministry of Finance to Central Bank to the DMO. But we also see ourselves as important partners to our corporate community, where we work on everything from trade to financing to other structured solutions that address some of the most thorny issues that they face. I think the last example I'll give around thorny issues is that if you remember, in the time of over the last, call it 3 to 5 years, I wouldn't call it crisis, but in time of volatility, there was a lot of, call it, indecision and trapped cash in the country that made it very difficult for corporates to appropriately invest and react. We worked with a lot of corporates around some of those issues using very creative derivative structures to, one, extract cash, but also reinvest cash in a very sustainable way, even in the most difficult times in the market. And a lot of that is in the underbelly. You don't hear about that in the public, but it just tells you that we're able to leverage our global network, global expertise in a very focused and target ways, working deeply with our clients in a trusting way to deliver solutions that unlock activities that actually benefit the country.
Thank you. I think maybe bucking the sitting arrangement. My next question is for Tayo. Maybe you could describe NESG's approach to strengthening the business environment and how that has changed, with the economic cycles as well.
When we discuss NESG's approach, a very good example is BusinessDay's approach, because in 30 years of NESG, BusinessDay has been there for those entire 20 years, covering and making accountable the players in the Nigerian economy that shape policy, that shape change. And once again, I want us to give Oga Frank and Business Day a big round of applause for studying the cause and building a really powerful, value-based, principle-based institution, because that's where you start. You start with a clear vision. And in 1993, business leaders got together and agreed that a digitally connected industrial Nigeria was possible. That was possible for Nigeria to be competitive. That was possible for Nigeria's economy to be inclusive, and we could do that in a sustainable way. Now, why that is important was these business leaders were visualizing the future at a time where we were run by a dictatorship. Military rule was here, it was perverse, it was entrenched, and these business mutineers started this conversation. And so vision is important, because vision is where you get the audacity of hope to act. And the audacity of hope is key to action. So I think that's the first thing. The NESG has sustained the vision of Nigeria where we were daring to push the boundaries of conversations that looked impossible. In 1996, the target for teledensity by 2010 was 1%. Can you imagine? 1%. A 1% teledensity was our own vision for ourselves by 2010. The Economic Summit pushed against that type of target to say, no, the world is moving faster, technology is moving faster. By 1999, we had forced the review of the National Telecommunication Policy. That birthed the GSM roadmap. 10 years later, teledensity in 2010 was already above 65%. So that's how you do it. You do it with a clear vision and then with some audacity of hope backed by some action. Another great example is pension reforms. In 2001, we were at a summit where we had presented a new vision of pension reform. The president at that time, President Obasanjo, said, "You mean we'll hand over all the pensions of Nigeria to you, the private sector?" And he said, "Ole," as his idiosyncratically, his boisterous personality would do. 2 years later, he called us into the room and said, "Right, government has failed at pension reforms, now is your turn." We took that and ran with it, and today a private sector led pension industry cannot be, you cannot even imagine that we thought that that was an impossible task. So how do you do it? You do it first with a clear vision, some audacity of hope, and some agreement on some co-production principles, because economic transformation cannot be delivered by the private sector alone. So what we have done is to agree with our government partners on the co-production principles. Number one is a commitment to a competitive economy. And this is important because Nigerian firms will not be globally competitive if home base does not give them an advantage. Number two is private sector-led investment. Let's cut the chase. No amount of government budgeting will match the size of our dreams. So expanding our capacity to put the private sector and its investment to work is the only theory of change. Number three is create an enabling environment to do business. And guess what? We in business are the best people to tell you what an enabling environment looks like. So regulatory capacity to listen to the private sector and to turn that around makes a difference. Number four is the rule of law. Number five is democratic governance. And number six is an approach to governing that creates sustainable development. Now, these principles were agreed 31 years ago. And all we have done at NESG for 31 years is to use these principles and the evidence to drive crucial public-private conversations that create consensus around big actions and to get those actions out of the room. And look, government listens when the private sector speaks with one voice, and that's something we need to do more of. Going into the future, the theme of this panel is building a new Nigeria. Two consensus items are required. One is a consensus on our economic transformation. That not only must Nigeria grow, Nigeria must grow in a particular way, with depth, with diversification, with a strong orientation on exports, with a commitment to productivity, with a deep agenda and aggression for technology upgrades, and with a people-centered approach where we carry more people along and leave fewer people behind. That would be, in my opinion, NESG's approach going into the future. It needs scale, it needs grit, it needs all hands on deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear consensus, and I think we've heard that quite a bit today on the need for consensus on what the new Nigeria and the direction for that looks like. But before we go into just sort of a segment for scale and growth, one thing that's very important for entrepreneurs is how businesses like the businesses represented here today have dealt with, the uncertainty and the volatility that has characterized the economy over the last few years. So I'll come back to you, Afia. The business environment has faced significant pressures, and businesses like yours would have felt the impact of currency instability, rising inflation, dwindling consumer income. And businesses will approach these issues in different ways. Some will decide to push ahead with strong growth, others would be to hold back. How did you approach the volatility, and how does that look in action?
Okay, so yes, I cannot underscore the importance of macroeconomic stability in our sector, especially in the manufacturing sector. Over the last 13 years, I have endured several devaluations. Everybody in the room knows how the country has gone from boom to bust cycles and what that means for businesses. And I've been no exception. So there's been a lot of resiliency, there's been a lot of surviving and holding on, but we've taken some of those lessons into how we've basically set ourselves up for the future. One of the things that helped my business in particular was our demographic, our target market. We focused, when I first, actually, funny enough, when I first moved to Nigeria, somebody said you can't build a scalable food business if you're not selling 100 naira product. And that always used to haunt me because my products could never be sold at 100 naira. But over the years, that actually was one of our advantages, that because we were selling to the most resilient, I would say, target market, we were able to recover from the different volatile situations we found ourselves in. And learning from that, as we expanded our manufacturing capacity, we were very intentional about diversifying on the manufacturing floor, meaning that we would be producing for different market segments. So now we have a retail product that people know of, but we also have products that we sell to industry, and we also have products that we export. And that seems to be the hedge that we think will keep us afloat and also keep us thriving in the future. But I think the most important thing is for us as a business is for Nigeria to be stable economically, because wherever now we invest, if these calculations change, it's very difficult for us to recover as we scale. So we're hopeful that in this, we're set for a period of macroeconomic stability that will really encourage our scale and our growth. But those are some of the ways that we've been able to manage volatility in the business.
Thank you. Kopo, your business has been around for at least 2 decades, and that has seen periods of boom, periods of, contraction. What are some of the important factors that today's entrepreneurs should also, keep in mind as you go through those economic cycles to ensure that you're building a resilient and sustainable business, regardless of the cycle that you find yourself?
You're talking about growth or?
Growth, downward trend, how did you manage that?
Okay, one is, okay, like I said, when we started, we were basically substituting imports at the time, and started small, and then stage by stage started growing. And that's why I always say growth comes in phases, and growth is not static. It just continues. And in terms of sustaining that resilience and sustaining is, first of all, knowing what your core values are, what is that winning culture, and ensuring that there is alignment with the people you have to hold that culture that is so dear to us and has kept us. If I look at sustaining and the resilience and going through all the different economic cycles, because we have been through ups and downs, one is you need to know the market trend. You need to know when to change, when the market changes. I remember when we started, we focused on the Nigerian market, but we ensured that we went for global certifications that will help us to do business across borders. And today we export a lot of our products to over 20 countries across Africa. Now, the other thing we do, so that is growth, but what next? What next was we looked at it and said, Africa is one market. You know, as opposed to just having clients in different countries across Africa, why don't we actually establish our footprints in some of the strategic regions? And then we went and built a factory in another part of Africa to take care of that region. So it's resilience, it's ensuring that the DNA and the culture that has kept you going is well entrenched and well sustained all through. Is ensuring that, I mean, for me as a leader, it starts with me. Improving myself, improving my skills, because the skills you need for a startup is different from the skills that you need when the company is well established. So you have to keep growing. And then for the people for tomorrow that would take that company and help the company grow as the market changes, you need to identify the potentials within your organization and develop them to grow. So there are several areas and several factors that, that we need to touch to ensure that the resilience is, the resilience continues. The other thing is diversification. I remember there was a major year where 50% of our revenue was at stake because of a policy shift, you know. And what helped us was that we were already well diversified. And so it was not easy, but we thank God that we had other verticals that we could rely on at the time that we needed to. So we need to be well certified and diversified. Innovation, as I said, is not static. So you need to know your market. You need to ensure that you're ahead of the market and you have what it takes before the market even gets there. You know, a lot of the certifications that we have and a lot of the things that we can do, the market has not demanded for it yet. But we know that at some point, they're going to get to it. So you need to keep improving. You need to keep studying and mastering the trend of the market that you're in so that it's very easy to adjust when the market changes.
Thank you. So I heard understanding the trends to identify the opportunities, proofing your business, diversification, just getting ready even in the high periods for when inevitably the low periods could come. Thank you for that. Kashifu, thank you very much for the presentation earlier today on how NIFTA is working to develop Nigeria's digital economy. How could the private sector better leverage what you have on offer? What could entrepreneurs do to better leverage what you have available? The frameworks, the goals, and the targets that you have for the country.
Okay, thank you very much once again for having me. So our approach to regulation at NIFTA, we started from when the private sector and government were not engaging at all. We're just doing blame game. Then we said we need to look at that our engagement contract. How can we review the social contract we have between government and private sector so that we can sit together with the private sector to co-design and co-create policies. Government develop policies for the private sector, not for the government. And when you are designing and building that policies without people that will implement it, being part of it, there won't be any ownership when it comes to implementation. So today we have a president who is pro-business, the president who wants to create the right environment for businesses to thrive in Nigeria. Looking at that, the president wants us to work together with the private sector to co-design and co-create. And our mandate, we call our regulation developmental regulation. Our regulation is not to stifle innovation, but we use it as an instrument that can help us create new markets, democratize services, enhance service delivery, as well as to protect consumers. And even the providers need to be protected to a certain level. So those regulations are putting the guardrails in place to ensure we have the best practices that can serve everyone. And when we look at it from the market creation perspective, it is not about just bringing a regulation. When you bring that regulation, we want to create something new because we are talking about new Nigeria. The new Nigeria we are envisioning is not going to be the same thing with the Nigeria of today or the Nigeria of yesterday because we have different indices and parameters that shape the future. So it's for us now to decide what kind of Nigeria do we want to create, what kind of policies do we need to have in place, and what can inspire us to create that Nigeria we are envisioning. So looking at that, the future is digital. Today, our lifestyles is digital. Every organization is a technology organization. Every industry is a digital industry. So how can we use this technology as a source of inspiration? For example, AI, or if you look at most of these emerging technologies, they are general purpose technologies, something you can use everywhere. How can I invite AI to the table as a CEO or as a business so that I can use AI as a thought partner to come up with something new business value proposition? Then how can I be the person in the middle? Because yes, AI is there, AI can do more than what we do, but AI is not going to replace you and I. AI will replace the skills we have today and the processes we follow to do our work. Then the third one is being in the middle is the second one. Then the third one is to make sure the AI you are using, you give it a persona around. Because if you want to get the best, for example, from the Gen AI, give it a persona. Tell it you want it to act as a doctor, as a lawyer, as a business partner, as a co-founder to build that solution together. But the last one is you need to look at it as the worst AI you will ever use. That's how government comes into place. We need to create a policy lab. We need to test it. We need to make sure we are getting the best out of it. So that's the approach we take to regulation as a government to help the private sector use or build use cases using this technology, then come up with a benchmark which we'll use as a baseline for frameworks, guidelines, and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to growth and scale and the approach. Afyong, you talked about diversifying your business outside Nigeria, and Kofo also alluded to that as a means of, diversifying the risk, expanding your market share. What would you say are the important factors for successfully entering new markets?
Yes, I think understanding the market is absolutely critical. When you're obviously playing in a global market, you're playing against global competitors. So knowing the trends and the drivers of that market, for us, it's also picking markets that we're going to take long-term bets on, which are countries that have a lot of growth potential, and one where there's a depth of the market so that we can target several types of customers, and that's worked well for us. The last thing is actually the cost of entry. I mean, I won't go too much into regulation and certifications. That's very dependent on the sector. But for us, understanding the cost of entry has been critical. When we started trying to serve the US market, we realized very quickly that after a while, it was difficult the way we were going to continue to, as a Naira earning business, serve a dollar country the way we were, and we had to kind of recalibrate and look for more cost-effective ways. So understanding the investment required to get into these markets and to be able to break into the market before you start recouping your investment is absolutely important. What I come across more is that you lose staying power because you run out of funding, and you realize that you can't do what it takes to be able to properly play in the market. So those for me are the core.
Just staying with the point about funding, the next question is for you, Dalu. What are entrepreneurs currently leaving on the table? How could they better optimize their relationships with their financing partners? How could they do more with the banks to better access the funding that's required to grow and scale businesses?
It's always good. Look, I think the first thing is around transparent engagement. Like we all know, I think every financier has its own, call it, parameters that it looks at to be able to assess a underlying credit before you actually, provide capital. And I think there needs to be a lot more transparent engagement between, users of capital and providers of capital, particularly around, what are the parameters that are most important for the providers of capital, and how does that fit the requirements of the user of capital. I'll say that is the core. But I'll take it a step further because, we look at ourselves not only as a provider of capital, but as an intermediary of capital. And the more we understand, the users of capital, call it the requirements, the gestation period of their business, how mature or unmature the businesses are, and we have that sort of an open dialogue with them, then we can actually tap into multiple different sources of capital. And I think, typically people look at a bank as, the bank's balance sheet, but it's not necessarily the bank's balance sheet. I mean, we intermediate capital flows from multiple different sources, from capital markets providers to, foundations and donor agencies, to export credit agencies, to private capital, to equity providers, etc. And the deeper our engagement and trust with the users of capital, the more we can actually package their storyline and their requirements to fit various funding sources. So I think the biggest advice I give is to start early, engage deeply, and understand the various sources of capital and their criteria, and be able to package a story that actually meets those requirements. And that would be the advice I give to entities that are looking for capital.
Dialogue and transparency. Kafur, in addition to funding, you have scaled your business over the last 20 years. In addition to funding, what are the other critical factors that businesses or entrepreneurs, founders need to take into consideration or that are important to scaling a business successfully in this market?
As I said, funding is good, but it's not everything. One of the things that they need to, the major thing is to know your market, know your business, know the trends, and continuous improvement, always be ready to change when it does, have a disruptive mindset, disrupt yourself when you need to, so just always look at, how can you add more value to the market that you're serving. And the only way you can know that is by really mastering and studying the trends, not only in your market, but even in markets that are more developed, so the global trends. Oh, this is happening globally. Nigeria may catch up with it as well. How do I prepare for it? And so on. So I would say that in addition to funding, knowing the market is important. Secondly is people alignment. As a CEO and a leader, you can see your North Star, but how do you get other people to see what you're seeing and buy into it? So continuous people alignment, developing the potentials that you have and the talents that you have, good succession planning at every stage is also important. The next is be globally competitive. I remember when we wanted to start, we were very much aware of made in Nigeria will be seen as low, sort of low quality. So quality was very key to us. And what was also key, and in order to have that high quality and best-in-class standards, we had to benchmark ourselves globally. So it wasn't about what our immediate market was demanding for, but what are the global standards in the business that you're in? So benchmark yourself globally, be globally competitive in terms of the products that you're selling, in terms of your business ethics, and so on. So these are all the factors that also come into play apart from funding. The other thing is choosing your shareholders, choosing your investors, ensuring that the values are uniform across board. That's also extremely important. But being ready to disrupt yourself when you need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Tayo, I think this will be the final question, maybe just for any final remarks by any of the panelists. But Tayo, from your experience, what would you say are some of the common attributes that you see in successful businesses, and that would help current entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, anyone who's thinking about setting up a business, to know what's really important? What are some of the common themes or threads that cut across the successful businesses that you've worked with, you've partnered with in the course of NESG?
So I think it's important to begin with a clear sense of what bets you're taking and what the costs of those bets are. Sometimes business leaders are underestimating the effort level required to build, grit, and scale something in Nigeria. And when you do that, you can lose before you start. So this is hard work. But that hard work then requires this commitment to resilience that has come through every panelist. The second is a commitment to strategic agility. because in disruptive, and Nigeria has been very disruptive, one of the consistent longer-term trends on Nigeria's macro is that we are still a highly unstable economy. If you take a 30-year look at our GDP, it's all over the place, all right? And when you're operating in that kind of market, strategic agility is everything. Your resilience, your capacity to reflect on the data and see corners before they happen, your ability to be resourceful, and you've heard from the panelists, this capacity to dig in, look at what to leverage and pivot to. And then, of course, you need this huge capacity to connect with what comes next. Now, once you have resilience, you have that commitment to strategic agility. The next thing is you need to become catalytic. And one of the things we encourage business leaders at the NESG to do is to get involved. One of the best ways to determine the future is to shape the future. Don't wait for it to happen and then complain it happened to you. Get involved in the policy conversations. Get involved in the policy debate. Some of the best feedback regulators can get is from innovators at the core, shaping the market and the products of the future, right? And so when you are doing cutting-edge stuff, don't hope the regulator will get it. No, make it part of your business to sit across from government, and NESG creates a lot of space for that, so that you're catalytic in shaping the future. If you want a future, if you want to build this new Nigeria, we must become proactive, deliberate as business leaders to get in front of the conversation. So let's not wait for an AI policy from DG. You know, we need to say, DG, here's how we see AI working today and working the next 10, 20 years. Here's where we see policy needs to go. Now, the last thing is back to a mindset on competitiveness, and all the panelists have said it. Anywhere in the world, we have seen small, medium-scale firms scale to large firms and compete around the world. They have this mindset that they are playing global. They don't have a mindset where they are saying, we're just going to win in Lagos and win in the local market. You know, that local quality or a Nigerian quality must be substandard, and the Nigerian quality must be lower than the global standard. We must break that mindset that allows us for Nigerian quality to mean, in the same word, global competitive quality. That then gives us the mindset to push the boundaries. And competitive pressure is good. I think that's something else all the panelists have said. The competitive pressure, that desire to go, you know, to build something that wins everywhere, not just here, gives the business the pressure to build its capacity in its leadership, in its processes, its systems, to ensure that value innovation stays way ahead of the curve. And that allows us to pursue a trajectory where not only is the future possible, we exceed our dreams. So I think that those are the things that we see in business leading. In the last 30 years, the businesses that were here when NESG started and are here now doing great things, these are characteristics they all have in common. And the last is, let's not kid ourselves. This takes audacity, bold, audacious hope that you can make a difference and you can build something to last. I think the leaders have tried, have done all that, and many of them are in the room, and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much. And I think we've run out of time, but any final remarks for, you know, the...
I think for me, a big takeaway in terms of just business is that you got to embrace two things, collaboration and partnership. And I'll say collaboration both locally and globally, and partnership locally and globally. I think we're living in a world where the market is big. There's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of capital, there's a lot of willingness to partner, but if you're not open to engage deeply across multiple different, should I say, spheres of relationships, you never know what is available to you to be able to help you scale your business. And I think that's most important, particularly when I think about the businesses that have been successful, whether it's in Nigeria or globally. The concept of partnership, the concept of collaboration continues to come to the fore. When navigating difficult times, the answer is never around you. It might be far away from you. But if you don't engage deeply, if you don't partner, if you don't collaborate, then you miss the mark. And I think, as a bank, a Standard Chartered Bank, we continue to say we are a network bank. And we're able to we're able to leverage the network of 56 countries globally to bring to one market. And we've seen it actually come to play on multiple different, should I say, situations, which are either transaction-oriented or even business, call it BAU-oriented. That's business as usual. And it always amazes me that when you're able to tap into, call it a wider audience, the multiplicity of solutions is far, far, far more superior than what one would have expected just being in a conclave of a room. So I'll just continue to encourage people, keep an open mind, collaborate deeply, collaborate widely, and partner widely.
Thank you. And Kofo?
Yeah, I was just going to sort of conclude on the new Nigeria that we want. Honestly, this new Nigeria, the private sector is very pivotal to it, and I'm talking to entrepreneurs, I'm talking to CEOs, I'm talking to executive directors, I'm talking to visionaries here. Yes, we have the socio-economic environment, but for this new Nigeria that we want to see, it must be globally focused and export focused as well, with global strategies. Nigeria cannot continue to depend on oil alone. We have to be more productive. Innovation must kick in. And we must make sure that not just our products are competitive, but our businesses are also competitive. And it just doesn't affect the product, but it also increases the value of our currency. And if the value of our currency increases, then it's better lives and better living standards for all. And that's the new Nigeria that we want to see.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring the session to a close by thanking the panelists for what I hope has been an inspiring and engaging discussion. I do hope that the insights shared here will generate fresh thinking, new ideas, and also help instill fresh confidence in the Nigerian enterprise. Thank you very much.
Please kindly stay on stage for a picture with the publisher. That was CEOs in Conversation. Yes, sir. That was a very insightful conversations between some of Nigeria's most impactful CEOs. I think this panel really showcased the remarkable business success stories that we have in Nigeria, and I think it underscored their enduring belief in Africa's most populous nation. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. And thank you very much to our very able moderator for doing that so beautifully. So there is a bit of a change in the agenda. We will be taking an address first and then taking the final panel session for the day, and then lunch will be served. So please join me in welcoming the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, Engineer Aminu Usman Gumel, who is representing the Governor of Jigawa State, His Excellency Malam Umar Namadi. As we all know, Jigawa State, let's put our hands together for His Excellency, please, as he makes his way to the stage. And can someone please bring the podium up on the stage as well? As you know, Jigawa State is Nigeria's wheat-producing state, and we can't wait to hear from His Excellency around what he has to say. Yes, the podium will be brought to you. You're welcome.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am honored to be here to represent the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, Malam Umar A. Namadi, at this 13th Annual Business Day CEO Forum, which is organized by the publisher and the CEO of Business Day. I have his goodwill message here with me, and I wanted to read. I am highly honored for the invitation by the Business Day to its 13th CEO Forum, and for privilege of standing before this well-accomplished chief executive officers and other very distinguished personalities to deliver this remark. I am truly delighted to be part of this highly valued annual event, a congregation of hundreds of visionary leaders and CEOs in the business world. As a platform, bring together business magu, policymakers and investors from all over the world. I believe the CEO forums offer a valuable opportunity to listen and engage in a high-level discussion of crucial importance in economic governance. Beyond this, delivering this remark gives me an opportunity as the Chief Investment Promotion Officer of my state to briefly highlight on what we are doing to facilitate the development of the private sector in Jigawa State and contribute to Mr. President Renewal Hub agenda, which aim to position Nigerian economy for more sustainable and inclusive development. In line with the constitutional responsibilities, one of the overarching strategy development objectives we are pursuing as government is to ensure sustained improvement in the socio-economic well-being of the people of Jigawa State. This we are restlessly pursuing, guided by our Greater Jigawa 12-point agenda aim to comprehensively transform the social economic landscape of the state. This agenda was further expanded by over 50 specific commitment and policy declarations during inauguration as governor of the Jigawa State in May 2023. One of the key policy declarations we committed to is ensuring an expanded role of the private sector in growing the economy of Jigawa State. This was premised on the fact that globally, it is a private sector that plays a leading role serving a catalyst of unlocking economic opportunity, promoting economic growth, and the diversification at both the national and sub-national level. The public sector ensures the provision of necessary enabling environment for the private sector to flourish and service this purpose. Private firms supposed to be at the forefront of the development process generally and generating a significant proportion of employment opportunities. Supplying goods, servicing, undertaking corporate social responsibilities, contributing to the government tax revenue. It is precisely for this reason that we have been pursuing several initiatives aimed at creating a well-functioning business environment and investment climate as defined by the policy, legal institutional arrangement that affect their performance. Specifically, we deem it as an obligation to ensure that regulations are not burdensome or unpredictable, that critical infrastructure is good enough, and that policies that secure and engender rapid growth of private investment are institutionalized. Some of the interventions we pursue include, among others, enacted of law and executive order providing a range of incentives for prospective investors, provision of regulatory policy, framework for effective and transparency, public-private partnership, timely access to land, and provision of one-stop shop investment facilitating process through the State Investment Promotion Agency. Our success story in the subnational ranking on Ease of Doing Business, EODB, in Nigeria testified to the effectiveness of our intervention. The 2023 EODB report published by the PEBEC rated Jigawa State as second in Nigeria after being the third position in 2021. Above this, I should mention the most report on the security situation in Nigeria have always rated Jigawa the most peaceful and safest state to invest. We have also in the last 2 years reinvigorated the State Investment Promotion Agency, popularly known as Invest Jigawa, established under Jigawa State Law number 12 of 2026, as to effectively serve that one-stop shop coordination center that mobilize and facilitate local and foreign investment into the state. In addition to assisting investors to get all necessary approval, incentives, and other resources, including land, to facilitate and realization of their project at the earliest possible time. The agency also provides aftercare and hand-holding support to ensure that private investments thrive and perform profitably. Let me at this stage inform all the CEOs, business mogul, and other serious-minded investors here present that investment opportunities in Jigawa State abound across all sectors, particularly agriculture, solid mineral, commerce, and industries, estate development, education, and health. Presently, the Jigawa State is leading producer and exporter of hibiscus and sesame seed. It is one of the 3 producers of gum arabic, also a leading producer of rice, wheat, watermelon, industrial tomatoes, and other vegetables. Unfortunately, most of the exportable ones are being exported with little or no value addition. For mineral deposits, Jigawa State boasts of over 10 different kinds of solid mineral existing in commercial quantity, including precious stone, semi-precious, metallic and non-metallic materials, specific one including the granite, kaolin, soda ash, that is trona, silica sand, we have gold, there's copper, and tin ore. To provide investment opportunity for manufacturers, we are presently establishing an industrial park in the state purposely to support and develop a micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, MSMEs, and large-scale industries. It is intended to serve as regional manufacturing, trade, and distribution hub. The park also complements an existing border export-free zone by NEFZA, strategically located at Megatari Town along the Nigeria-Niger border. This facility also provides ample opportunity for manufacturers producing goods exportable to the Republic of Niger and other landlocked countries in the Western African sub-region. As Jigawa Chief Investment Promotion Executive, let me wrap up by saying Jigawa State is open for investment and businesses. I'm here together with the Director General of the Jigawa State Investment Promotion Agency, a few of her. As I mentioned earlier, one of the major components of the 12-point agenda is the pursuit of agricultural transformation, with the primary objective of achieving food, nutrition security, job creation, poverty reduction, and contribution to the economic diversification drive of the federal government. So agriculture has always been the backbone of our economy, engaging a significant proportion of the state's population. It is, however, largely subsistence-based, with too much drudgery and relatively low yield to meet our objectives. We therefore deem it imperative to modernize the production system, including adoption of more sustainable approaches with capacity to transform the entire agricultural value chain. To comparative advantage we had for the centuries with the amount to note, if not accompanied by an even greater competitive advantage. It was in pursuit of this that we developed a very comprehensive and robust agricultural development policy to guide our agricultural transformation agenda, guided by the policy. The transformation agenda has placed very high premium of initiating aim at increasing productivity, bringing more land under cultivation, and our use into agriculture, mechanizing the system, adoption climate smart agriculture, development of irrigation, including upland area, livestock development, dealing with the challenges of storage and post-harvest losses, and promote agribusiness and agro-industrializations. These are what we have generally been preoccupied with in our pursuit of agricultural transformation over the last 2 years. I must add, with resounding success. As I conclude the goodwill message, I would like to profoundly commend and congratulate the CEO of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank, for the wisdom of his initiative and sustaining the annual CEO of each year. It is amazing how this forum has been expanding and growing in terms of its influence on the business world, and it is contributing to the knowledge sharing, impactful dialogue on trading, economic policy, issues and networking, opportunities between various entities, between the public and private sectors. The array of speakers assembled of this 13 CEO is a testimony to this observation. Finally, I thank you all for listening. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that presentation.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, for that presentation and for telling us so much about...
Jigawa State and the opportunities in the state.
Absolutely.
I think you did a good job of really highlighting the opportunities in the state, and I love the way you concluded that Jigawa State is open for business.
Absolutely. I don't know about you, but I definitely want to go and visit sometime soon.
Yeah.
All right. So we have one agenda item left, but before we tell you about that, we have a couple of audience questions that we would love you to engage with. So if the tech team could please pull up the Slido questions so that our audience can engage. So what you do is that you go to your internet browser and put in www.slido.com. So if you could take out your phones, you can actually take the poll right away. You can either scan the QR code that you see or go to your internet browser and put in www.slido.com. And then once you get to Slido, you put the number 1962963. So please kindly take out your phones while we wait for, okay, so
Yes,
the first question. Go on.
I should also add that some questionnaire forms were shared earlier this morning. If you still have those forms and you haven't filled them yet, please kindly fill them and send them to the appropriate quarters. Thank you.
The first question is, which single policy action would most accelerate Nigeria's recovery over the next 24 months? It seems like 67% of our participants, okay, that's moving now. 60% of our, let me wait. All right. Okay, so it seems like 40% of our participants feel like more FX reforms. Some think improved security, while others think infrastructure push as well as private capital incentives. However, none of our participants believe that more fiscal discipline would do that. All right, so it seems like 36% believe. Yeah, so we'll announce the final results at the end. Perhaps we can take the next question. So how confident are you that reforms will deliver inclusive economic growth for households and MSMEs? How confident are you, Lolade?
Well, I mean, we need to say that we are all in agreement that the reforms have indeed set us on the right path. There might be some short-term pain, as it is with any bold reform that has been long overdue. But I think people are starting to take comfort in the fact that there are some long-term gains on the horizon. I mean, we can look at the data. The data suggests to us that the reforms are already beginning to bear fruit. We see, for instance, in the month of April, foreign investors put more money in the stock market than local investors for the first time in more than 8 years. So we're seeing investor confidence rising again. We're seeing some sort of stability in the foreign exchange market. The Naira has been very stable despite all that is happening around us. The Israel-Iran tensions, you know, Donald Trump, the US president, you know, so there's a lot of headwinds globally, but the Naira has so far just essentially buck the trend of other emerging market currencies, and it's fairly stable. So I think we are beginning to see the results of the reforms that we've undertaken, and perhaps there's still much more to come.
Very well said. All right, so we have come to our final agenda item of the day. And this panel session is entitled Driving Recovery Across Key Sectors. Essentially, it's going to offer a very unique opportunity to gain insights into stories that celebrate business success, reflect on challenges, and highlight key trends within select industries. Would you like to tell us who's going to be on this panel?
Of course. Let me start by introducing the moderator, Tokunbo George Taylor, founder, CEO of Scott Communications. A round of applause for her, please, as she makes her way up stage. Joining her, the other panelists, we have Yarub Al-Barani, Managing Director, Nigeria and West Africa, West and Central Africa at British American Tobacco. Good to have you, sir. Boyega Fatimileyi, Founding Partner, Dia Fatimileyi and Co. A round of applause for him as he makes his way up stage. We also have Chike Obianwu, Deputy Managing Partner, Templars. A round of applause, please. Let's keep the applause going. Hamid Abubakar Joda, MD CEO, Taj Bank. A round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way up stage. Olakunle Williams, CEO, Tetracore Energy Group Limited. A round of applause for him. And finally, we have Aminu Maida, the Executive Vice Chairman, CEO of the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC.
All right, over to our very able moderator. Does anyone have mic?
Good afternoon. Welcome to all my speakers. They've mentioned your names, but I think it'll be a good idea, just in less than a minute, just do a quick introduction of yourselves, please.
Hello. My name is Yarab Al-Bahrani, and I'm the MD of British American Tobacco in Western Central Africa. I'm half Iraqi, half English. I've been with the company 29 years. I've been in Nigeria 9 years. My family and my kids have grown up here. I've been here so long that I have a Nigerian name called Amawale.
Amawale,
yes.
Okay.
So that's me, and the family and I love being in Nigeria and the excitement and volatility of the market in a business way.
Thank you, Omowale.
My name is Boyega Fatimileyi, and I represent Dia Fatimileyi and Company. We are a real estate company and a development advisor in Nigeria. We've been in business in Nigeria for the past 42 years.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chike Obianwu. I'm Deputy Managing Partner of the law firm Templars, which is Nigeria's largest law firm by lawyer headcount, with businesses in Nigeria and in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Olakunle Williams. I'm the founder and chief executive officer for Tetracore Energy Group. We're an energy marketing and infrastructure development company. We run one of the largest gas distribution portfolio today in Nigeria, cut across processing, distribution, pipeline distribution, virtual pipeline distribution, embedded power generation. And we're also setting up the same structures in other countries in West Africa with the example of Ghana. So we're very proud to be here today and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hamid Joda. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Taj Bank Limited. Taj Bank is Nigeria's second non-interest bank, and we started business about 6 years ago. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for coming this afternoon. So our session is about driving recovery across key sectors, and it's great because we have quite a mix of sectors from tobacco to telecoms to energy to real estate, legal, banking. Nigeria has gone through its challenges in the last couple of years, new government, new policies, devaluation, inflation, cash crisis, ESG. We've gone through so many things. And I think this afternoon, what we want the audience to know is that despite the challenges, we've seen opportunities. And your organizations have been able to drive recovery and growth. I'm going to start with Mr. Fatimilehin because I've had that name growing up. It's a household name. So I'm going to look at policies. I'm going to just ask you about policies, post-reform real estate policies. So for your organization, which specific fiscal or land administration reforms has been the biggest game changer for the real estate investment industry?
Well, land administration is always very critical to economic development, and legislations that surrounds it will determine how those resources are used. The most strategic legislation which can be regarded as a major policy statement in regarding real estate is the Real Estate Development Bill that was passed in 2021, basically regulating the relationship within the provider of services within this industry. But unfortunately, the law has been there, but no framework has been put to ensuring that it's implemented. So basically, there is still the melee of unpleasant situation within the practitioner of real estate practice in Nigeria. However, there are major shifts in major decisions that has been made within the industry. Part of it is the Renew Hope agenda that has an arm of building houses, 10,000 houses within the next 4 years. Not only that, also the Ministry of Finance also set up a ₦1 trillion fund, of which the first tranche has just gone to 50 billion to subsidize purchasers of properties so that they can get mortgage on long-term risk at scale. So it's not 1, 2 mortgages that we see being offered by banks. So there is a strategic position to ensure that mortgage is produced, can be given at a large scale. So it's a major policy decision in real estate. Also, we have the Lagos State regulation that is trying to regulate the behavior within the market, which is being promulgated into law. Those are major decision taking. However, within this decision, they're just looking at the behavior of the people. What matters is planning. Most states has not been planned. Most capital cities don't have master plan. So they don't know, so that's why you have development going in the wrong direction, not regulated, that cannot be controlled. But if these towns, like other places, and cities and states are properly planned, you could put in place where everything will be, and then there will be a decisive and major progress in orderly development within the city. When there are orderly development, what it does is that it increases value. It makes value accretion really visible to the investors and can attract both local and foreign investors into these bids. So decision policies are made and are not followed up. And if they are not followed up, they are left hanging and nothing can be done about it.
Let me just ask you a follow-up question quickly, because I was here when the representative from the minister talked about funding they have available, and you just said that as well. And you said that people will have access to mortgage. But what is the interest rate? Can everyone afford the interest rate on this?
No, the intervention of MREIF is giving mortgage at incredibly 12%.
Okay.
And that may not make it as affordable as you find in other countries where it is 5-6%.
Yeah.
But it's a major shift from a position of 23%, 30% to 4 mortgages. It's not possible. Nobody can fund mortgage at that rate.
Absolutely.
But at 12% and at scale, it's a major movement forward from what has ever been.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Rube, let me come to you. VAT operates in a tightly regulated industry. And, there have been recent shifts in terms of excise tax regime, stricter advertising restriction, which, might impact what your business is doing. So how do you see that, and how do you balance being a profitable organization with all the policies surrounding your kind of business?
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Business Day for a marvelous event as well, I would say. Let me give you a quick context of BAT. So obviously it's a multinational company. We've been in Nigeria more than 100 years. In 2003, we established a state-of-the-art factory in Ibadan. We spent about $150 million, and throughout that time since then, we've spent another $35 million on maintenance. So we're very established in Nigeria and have a market-leading position. We also export to 13 markets, including the USA, which is a proud initiative, which we're very proud of. Now, as you said, we are in a very regulated environment, both from an excise perspective and marketing perspective, but it's the regulatory clarity that we always need and the consistency in policies. Previous governments, we had the cash crunch, and then we had an excise shock, which was later thankfully reversed by the new government. But at the same time, we had a roadmap, which previously the government was trying to break. Now, the new government, to their credit, maintained that roadmap. It's a 3-year roadmap, which is moderate and predictable excise, allows us to plan and invest. That roadmap has come to an end. And now we go into a new roadmap from next year. So again, we rely on the government for moderate, predictable excise and fiscal strategy to enable the local industry to have a sustainable future. One other thing I would just say on regulation, because it's important as we're an exporter, the government also had an initiative of an export expansion grant previously to incentivize non-oil exporters. And that was critical because obviously non-oil exporters only represent 20%. Now BAT as a significant exporter, we export more than $100 million worth of proceeds which come back into the country every year, and we're consistently one of the top 10 exporters. The EEG, or the Export Expansion Grant, has always been very cumbersome because it relied on promissory notes, debt from the government. And since its inception, we have never received it, by the way. So it's imperative that in order to continue to encourage exporters, we move from promissory notes to export certificates, which can also be validated by the NEPC and the CBN and so forth. And that is highly important for us, those two parts of the regulation, fiscal clarity and also an immediate overhaul of the export expansion grant to facilitate the local legal sustainable industry.
Okay, so it looks as if you have your master plan sorted out to navigate that. So let me come to banking, Taj Bank, Mr. Hamid. So, I mean, there are a lot of regulatory policies within the banking industry, but let's look at scaling Islamic finance, right? So what kind of policies or regulatory reforms would help expand non-interest banking? Because we still have a lot of people that are underbanked in rural and peri-urban areas. So what kind of policies or regulatory reforms do you think must take place for this to be achieved?
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of regulation, I would say that we have a fairly developed regulatory environment. Not as advanced, that is in terms of non-interest banking, not as advanced as what you have, for instance, in Malaysia. But nevertheless, here in Nigeria, we also have a robust regulatory framework. And the regulatory framework is drawn from the Islamic Financial Standards Board. So I would say that the regulatory framework is quite robust, and it has given an opportunity to players to come into the market. When we came in, we were the second non-interest bank. And now we have about 5. And it is a success in the sector that has served as a big motivation for investors to look at non-interest banking as a profitable investment and to invest. For instance, in Taj Bank, when we started, we broke even in the first 6 months. And of course, we made profit in our first year. We've been consistently profitable. We've been recording triple-digit growth almost every year. So I would say, I would attribute it to the regulatory framework that we have. However, there is a fundamental problem, and that problem has to do with liquidity management. If you look at the conventional banks, there are so many liquidity management instruments. You have the treasury bills, you have OMO, you have so many short-term liquid instruments that a conventional bank can place liquidity. But for non-interest banking, there is a dearth of instruments. So sometimes you find yourself with heaps of liquidity in your system, but there is nowhere to place it. So that is a major problem that I think the regulators have to work on, one. Secondly, it is the speed. In non-interest banking, whatever product you want to introduce, you have to take it to the Sharia board for approval. And they sit once a quarter. So for instance, if you establish the bank, you would have to wait for 3 months or 6 months before you get product approvals. Meanwhile, for conventional banks, as you open the bank today, your products are ready and you start running. So that is also a big challenge. So we need speed in terms of the frequency of meetings of the Sharia board, so that we'll have approvals as and when due. Secondly, the difficulty of issuing sukuks is also there. I've had some meetings with the Debt Management Office in Nigeria, and I asked them, why can't you introduce non-interest T-bills, sukuks often? Why can't you fund the capital budget through sukuk? I mean, it's easier because we've all seen the success of sukuk in Nigeria. When the federal government introduced the product, it was a bit controversial. But now, as you travel on Nigerian roads, you see sukuk infrastructure, you see those routes, and that is transformative. And my argument is, why can't we fund the capital budget through sukuk? And the answer is the time it takes for the Sharia board to grant approval for the sukuk. And if they have to do that, there is no way they will meet up with the budget. So I think these are areas that we need a regulation, the regulators to come in and fast track so that we'll have a more robust and efficient industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for educating us on that because we wouldn't have thought so. So Olakule, let me come to you. We had an energy panel this morning, and there's been a lot of transactions in the last year and acquisitions. You know, it was even impressive to see everybody this morning, well, Nigerians. So for me, people still believe there's still little bits of bottleneck that is slowing down private investment. So what can be done in ensuring that that can be fixed in the incoming reform so that we attract more private investments in your sector?
So thank you very much. I was going to say that it's good that you started with the money man before you went to me, because everything I say today will depend on him and also maybe the financial sector. But that's on the light side. So like I said, I run a company that is involved across the value chain of natural gas and power. Today we provide energy that supports close to about 300 megawatts of power generation in Nigeria. We are setting up the first compressed natural gas system in Ghana today in Tema. So we see it end to end, both in terms of gas processing, both in terms of pipeline, gas distribution, compressed natural gas distribution, gas trading, and the likes of it. And so the first thing I would say is, when I look at what sort of policy helps to incentivize private investment, the question I ask myself is, what are we trying to achieve? And this conference talks about a roadmap to recovery. So the question is, what's our destination? Where do we want to get to? If we look at the different numbers, what we're trying to achieve is to have some level of socioeconomic stability and improvement in our conditions. We've said that we want to become a $1 trillion US economy by 2030, which means that we have to significantly leap the amount of GDP growth we have on an annual basis. All of this, to unlock all of this, at the center of all of this is energy. Energy is life. Energy is at the center of everything that we want to do. And so when we look at it, we dimension the challenges, right? Indeed, we've made significant progress when it comes to the upstream development. I'm sure that the panel earlier today spoke to some of the initiatives within the last 1 year that will come in trying to unlock, resource development at the upstream level. We have a bias for natural gas, so we're excited. We're working with a number of the upstream players to unlock that sector. But there's one critical element that we need to fix that will drive investment, and that's the market. Because it doesn't matter how much production you do on the upstream. If you don't have effective market that can take it, you ultimately will struggle in terms of an efficient market environment. And so two primary things. Number one is to step up power generation significantly and try to debottleneck the challenges that you have around that power sector issues. And I tell you today, we supply gas to the likes of NDPAC. We see that the entire power sector today is enveloped under a 4 trillion naira debt. We are immersed in that debt. We are struggling to find a way to manage that. And so you don't expect private sector to make investments, where they cannot have assurance on revenue collection, right? And in terms of also cash flow management as well. The second thing is, you also want to drive policy towards expanding gas to industries, because that's the primary driver for industrialization. And so you want to get to a point where you move the market to a market-led approach. Today we have so much intervention from the regulatory authorities around pricing and the fiscals, and you realize that that doesn't provide enough policy sustainability to drive investment. So what you want to see ultimately, and what we do a lot, is work with government agencies and stakeholders to help that transition ultimately to a market-led environment, which gives confidence for people to make investment. And of course, the last thing will be on the macroeconomics. We cannot divorce ourselves from the fact that we exist in an economy that ultimately what happens on the macro side affects on the micro side. And I thought the previous keynote speech did reference the fact that yes, we have some stability in terms of FX, and the likes of it, but we want to see a regime that gives confidence in terms of the macros, both in terms of foreign exchange, both in terms of being able to attract investment, foreign direct investment, FDIs into the space. And finally, we also want to see an environment that incentivizes private capital development. That's one area that is still a challenge here in Africa. You know, we have so much from what we estimate private capital capacity, but that's not going into critical sectors that will drive industrialization and energy development. And so what we want to see ultimately is, in combination of DFIs and institutional investment, let's have policies that also drive private sector, private capital investment. US today, you know, is essentially built on private capital and private equity. I don't think there's any reason why we can't achieve that in Nigeria. Technology is very important. We can't do anything without technology. We expect efficiency in technology. All that is driven by the fact that we have efficient markets. We want our effective market to grow from about 20% that it is today to at least 70%, which means that we are sure we can push in, you know, energy development straight to market that can accommodate it. There are several other things, but these are my own few comments around it.
Thank you. There's a lot that still needs to be done, obviously, but we're moving there slowly. So let me come to Templars. You know, we've heard from Taj about non-interest treasury bills. We've looked at the micro, macro. We've looked at all the taxes within the tobacco. We've looked at even the land and the master plan, the land laws, and, you know, what have you. So I can imagine you have a lot of clients that come to you across all sectors every day with different regulatory uncertainty, right? So I wanted to ask you, the CEOs that come to you on a daily basis, what's their biggest headache when it comes to regulatory uncertainty? What's their biggest headache?
I mean, I think it's a funny way to answer the question, but the biggest headache for people dealing with an economy like Nigeria is oftentimes regulatory uncertainty itself. And it varies from sector to sector. But I think oftentimes we look at things like regulatory cost, we look at inconsistency, changes, etc. Businesses have shown us that they are probably they're tolerant of taxes, they're tolerant of costs, but they want to know that there's consistency in the way government thinks, there's consistency in how policy is applied, there's the instability in terms of, there's stability in terms of how policy is interpreted. So I can go from sector to sector and identify specific sorts of issues that people worry about, but it's more across the board how government thinks, how different agencies of government work together or work at cross purposes, and how these harm businesses. Now, but if you look at one particular theme that has been consistent across the board in Nigeria over the past few years, although things have gotten significantly better there, FX has been a particularly thorny issue. So things around liquidity, availability of FX, access to the FX market, clarity of rules. So even if I've seen reform take place, and the central bank governor of today has done marvelously well in clearing backlogs of demand. They've also introduced policies aimed at transparency in terms of bringing out demand and supply in sunshine and enabling market participants going to purchase and sell, and then also bringing exchange rate stability. So with all of that, there's still a few issues that create cautious anxiety, if you like. So things like, we have rules that say we are in a willing buyer, willing seller market. A lot of businesses in Nigeria and a lot of foreign investors coming into Nigeria spend a lot of time trying to get legal and regulatory advice as to what exactly is willing buyer, willing seller. Am I able to go to BAT, for example, and say you have surplus dollars? Can I trade my Naira with you? And there you meet some bottlenecks. So there issues of that nature. There are issues also around our regulators not necessarily concentrating on regulation, but coming under revenue pressure. So many Nigerian regulators now have sort of veered into the space where they almost see themselves as profit centers. And so the cost of regulation is massive. If you need certain approvals, the fee you pay does not represent the service that the regulator provides, but instead is often calculated by reference to the value of your transaction, which has absolutely nothing to do with the effort, the research, the manpower, etc., that the regulator deploys to regulating and approving what it is you've come for. And all of these add up to cost of doing business in Nigeria. They add up to issues around lack of competitiveness. They just create those sorts of anxiety that businesses don't like.
So let me ask you a follow-up question. If you have a client, how can the business leader better future-proof their contracts, their governance framework, just to be able to thrive in an environment where policies are changing? How can they future-proof themselves? How would you advise your clients,
I think that's a very good question, because sometimes when we talk about these challenges, we enumerate so many challenges that it then begins to create the wrong impression that this is a market in which people do not succeed. And we've seen examples at this stage today of very successful experiments in spite of these challenges. And so I think, and we're proud to say as a firm, we've participated in many of these successes. So in terms of trying to future-proof our clients, the one important thing to do, amongst other things, is you have to be proactive. And being proactive means you have to anticipate change and be ready as quickly as possible to respond to change. And this includes constantly staying close to your advisors. So at Templars, for example, we provide certain services around legislative watch. So legislative watch means that for certain clients, we're embedded in lawmaking bodies, the National Assembly, state assemblies. We're embedded in regulatory agencies, trying to spot potential change and what those changes would mean for our clients, and notifying the clients by way of alerts, by way of updates, so that they are aware of these changes potentially coming down the pipe and begin to prepare themselves for the possibility that a change will materialize. Okay. And more important also, begin to engage in things like policy advocacy, trying to form policy, trying to shape how legislation turns out. And, and in this sort of venture, you find that collaboration amongst businesses, things like chambers of commerce. In the oil and gas industry, we have what we call the Oil Producers Trade section of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. And that's a very active advocacy group that speaks the mind of the market, that is very proactive in engaging with regulators, engaging with legislators to ensure that the market is not surprised by policy changes and regulatory changes. Those happen sometimes, but those are the sorts of things you do. Then if you come to contracts specifically, we are very, very agile and active in how we look at contracts. We look at the past. We look at things like disputes we've seen in the past, and we ensure that in drafting contracts, those contracts have adaptive clauses that look at things like, if there's a change in law, what would the consequence be? Are you able to review your contracts if certain triggers happen? Do you have price adjustment mechanisms and those sorts of things? So these are things you ensure that you have in your contracts. And then also, internally, businesses, conduct things like trainings that enable them to adapt as things change.
Thank you. So it's a lot in terms of advocacy, being ahead of your game, knowing the policy, so you just don't wake up overnight and things happen. He touched on FX volatility. So, Yahoop, how does this, has your localization, what you're doing, has it helped in your, because you're, again, import dependence. So how does FX affect you?
So historically, we've always been big on exports. So that export arm has hedged against the currency. So we've been privileged from that perspective. And that's why we guard it and we ensure that made in Nigeria products are top quality, etc. And that's why we also get to export to the US. I think if I look at all of the turmoil that happened, and I always go back to the cash crunch, because the cash crunch was for us the beginning of the biggest, most difficult moments, probably in Nigeria. You then had the government coming in making the overdue bold moves, that were necessary for the longevity of the economy. So yes, the liberalization of the FX, and we didn't know where it was going to end. So all we could do was, we had a long-term view. We had the ability, the reliance on the exports, as I said, which acted as a hedge, and we just had to continue to maintain our objectives and our approach of investment in people, in our ESG also, because in our factories we've moved away from diesel to compressed natural gas. We've added solar, etc. We've continued to invest in training and development across ESG and all the rest of it. Now we're seeing the green shoots. So now we're seeing a stability in FX. We're seeing a gradual reduction in inflation, and of course, the oil price, or the fuel is also stabilizing. But there was a long time that I used to have to spend 50% of my time on managing the business and 50% explaining to head office what's happening, obviously, So that's the nature of multinationals, of course. Now we're out of that phase. And as I say, I think Nigeria demographically, it was always a big prize. So I think the companies that are established and that stay the course, just like the government, have to see that through. And it's about working on I just go back to regulation, working with government on regulation that's in line with the economic realities of Nigeria, making sure that the regulation is well implemented and also in line with the economic recovery. So from that perspective, we're very optimistic now on Nigeria.
Great.
And of course, plan to be here for a long, long time.
Thanks. So, Mr. Hamid Joda, let me come back to you. You've talked about your policies, and you've talked about the expansion of, Sharia banks from 2 to now 5. So which sectors are you really focusing on, like agriculture, halal infrastructure, SMEs? What is really demanding Sharia compliant capital? And what gives you an edge over conventional banks?
Okay, thank you very much. So, for non-interest banks, there are no-go areas. For instance, we don't touch arms, ammunition, betting and gambling, and so on and so forth. So we don't touch those areas. We don't do business in those areas. But other than that, the space is wide open for us to operate. When we launched our first sukuk, because we are the first bank in Nigeria to launch a private sector sukuk, so we launched the sukuk to boost our capital. When we did that, we came up with a long-term instrument. The problem we have in Nigeria today is generally banks are unable to do long-term investments. Why? Because of tenor matching. Most of the funds you have in the banking system are short-tenor funds. And you can't take short-tenor funds into long-tenor investments. So we said, let's do a sukuk. minimum 5-year tenure. And it was a very successful issuance. It was 116% oversubscribed. What did we do with that money? We financed industries. There is an industry, the charging industry we finance here in Lekki in Lagos. Turned out very well. There is a fertilizer company we financed in Kogi State. Turned out very well. Rice mills. That kind of investment that unlocks growth, creates jobs, propels economic development. That is what we did. And now we are on our second series, and we've not finished. We've not, we are rounding up by next week, but we are more than 100% oversubscribed. And that money too, we are tying it to long-term investments because we've seen the benefit in funding long-term investments. And so that is the edge that we have, because we are able to float an instrument that is long-tenured, has a long tenure, and we are able to put it in high-impact industries that creates jobs and unlocks economic development. So that is one strong feature that distinguishes us and gives us leverage. Secondly, generally banks don't share risk. So when you come, you apply for a facility, you get it, a loan, and then you have a tenure within which you are expected to pay. But the non-interest bank will tell you that I'm ready to share the risk or share the return. Why not? Why can't we share the risk or share the return? Why can't we partner? Why can't I come in as a venture capitalist, as an equity holder in the business? Let's do it together. We win together or we lose together. Why not? So that is also an advantage that a non-interest bank has, and that is what we are offering to the market in addition to a lot of products, and that is what two key distinguishing factors that we have.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Interesting. Mr. Fatmileyin, let me come back to you. So we know the need, for the master plan. We know that, people need homes to live in. But we also know what's happening to talent in our country. And it's not just in real estate. I think it's across all industries. So how are you nurturing a new generation of professionals who will be able to drive a world-class real estate advisory and project management? How are you doing that?
Even the Minister of Health at the time says the doctors can go, we will train another one. But it's not normally like that. But we recognize this in our company that we need these young talents to be able to produce good products that will be usable by our clients. So what we resort to is that what is pushing these young ones away is not only money. They want an environment where they can work and be appreciated, and where they can train. So we set up good training for them. So when they encounter their counterparts elsewhere in the world, they discover they are not losing at all. But we also try as much as possible to look at their income to make it that it is relatively comparable to what they will get. Even if they won't get as much as those people that went abroad, we also have a way of working together with them to see that the future is brighter. And because, in fact, almost every week, you find one of kind of training or the other going on in the place. It means that a young person who is just coming in now, because of the training and the skill he has acquired, he can do much more than what he would have been able to do 2 years ago. So it creates more value, so he can be paid more. So keeping talent is difficult, truly difficult, because the attraction elsewhere is so. I've had occasionally see some people that were just trained and they go and you felt like weeping because they get to the other end, they don't really get what they wanted to get. Some had come back. So I think the way around it is that the country must be ready to work with the young ones. Part of some of the things that take them away is the ability that, look, I'm working here, his counterpart that goes abroad can have his own house within the first 2 years he gets there. So that's what we are technical partner to the MREF, the mortgage fund that has been created. Part of what it is that if they can get such facility here, it will help them to stay because they'll be able to create the future they are looking forward to. So those are the issues we can put together: training, encouragement, and the facility around there.
Thank
that
you.
Can make them to stay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think we all have those challenges with retaining talent. So, Olakunle, this will come to you. So, I've talked about one of the challenges, retaining talent. How are you geared up? Because everywhere you go here, everywhere you go now, cleaner, energy source, what kind of energy? How is that transition? You know, how are you positioning yourself to balance fossil fuel realities with the shift to cleaner, more diversified energy resource? Because it's something we're all saying we're going to reach net zero, carbon credit. They're talking about it. Is it just people are talking, or are they really gearing? So is your company gearing up to this? I think the question was asked this morning as well.
So that's a very interesting question, right? And I'll try to simplify it from the way we see it. The first thing is that indeed there's an energy transition that's underway, right, internationally, driven by real scientific verification of the need for us to reduce our impacts, our footprint on the environment. But of course, the consensus is that somehow technology has to match that transition. We're at the point today where most developed nations are still trying to create the technology that would optimize and unlock baseload energy from renewable energy, which is what we are touting as the future of energy. And so when we look at it in an African context, the first thing we ask ourselves is that, look, we are so blessed in resources here in Africa, especially in Nigeria, right? Huge natural gas resources, huge resources on the mineral side. And so the first question is that if you have such an economy that is huge in resource, but you have very limited economic growth, then how do you translate that resource very quickly in an efficient way, in a way that also minimizes your impact, your carbon footprint on the environment, because it's very, very important, and get those resources ultimately down to producing energy. But we also have to admit that while we've also said that we cannot switch off the light bulb before the candles go off, we also have to start adopting an energy mix. So let's get ready for the future of energy, which means that there are developments today that are improving renewable energy. There are developments today that are improving efficiency around grid management. There are technologies today that are improving even reducing the carbon emissions from your production process. So we have to become, we cannot sit down in the world where we say, look, we have natural gas, that's how we're going to develop, or we have crude. We have to get to that future to say, look, yes, we'll develop our resources efficiently, but we'll also try to leapfrog, right, the future of energy, such that if we can change our consumption pattern, change the way we use technology, we can start incorporating those renewable energy into our mix. It might not provide stable supply of energy, but at least if we can create some efficiency in how we do our dispatch in our grid, we can be able to get those renewable energy to the grid and then use natural gas or etc. to provide baseload support for it. So summary is that we must engage all our resources. There must be energy mix, because financing is very key as well. So you expect that a lot today, financing are not are not exactly available for fossil fuel projects. So you must come to a position where even if you are doing a fossil fuel project, you do it in a way that is so efficient that you can show that, look, I'm using the technology to reduce carbon. And I also have a mix of renewable energy in my portfolio that ultimately helps me clean up my entire emissions.
Great. So following up on that, and this is my last question, and I'm going to ask each panelist one last question because of time. Following up on what Olakunle just said, so when a lot of people are ESG, but they don't really know how or what to maneuver. So Mr. Chike, it's one of the things you advise your clients, right, on ESG, right, in Templars. Are clients really going the full hog, or is just lip service? And what would you advise any of your clients right now? Because I'm aware that even when they're going for transactions, ESG is a very significant aspect. So what is one advice, or maybe not more than one, what is your advice to client, whether they've done it, whether they haven't done it, whether they're about to do it, what is that advice you need to tell them?
The thing with ESG is there are different imperatives that drive ESG. And so even if it wasn't something you did from a place of commitment, from a place of appreciating that these are things that we need to start adopting for sustainability and et cetera, one of the most important and ultimately inevitable drivers will actually be the point around funding. And Kule makes the point about a lot of financiers out there now are reticent about fossil fuels and therefore are either scaling back or have completely left the financing on fossil fuels. Okay. So even if you weren't doing it for the future or for the environment, it is something that is critically important in terms of access to finance. So sometimes you find you're looking to raise debt, and there are specific funds out there who will be willing to fund a green bond, for example, a green project, and therefore that imperative means that you either go that route completely or you build in an element of that in your transaction. So if there's no other reason, think about it from a survival perspective and from the perspective that over time, access to financing and other benefits in the market will be very dependent upon your plugging into the environment, sustainability, social impact, and those sorts of governance issues.
Thank you. So Mr. Fatimilayi, how are you gearing up in housing to be sustainable in terms of, you might have access to funds to build? How do you ensure that your housing is for the sustainable future?
Sustainability is key to the world today. We all know that if we are not careful, what is going to happen is that the entire race will be extinct in a few years from now. So we have to build everything sustainably. Houses have to be built sustainably. Even the sustainability of the pocket as well, like you mentioned. We hope that government will take deliberate actions and make sure that things work well in the country. Like I mentioned earlier, most towns are not planned. If you are not planned, in the SDG 11, is sustainable housing that is inclusive and that eliminates slums. But instead of that happening in Nigeria, we are multiplying slums. 20 years ago, there were recognized about 20 to 30 slums in Lagos. Over the years, they have grown to over 100. So it's increasing instead of decreasing. So government has to take specific action. Plan city well. The new city, the new capital they are creating, let them plan it well. When they plan it, there will be deliberate action to create estates and development that can be sustainable, that can become a bastion of place where people can live in, where people can reside and live in sustainably. And when we do our construction, we must take into consideration the local consideration. Yeah. If you go to, for instance, Bauchi and build a house as if you are in Lagos, and you want to air condition it, during dry season, it will not be possible because the temperature will be so high. So the construction, the design and construction must be quite different from what happens everywhere. So all this code we can develop all over the country and implement. When you implement them well, what will happen is that we'll have a better environment to live, environmental-ish situation. So for a sustainability point of view, for Nigeria, we need a total approach to it, to development, to even titling. If we title our land, it will attract more money. It can attract financing. Today, many people build houses halfway, but because they don't have title, they can't turn to the bank and borrow that 2 million naira to complete the house. So those are all connected. And when the connection are put in place, what we'll have is a better environment and better situation, and actually a sustainable environment to live in. Devoid of slum and understandably good for all our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Taj Bank, my final question for you as well is, what is one major misconception that the media or the public feel about Sharia banking and that you want to correct here today? No, it's Taj.
That's a tough question. Well, I think if you remember when the regulatory framework was introduced, I mean, there was a lot of uproar, a lot of resistance. People thought it was, you know, a bank that would promote a religion and what have you. And in fact, I remember at that time, the central bank governor, Sanusi, at that time, he had to go to the National Assembly to clarify that there were so many misconceptions and that they should give it a chance. So the most fundamental thing is non-interest banking is for everyone. If you come to Taj Bank today, I mean, our recruitment process, whatever we do, has nothing to do with where you come from or your religious bias. Everyone is invited. If you look at our customer base, most of our customers are not even Muslims. Most of our customers are not even Muslims. Most of the customers we finance are not even Muslims. So the model is for everyone. The model is for development, is for progress, is for unlocking opportunities for business people, is for support. These are the messages that I take to everywhere and to all the forums that I find myself. And that is what I want the media to project. Everyone is invited, regardless of religion, regardless of tribe, regardless of all misconceptions. It's, as I said, it's a model that is in tune with progress and development, and it's the best model for Nigeria.
Thank you. So let me come to you, Yarub. So everyone else has spoken about sustainability. And I'd like to know, because we have a very vocal youth in Nigeria, how are you aligning, because you have to move towards sustainability, right? Everyone has to. How are you aligning your product portfolio and messaging to balance the public health concern with where you're supposed to get to?
It's a great question and very over the moment. So the tobacco industry as a whole globally is going through tremendous transformation. We as BAT want to move towards what we call a smokeless world. So what does that mean? The harms associated with cigarettes and tobacco are very well known. But now, over the past decade or so, societal needs and expectations have changed dramatically. More into health, more into reduction and impact on the environment. And technology is now at a stage which has enabled us to develop what we call new category products. So these new category products, for example, vaping, oral nicotine, tobacco heated products, are scientifically proven to be less harmful. Not risk-free, but the majority of toxins and harm from tobacco and cigarettes come from combustion. When you burn it, it releases the toxins. These are smokeless products. So the idea is, for BAT, we want more than 50% of our revenue globally by 2035 to come from these new categories. These new categories aren't present legally in Nigeria at the moment. They're illicit and suitcase jobs and what have you. So what we want, we're working right now with government and with regulators to put in the correct regulation that will facilitate the launch of these new categories, and we'll be very excited to bring these to market.
Thank you, thank you. Olakunle, actually, I'm going to ask everybody this question, but you have to answer me in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Are we in agreement? So I'm going to start with Olakunle. You meet the finance minister today. What is your wish for him? What do you wish from him? 30 seconds.
Okay, so, I mean, what 30 seconds. I think
30 seconds.
Unlock funding from infrastructure projects, right? Using both private capital and also supporting institutional investors like pension funds and the likes of it. So work on the policies that enable.
Thank you. 30 seconds. What's your wish for the finance minister? 30 seconds. He's in an elevator and he's going to come down on the... Okay, Mr. Fatimilan, you can go.
I will ask him to increase the 1 trillion naira mortgage fund probably to 5 trillion so that it will satisfy the market.
Thank you.
Okay, I think two things I'll ask the minister. One is, with all of these reforms in place now, how do you implement? Second is data. There's a lot of confusing, contradicting data coming from the Ministry of Finance, from the CBN, from the Bureau of Statistics, and we hear clients out there getting confused and questioning things around government data, rebasing, and those sorts of stuff. So consistency in that department.
Thank you. Yahoo?
A balanced fiscal a balanced fiscal reform in terms of the next roadmap, also the immediate overhaul of the export expansion grant.
Thank you. Taj Bank. No interest rates on treasury bills.
Okay, I would say promote, I think he's doing a good job, but I think we need to promote fiscal discipline. And Sukuk promotes fiscal discipline because when the fund is raised, it is ring-fenced. So you can't raise Sukuk for a hospital and then build a road. No, you can't do that. So unlike other instruments out there. So let him focus on doing more Sukuks for infrastructure development.
Thank you all so much. Can we give them a round of applause? I think what this session has indicated is, despite the challenges we face in Nigeria, companies are still able to navigate. We had advisors from Templars who is able to guide. they're also very forward-looking in terms of making sure things will work well for the organization. So I think they deserve a round of applause. I have learned quite a bit today. And thank you so much. Thank you, and thanks to Business Day, and congratulations again.
Can we put our hands together for them one last, to our very able moderator who did a fantastic job in moderating that panel. I certainly learned quite a bit.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people in the room learned a lot as well. I think what was interesting was what Mr. Joda said about how you don't have to be a Muslim to access non-interest loans. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people knocking on his door now after this session, after that.
That's definitely a misconception when it comes to those kinds of investments.
Yes,
so
people think it's just exclusively for Muslims. But we
Yes.
found out from him now that, even non-Muslims are able to access such juicy loans without any interest rate at all.
Absolutely. All right, Dolade, so we've come to the end of a very insightful, impactful day. What are your closing thoughts?
I think it was a great event. It was really insightful. I don't think I was let down by any of the panel sessions. It was great.
Neither.
I mean, it's a load full. I imagine that people are really tired now. It's our pleasure to announce that lunch is served right at the back of the hall. Allow me also remind you that if you've gotten forms for the premium subscription, if you fill them, please drop them at the table on your way out at the Business Day stand.
Absolutely. Thank you to all of you who attended the 13th Annual CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. It's been a pleasure hosting you all. Again, my name is Lele Balde, and
Lolade Akimurele.
thank you so much for staying with us. Do
Thank
have
you,
a
and
great
see
day.
you next year.
See you next year.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.